transmigrated salaryman in his 40s returns, regressed as a peerless 17-year-old. Volume 2, by Yuuya, translated by SHM Trans, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 7, for me, it's a lukewarm camp. Next weekend will be the joint junior high school and high school leader camp, and 2 from our classes have been chosen to represent us. During our homeroom teacher Kusano announced smugly, "Why are you acting like that if you didn't do anything in the first place? Shiratori and Watanabe, congratulations." The classroom applauded, and some said, "Yay, free camping," and "Those 2 deserve it, right?" They are popular among the students. Speaking of leadership training camp, I recall being forced to participate when I was still a corporate slave. It was hell. The orienteering-like training that lasted all night that I had to pay on my own expense during the weekends. Of course, there was no holiday allowance. I mean, I stayed at the office on Friday night and went straight to the training camp on Saturday morning. I came back the next day and went straight to work. A hellish service work combo. Why did I remember something I don't need to? By the way, I remember Yui not being selected for this camp in her previous life. There was a rumor going around that she turned it down when she was notified in advance, but I don't know what really happened. In the first place, Yui seems to have high potential as a leader in society, but not as a student leader in her high school life. This is because she has an image of being a high peak, solitary, and supreme. It is only natural for a friendly character like Watanabe to be preferred as the chairperson of the committee. Then, both of you pick an assistant. The leader selected for the camp may nominate an assistant. Having a skilled assistant is also a quality of a leader or something like that. You're going to decide that here. That kind of thing is supposed to be done behind the scenes. This homeroom teacher seems to think that the chosen one would be more conspicuous and happier if he or she is chosen in front of everyone. You can choose someone from another class, but the preference is to pair with someone from the same class. In short, they must choose someone from the class. There may be several reasons for this, such as the hassle of negotiating with other teachers. This guy seems to think that the representatives must all be chosen from his class. Then I think Nanbakun would be a good choice. Surprisingly, Watanabe picked me. No, it was not surprising. Watanabe's targeting Yui, not me. Almost all the boys are staring at me, including Kurusu, who is aiming for Watanabe, but let's leave it at that. I also nominate Nanbakun. When Yui said that, everyone started saying, "I knew it," and I even heard a resentful, "Why does it always have to be him?" In the end, hey, aren't you so irresistible? I envy you. I want to be fight over with by high school girls too. I think this homeroom teacher is unpopular because of that. I mean, I have a feeling he's going to get fired one day for saying something like that. However, I don't remember something like that happening when I was in school. It can't be helped. I'll give him to you. Watanabe was the one who broke the ice first without any need for discussion. She just wanted to say that, didn't she? Thanks. Yui, perhaps realizing that, was somewhat disgruntled, but she soon smiled at me. She looks so cute when she does that. I can feel the anger gauge of the boys toward me maxing out. It would have been more interesting if you didn't settle out fast. There's really something wrong with this homeroom teacher's head. Then, who are you going to choose, Watanabe? I will go with. The one Watanabe chose, in response to the homeroom teacher's question, was a very unexpected person. The school will provide a bus to transport us to and from the campsite. 1 bus for the high school and 1 bus for the junior high school. 20 people each. I was separated from Futaba, who decided to join the camp as well. The bus had 2 rows of seats each, which is very common. I'll sit with Shiratori-san, so Matsuri-chan will sit next to Nanbakun. Watanabe took Yui's arm and forced her to sit down. Wait a minute, I'm going to sit with Kazu. It's okay, come sit. Unable to beat up Watanabe, Yui glanced at me and reluctantly settled down. The problem is this woman who's sitting awkwardly next to me. Onigawara Matsuri, neat and tidy version. Watanabe's choice of assistant was, unexpectedly, Ana Matsuri. I didn't think she would be useful, but Watanabe must have a plan. The order of the seats was all facing forward, so from left and right were Yui and Watanabe, and Ana Matsuri and me. What I'm more concerned about is what Yui told me before we boarded the bus. Variant may be active at the campsite we are going to. Although the probability is not high, According to the analysis of the Nordic organization, there is a possibility. I don't want to worry about it now, so I'll just keep an eye on it. Ano Nanba. Anna Matsuri speaks to me ostentatiously. What is it? It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Yes, it is. I've only experienced camping in junior high school, so I'm looking forward to it. Is that so? Yeah, that is so. Okay. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Yes, it is. Halup Nanbikun, you won't make it through today's camp like that. As we were having a fruitless conversation where I even started to doze off within a few seconds, Watnabe interrupted us in an energetic manner. What does a bus conversation has to do with camping? How well you build a relationship here is the first step to get to the top of the camp. Is there even a ranking in the camp? Have you read the trip guide? I saw the meeting times and locations. Not just the first page. I'm not going to look at that stuff since it's going to say something that doesn't matter anyway. What are you talking about? No, nothing. We can't talk about black companies here. Anyway, let's get along. Communication is important. Don't be the bureaucrat that young women will be afraid of in the future. That's not the kind of analogy you should use to a high school girl. I won't get old, so I'll be fine. You can only say that because you're still young. Nambikun, you don't look any older than me. Yeah, I'm still high octane. High octane, ma, whatever. Anyway, I don't want Nanbikun and Matsuri-chan to be like that. Come on, have a conversation. And what am I even supposed to say? Watanabe is encouraging Anna Matsuri, saying go. Eito, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Are you a bot? Yes, it is. Ah, me too. Wait a minute, Nambikun. A girl is trying her best, so give her a witty reply, okay. And it's my fault now. Only students are evaluated with their efforts. There are plenty of bosses out there who think that making it look like you're working hard is more important than getting results. Damn, that was kind of funny now. That tired of society type character isn't bad. I have no idea what Watanabe's point is. I'm not sure if she has a fetish for old men or something. Kasumi-chan, that's enough. See, Anna Matsuri was the first to raise her voice. That's not good. Come on, keep it up. Yeah, Eito, what are your hobbies? Is this a matchmaking? Ho, let's leave these two young ones alone. Watanabe puts her hand over her mouth and deliberately smiles. From the other side, Yui is glaring at me. You're playing the role of a nosy ant, and it all looked natural. Natural for what? The 4 in the 3rd row sure are getting along. They are all beautiful. I like that one. She looks so innocent. No one can compare to Her Majesty Shiratoriya-sama. I could hear the students talking like that on the bus. And so, in a sense, the bus arrived at the campsite with all the student-like noise. Welcome to Mount Old Village Campground. I am the manager, Yamamine. I'll be your coach for this camp. You'll only be here for 1 night and 2 days, but I'm looking forward to work with you. An old, muscular man in a tank top greeted us at the entrance of the campground, which had been carved out of the mountain. At the entrance of the lodge, which is probably the place of the manager, is decorated with deer and boar skulls. Did he catch them himself? Isn't his taste too bad? Even so, the atmosphere of the lodge is completely militaristic. It would be great if they don't hurl abusive language at us like Sergeant Saunders, but honestly speaking, I don't like this type of person. Look, the junior high school students are all freaked out by him. A young girl peeked out from behind his legs. The young girl, with her slicked back black hair and a side tail, is looking at me with an anxious expression on her face. Is she the coach's daughter? I hope he didn't kidnap her. She has a smart-looking face, but seems withdrawn and quickly hides behind his legs when I make eye contact with her. It looks like she's attacked with this coach. The selected participants will be asked to compete in an orienteering event together with their assistants. You will compete in teams of 4, 2 junior high school students and 2 high school students. The result will be reported to the school, so keep that in mind. Orienteering, my head. Kazu. Yui peeks at me with a worried expression on her face as I hold my head. No, it's nothing. I'm just remembering my trauma from my black company slave days. Orienteering is, in essence, a walk in the mountains, right? Someone said something lukewarm like that. But still, they were all fearless-looking people given that they were gathered in a camp like this. Somehow, during my first life, it is a race that is not compatible with a background person like me. Are you an idiot? Orienteering is a sport that requires full use of your mind and body. You have to go around 4 points placed on the mountain in order and compete with the time it took you to reach the goal at the top of the mountain. The time and the rank determine the grade of ingredients for dinner. The number 1 will get Matsuzaka beef, while the second one is disposable chopsticks. Matsuzaka, whoa, is disposable chopsticks an ingredient? Is he talking about menma? Note, menma is a thinly sliced bamboo shoot. While the participants were buzzing, the coach handed out maps and smoke bombs to the selected participants. I don't see the location of the points on the map. Yui showed me the map and I couldn't help but voice my doubts. You know a lot. Were you in Boy Scouts? The coach rubbed his chin happily. No, that's not what I meant. The map is just a reference to show you where to go. Find the points yourself. How reckless. The area marked in red on the map was roughly 5 kilometers. And it's a mountain that is quite rugged and only has animal trails. Even if they were marked on the map, it would be difficult to find them. If you use the smoke bomb, the staff will go to your aid. You can use it to call for help. I see. You can use it, huh? I'm starting to understand the rules of this game. If that is the case, the next rule is, at least one girl must be a member of the team, and you will not be scored a point, unless every member of the team is in the point, right? The coach's eyes widened when I asked that. We've got a pretty good one this year. That's what I'm supposed to say next. You can start once you've made a team. Leave your unnecessary luggage at the lodge. My daughter Senka will be cheering on you. Go, good luck. The students' faces relaxed as they heard the coach's daughter's cute little voice cheering at them from behind him. Then, let's start. At the coach's signal, 10% of the group was dawdling, 30% went to the lodge to drop off their bags first, and the rest moved off to form teams. Anishin. Yeah, let's team up. Yeah. In the midst of all this, Futaba, with her black twin-tail hair swinging, calls straight to us. Yui's fine with it too, right? No problem. We couldn't have asked for a better firepower. Yui readily agreed. The two girls are glaring straight at each other. Well, let's not worry about that. Futaba-chan, are you sure? This Niachin looks like a hunchback. It was a tall boy with a clean-cropped head who said that while glaring at me. He looked like a member of the baseball team, and I admit that was a prejudice. I told you not to call me by my first name, Sanada-kun. You'd better develop a good eye for people. Us scary. Sorry. Being pressed by the two girls, Sanada-kun flinched, but he did not forget to glare at me. He seems to look at me as a rival, but I think he's being cute. When I was in kindergarten, I once hung up on the boyfriend of a teacher I had a crush on. Sanada-kun was a junior high schooler and not a kindergarten though. No, did you get the rules? What do you mean? Futaba tilted her head curiously. How couldn't anyone understand such simple rules? Sanada was cocky. Maybe. Yui looked like she was thinking. Yui was probably the only one who was close to the right answer. This Nichin, are you dimwit? Sanada laughed at Yui in a mocking way. Hey, Futaba, why did you choose him? He's definitely an idiot. What? I'm the smartest guy on the baseball team. I don't have any red marks. Sanada's protest sounds stiff. His remarks are on the same level as those of Onamatsuri. I'm a man you can count O. We had to draw lots because there were so many applicants. Futaba-chan. This is the type of person who'll get laid on his butt. I wouldn't let him near Futaba, though. Do you want to get first place in this orienteering? Yeah. The three of them gave me shocked expressions. I guess they would never have thought of that since everyone here is basically an honor student. To be honest, we can just slack off. We can get plenty of food in the mountains. If Kazu says so, it should be correct. Well, it's Anishin after all. What, is Futaba-chan's Aniki a camping expert? Only Sanada, who doesn't know me, looks confused. However, since we are here, I want to win. Me too. Right. Oh, then, let's go for complete victory. Since Anishin is serious, it will be all over soon. I'm not really taking it seriously. Oi, if you're a man, you should always be serious. Sanada pummeled his own palm with his fists. A reaction expected from a legit 8th grader. Mama, let's put our stuff down for now and talk to the people who are still squirming around. Okay. Why not? Yui knows what I was talking about after all. That's what my guts tell me. What do you think? We gathered the 16 who haven't left yet and explained the strategy. The one who's responsible for explaining is Yui, considering her looks and popularity. The pair Watanabe and Onamatsuri were not here because they had already departed. What you said makes sense. I never thought of that. As expected of Shiratori-san. the people who were called to the meeting, were all highly skilled in understanding. Of course, I don't mind if you draw the people who went before us. Then, let's do our best. At Yui's command, the teams scattered deeper into the mountains. Then, shall we go too? Yui, who tied her hair into a ponytail, was wearing a jersey jacket, mini skirt with black tights, and light pink sneakers. The hem of her jersey, which reached down to her waist, held up her skirt, but I fretted that you might be able to see inside at a moment's notice. Sanada's eyes were probably glancing at Yui's thighs. It's true that she's wearing something easy to move in, even if you consider fighting. Incidentally, the rest of our team are wearing school-designated top and bottom jerseys. Tell me if you're tired. Sanada-kun was trying to act cool with Futaba. It's all right. If I ever get tired, Onishin will give me a piggyback ride. No, that's where I'm mumble. Good one, Sanada-kun. Thanks for pushing my point up even though I never asked you. Keep on stomping your feet. You're not ready for my little sister. While talking like that, we set off down the steep mountain road. Why, wait a minute. It was Sanada who was the first to raise his voice after a dozen minutes. Why are you so sloppy? Aren't you supposed to be a part of a club? Futaba is not even breathing hard. Ha, how are you guys so physically fit? How can you just continue run on a mountain road like this? Yui and I aside, Futaba can also manipulate her body's magic power to a greater or lesser extent. As a result, her physical energy consumption is extremely low. Incidentally, we intend to run at a much slower pace so that Sanada-kun will be able to keep up with us. Ma, there's no need to rush so early in the game. Let's take it easy, right, Shiz? Yui agreed and climbed to the top of a tall nearby tree by kicking branches one after another. It's so fast that you wouldn't even have time to see what's under her skirt. Isn't she too fast? Sanada looked up in surprise, but Yui held her skirt down tightly so that nothing would be seen. Standing on one leg like a ninja at the top of a tree, Yui looked around before jumping down at the height of 10 meters. Aren't you too light? Are your legs okay? Were you worried about me? Thanks. Seeing Yui's smile, Sanada's face turned red as he slumped down. I know what that means. Given his age, it is normal to get horny at a beautiful Onisin. The fact that Futaba did not show any reaction when she saw Sanada's condition means she doesn't care about him at all. However, as her Onishin, I will still keep an eye on her. Kazu, there's a smoke bomb going off over there. We started walking in the direction Yui pointed. There was a checkpoint at the spot where the smoke bomb was set off. About 8 members of the team to whom we had first explained the operation were also there. Yui and Futaba used the machine on the checkpoint to stamp the time on the back of the map. Like a time card, the time was automatically stamped. As expected of Onishin, I can't believe we found the first one so quickly. I guess so. The coach was explaining it in a way that it could be misunderstood, but he never said anything about not cooperating with other members. Reading behind the words, it was like he was saying we should cooperate. In fact, only Onishin and Shiratori-san noticed. They were all honor students who will do exactly what they were told. The fact that 2 smoke bombs were given to each team instead of one, that there were very few hints about the checkpoints, and that the reward for winning was food that could be shared. Given all of this, it was almost as if they were asking us to use the smoke bombs as a means of communication. In terms of evaluation, perhaps the key point is whether or not you can recognize this and organize the rest of the group. Honestly speaking, I don't care what kind of reputation I'll get in this camp. However, if Yui and Futaba want to win, I will make it happen. The only promise we made to the other teams who chose to cooperate with us was that we would light a smoke bomb when we found the checkpoint. There is no need to wait for the other team, and the prize is split no matter who comes on top in the end. Those who hadn't heard of the plan would eventually figure it out, but we decided to let it go. Thank you, Shiratori-san. Thanks to you, we were able to find them. I'm sure our team couldn't have found it on our own. Right. We would have never guessed the hidden content of this activity. The other teams praised Yui. I was not the one who thought of this strategy, it's Kazu. So if you want to thank someone, thank him. Yui's comment surprised everyone present. Heck, it was Nambi-kun, thanks. You're different from the rumors, from those who are targeting Shiratori-san. I thought I would be labeled as a credit grabber, but I was praised. As expected from a very capable group. It's embarrassing though. Right. He's my Onishin after all. Yui and Futaba smiled happily. Am I thinking too much if I say they probably want to win this challenge in order to get me recognized by everyone? All right, let's find another one. Yeah. At Yui's signal, the team dispersed back into the mountains. I'm getting hungry. How about we eat first? Sure. I agree. I looked at my watch and saw that it was just afternoon. I was glad I had my watch since my PHS had been confiscated before we entered the forest. I had lost the habit of wearing a watch around the time I started to have a cell phone. We entered the forest around 10 a.m., and we had been walking in a mountain for more than 2 hours. Walking the mountain, where there are not even any animal trails, will consume more physical strength than walking at a maintained path more than one could imagine. Sanada aside, Futaba is already showing some signs of fatigue. As for Yui, her training seems to be paying off, so she's fine as expected. We have already found 2 checkpoints so far. We're at a good pace. Let's sit on those rocks over there and have our lunch. Yui pointed to around 10 rocks sticking out of the slope on which we could sit on. By the way, I've seen Futaba preparing this morning, but why did you all brought bento in a camping trip? What? Hearing my question, the eyes of the 3 of them turned into dots. Ah, right. When I heard the word camp, I thought of camping in the wild in another world, but that's not the case on Earth. I guess you didn't read the camp schedule. The barbecue will only be at night, so you need to bring your own lunch. Don't worry, I also prepared bento for Kazu. Hold up, Shiratori-san. Onishin's bento is my responsibility, so we're fine. Era, I'm pretty sure Kazu's bento is my job. No way that's true. Why is Niachin so popular? Is he good at baseball? Sanada opens his mouth while looking at the 2 girls, who are glaring at each other, alternately. By the way, why is baseball your standard in that aspect? I'm grateful for your bentos, but since we are camping, we should procure local supplies. Are you going to fish? There seems to be a river nearby. Yui must have heard the sound of water using the hearing enhancement I taught her. Great, it seems like she's been practicing. No, I'm going to catch a wild boar. What wild boar? I found some fresh tracks. Wait here a minute. What? Wait a minute. I jumped up to the top of a tree and followed the scent of the boar through the branches. Scene chain. I'm back. It took me around 5 minutes to hunt the boar and return. I did not intend to use any magic that would greatly exceed human capabilities in this orienteering, but I have to when hunting wild boar, especially draining its blood in the river. From downstream, I heard some screams of blood. I'm sorry. He really hunted a wild boar, as expected of a camping expert. Sanada's eyes widened in amazement. I've picked up some firewood and brought all the seasonings, so let's grill and eat it. Just be careful of wildfires. We can't eat that whole thing, right? However, if we carry the leftover, it will stink. I was thinking about what you had in your backpack this morning, so it was seasonings. It's all right. I left the majority of it in the river for chilling. I did not bring much here. We'll just get the ones we left in the river after the orienteering is over. Of course, I've already gutted it. Hey, hold up, wait a minute, you two. Why are you acting as if everything's normal? Even if he's a camping expert, this is too much. I already expected Kazu to do this much. Right, Futaba-chan? Right. What kind of life are you living? It must have been a good experience for Sanada to know that there are all kinds of people in the world. I don't know if it will come in handy, though. We're going to kick off soon, so make sure you eat right, okay? After enjoying the 2 girls' bentos and wild boar meat, we started marching again. Of course, we took care of the fire properly. After a while, there's only 1 checkpoint left. All right, let's do it. Yeah. All right. What? Yui and Futaba had no objection to my decision. Sanada doesn't seem to get it, but I guess that's to be expected. I'm talking about winning. What? I thought we were going to cooperate with everyone. Don't tell me we asked everyone to run on a marathon with us only to sprint at the end. No, we didn't. We didn't say we'd finish the marathon together in the first place. Ito, are what? Right. I'm not going to promise something that could get me in trouble later on. Now, let's go. And how are we supposed to catch up with the team that found this checkpoint when they are already on their way for the last one? Simple. We just have to get to the last checkpoint first. And how are we supposed to do that? By running. Follow me, affirmative. The 2 girls followed my command while Sanada looked deeply displeased. I had a pretty good idea as to where we should go based on the signs of people scattered all over the mountain. Naturally, the unexplored area is getting smaller and smaller as you move toward the summit. No one seems to be planning on going to the summit yet. That means the last checkpoint was likely to be somewhere where no one has passed yet. I'll look at the right side from the top. Yui, support Sanada-kun so that he won't get lost. Futaba, watch your step while looking at the left side. All right. Understood. At the same time they replied, I jumped on the branch of a tree and jumped from tree to tree. Futaba is right behind me. Yui is a little behind because she's following Sanada's pace. However, that's all right. I am zigzagging a bit as I'm looking for the checkpoint, but Yui is ignoring my lateral movement and is just moving straight. This is to shorten the distance Sanada has to run. I quickly found the last checkpoint. Judging from the footprints and signs around it, we were the first to find it. It's really here, awesome. I waited for Sanada, who was chasing his breath, to catch up to us before lighting the smoke bomb. You aren't even breaking a sweat. If you eat well and work out the right amount of exercise, you'll be able to do this. Really? Yui looked like she wanted to say something, but even when we were training together, I made sure she's not overdoing it. Rather than training like your life is on the line, training moderately is better. Probably. The orienteering event concluded with all participants completing the task. This is the first time in 8 years that this has happened. In most years, one team completes or everyone fails, and before nightfall, a rescue operation is carried out by relying on the transmitters in the smoke bombs. The coach told us that wild boar hunting was outside the ban period. He said that since the boar was caught by hand and it was trespassing in the campground area, we will not be charged with any crime. I never thought that there would come a day I would teach about this. The coach was so surprised. You did it, Kazu, as expected of you? Yeah, as expected of Onishin. Yui and Futaba hugged my arms from both sides. One is very soft while the other is, well, it has its own charm. The bloodlust and questioning glances that pierced me that time was also twice as usual. After the orienteering, we went down to the campsite halfway up the mountain and started barbecuing for an early dinner. Of course, we had to start the fire. How quickly you lit fire is impressive, Aniki, as expected of Aniki Desu. After we came down from the mountain and handed out the first prize, an assortment of delicacies from the mountain and Matsutake beef, to all participants, Sanada started calling me Aniki. What's with that Aniki thing? It's because you're a survival expert that even hunted a wild boar. Even so, your heart is big enough to share food with everyone. If I won't call you Aniki, who else can I call Aniki? Just use the usual surname. No can do. You're awe-inspiring, Desu. What kind of standard do you really have? You're making me embarrassed. Aniki, the meat over there looks delicious. It's still raw. I'll be with Kazu. Sanada-kun, why don't you eat with Futaba-chan? We're a team after all. No, we siblings will stay here. I think it would be better if Shiratori-san interacts with people you could only meet here. I'm already getting used to the sight of Yui and Futaba bickering. Hey there. This is Aniki-sponsored food. Eat it with care. Ah, Sanada, you took first place, awesome. A slightly friendly boy, who seemed to be Sanada's friend, poked him with his fist on his shoulder while he was in an embarrassingly high-strung mood. A baseball team comrade. It's all thanks to Aniki and the others. What's wrong with you, Sanada? You are someone who makes fun of people who are bad at baseball even if they are a senpai. Is he good at baseball? I don't really know, but he's just amazing. He ran over the trees and killed a wild boar without using a gun or a trap. I can agree that Shiratori-san is amazing. As for that Niachin, aren't you overpraising him? It's true. With all that commotion, the barbecue ended. The campsite was in the mountains, so there were no campfires, but 40 men and women gathered around a small bonfire with the coach standing by it. This year's Fighting Spirit Award goes to, without a doubt, Shiratori Namba team. Everyone, clap. A big round of applause enveloped the 4 of us. I was somewhat embarrassed, but the 3 of them were very confident. I guess they are used to this kind of situation. Of course, I never experienced something like this when I was still a black company salary man, and in the other world, I was fighting all the time and didn't have any time to celebrate. I would normally be here to talk about leadership to those who failed to complete the orienteering task, but since you've already learned enough, I'll try to keep it simple. Realizing that we didn't have to listen to a long story, a few of us gave a thumbs up. Instead, I'm going to tell you a ghost story about this mountain. The coach's scary story made everyone excited. It is said that during the Warring States period, hundreds of samurai holed up in this mountain after being betrayed by their subordinates and fought until they were all dead. Since then, the mountain is said to be haunted by samurai spirits. Well, it was a common type of ghost story, but he received a lot of resentful stares from some people who are not good at scary stories. The last part of the day seemed to be a test of courage. What's with this? Aside from orienteering, are we all here just for fun? Watanabe's point of view. Why isn't anything going well? My plan was to make my excellence stand out by making the incompetent-looking Matsuri-chan my partner. In the end, Shiratori-san took all the credit. I thought it was about showing how a team works together since no one could complete such a task. What? It was Nanba's idea to have everyone cooperate using the smoke bombs? Could it be that he's super talented? He seems to have become a different person these days. Are you saying that Shiratori-san has a better eye for men? That can't be true. It is impossible for a young lady who pretends to be a loner to have a better eye for men than me, who is trying hard to communicate with boys. However, thinking about it, he still seems to be not showing his true capabilities. And compared to other boys, he seems more mature. Should I make him my target then? No, it's still too early to decide. I must sell my virginity to the best man I could possibly find to get the highest return. However, it would certainly be better to make a connection while we're at it. Even so, his position of belonging to Shiratori-san is already established, and my position among the girls would be in jeopardy if I make a poor move. At first, it was only intended to be a light harassment, but I guess it's time to seriously launch the Matsuri-chan hit and run strategy. This is also one of the reasons why I chose Matsuri-chan as my partner. Fufufu, what a schemer. As expected of me, there are so many ways I can pull Nanbikun from Shiratori-san. I'm going to start kicking Matsuri-chan's ass, however, Shiratori-san and his little sister are being extremely cautious. Could it be that they are suspicious of my strategy? What? The test of courage will be taken with the same team composition? Wait a minute. My perfect plan. The rules of the test of courage are simple. All you have to do is to go to the graveyard located a short distance down the road from the campground and bring back a medal as proof. Of course, the path is well maintained for those who come to climb the mountain to visit the graveyard. Good luck, Fua. Senka sees off the departing teams, but the little girl seems to be in a sleepy state. The coach took her into the cottage. Hey, I'm having trouble walking. From my left and right, Yui and Futaba are clinging to my arms. It thought this is what men and women do during the test of courage. Right. The two of them are happily pressing their chests against my arms. Annika. The last one is Sanada, who is truly scared and is pulling the hem of my jersey from behind. Why are you the most scared one? Because you can't beat a ghost with a baseball bat, right? I'm more scared of the idea that hitting them with a baseball bat will solve the problem. Pathetic. If it's just a ghost, I'm sure it's beatable, right, Futaba-chan? It's just a ghost after all. The two of you are only good friends at times like this. Sanada is in tears because of the double punch of fear and shattered pride. Leave him alone. After a 10-minute walk along the mountain path, we easily reach the graveyard. I guess they don't have the money to hire a threat, so, well, we're here. The graveyard is in a remote mountainous area, so it's small and unkempt. The slightly dilapidated appearance of the graveyard is not without its own share of fear. However, the atmosphere is rather spoiled by the fact that we pass by the first few groups. Kaya, Nanbikun, help A. Harem. The flashlight in Yui's hand was pointed on the ground, and the one who just came running to us is Anna Matsuri. Her hairstyle right now is neat and tidy, but her too rough outfit of a tank top which showed her belly button and hot pants is a sight to see. Brigette, my eyes, Shiratori-san, don't point the flashlight at me. Anna Matsuri glared at Yui, who was pointing the flashlight at her face. She was supposed to have left with the group ahead of us, but it seemed like she was hiding in the shadows of the graveyard, waiting for us. I had sensed their presence for a long time, though. By the way, what was she doing? Hey, Matsuri-chan, momentum is the key. Yua, you're making me blabber. Watanabe appeared next. Two junior high school boys are looking at us with their faces peeking out from the tombstones behind them. They must be the ones who teamed up with the Watanabe team. I felt sorry for them that they had to go along with such a farce. I didn't mean to be flippant. You're not going to convince anyone, though. Hey, Matsuri, you can do it. But what are these guys doing in front of us? Nambakun's jersey, let Matsuri grab it too, please. Every time Anna Matsuri fidgets, various things can be glimpsed through the small clothed area. No, of course. Why are you guys answering for me? No, I don't want to lose my grip, so no. This was the moment when our team's will was united for the first time. Thank you, Anna Matsuri. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. That can't be. I even dressed up in this embarrassing outfit. Yua, with tears in her eyes, Anna Matsuri rushed toward the campsite. She must have felt very embarrassed. I thought she didn't have any sense of shame since she usually wore short skirts that showed her panties all the time. Wait, Matsuri-chan, don't take our only flashlight with you. Watanabe and the two junior high school boys hurriedly chased after her. What in the world is going on? No, I understand what they were trying to do. In any case, this mountain road is dangerous to run on at night. These days, cell phones don't have flashlights yet. One of the main attractions of this campground is its secluded hot spring bath. However, there is only one open-air bath. Men and women have to enter at different times. Now is the time for high school girls. Aniki, let's go take a peek. Sanada suddenly suggested that to me. Although peeping in baths was originally a crime, fiction works show it all the time. I recall an anime that was broadcast in which a high school student, who was once a terrorist, raided a girl's bath. In any case, in reality, it's a no-no. Don't do it. You'll get killed. But I want to see the elder sister's naked body. Aren't you a little too honest? However, I can't let another man see Yui's naked body. Don't sneak peek. Be a man who can look at a woman's naked body with impunity. Why, I see, right, as expected of Aniki, Sanada, who was mysteriously impressed with what I said, ran off somewhere. I'm glad he's being honest, but I'm feeling extremely anxious. Kaya. As I was getting ready for the bath, I heard the screams of girls from the hot spring. Variant. I instantly checked the surroundings, and, finding that there's no one looking at me, I jumped to the area 10 meters directly above the open-air bath. Thinking about it, I think the screams were more out of anger and embarrassment than a sense of mortal danger, but I had no choice but to jump. I stopped midair. There were 3 people in the open-air bath, including Yui. Naturally, they don't have towels since they are soaking in hot water, so my eyes can see every detail. Amazing, they're floating on water and gulp, ha. I hurriedly looked away, but I already saw. They're irresistible after all. I looked at the dressing room through the window. There, I saw an unnamed high school girl in her underwear and Sanada. This guy misunderstood the meaning of look with impunity. In any case, he didn't see Yui's naked body. If he did, I wouldn't let him go away with it. I fired a tiny magic bullet at Sanada's forehead from 10 meters away through a small gap in the window. It was difficult to accurately fire a low-power, high-speed bullet, but the rigorous basic training I received in the other world came in handy. Sanada was hit by the magic bullet and dropped dead with white eyes. The commotion would be over for the time being. I don't care what happens to Sanada. It's not my fault. My eyes met with Yui's. I guess it's good for her to notice me at this distance, isn't it? I'm sorry. It is a little exciting to see men and women brushing their teeth side by side as they get ready for bed, as it gives a sense of unusualness. The sink with about 10 faucets is located outside, so this is the kind of scene you'll see here. This was my daily routine when I stayed overnight at the office or in the other world, but in a peaceful environment, my impression also changed. I remember when I was a student, even an event of this magnitude is already a big deal. I have doubts about whether it is really peaceful right now, but I know I won't be wrong if I enjoyed a little bit of this loose camping. Yui, who was using an electric toothbrush at a distance where our shoulders were almost touching, glanced at me and smiled. What was that? I'm feeling embarrassed. Yui is the only one using an electric toothbrush here. It was a time when not so many people used electric toothbrushes. It reminded me of how much of an Ajao-sama she is. Did you brush it properly? Do you want me to polish it for you? Are you fake stories, Karen-chan? Yui was a little surprised at my reaction. I remember that the anime wouldn't air until many years later. Wait a minute, brushing Onishin's teeth is my responsibility. Futaba immediately interrupts us. but I don't remember giving her such a role. Everyone around became speechless. Yui, why are you speechless too? You're the one who caused this, right? Section. In a tent for 3, Yui, Futaba, and I were in a shape of a sandwich with me in the middle. Hey, this is strange. What happened to the 2 boys who were supposed to be with me here? This was supposed to be a tent for 3 boys. They decided to use another tent, so it's okay. Yui said so casually. That tent must be tight now. I made sure to adjust the number of people so there won't be a problem. More thorough than I thought. I'm surprised they listened to you. I negotiated with the people who colluded with us during the orienteering. They need to get their share of ingredients for dinner after all. Whoa. I guess they can't refuse. She's still a high school student, but she is already able to negotiate that much. Then, Yui dexterously put herself on the sleeping bag. On the opposite side, Futaba did the same. Why are you so close? Voices echoes outside quite a big in a tent, so we have to whisper. Is it about that? I whispered to Yui with my lips close to her ears. I also quieted my voice down as she did. Even after a day of moving around, why does she smell so sweet? Yeah. Yui nods a little. What are you talking about? She didn't tell Futaba. I was told that a variant may be active at this campsite. Are you certain? No, I heard it's only a possibility, based on the organization's analysis. That's a long way of saying no. Futaba's trust in the organization has fallen to the ground. Well, no one can blame her, right? But you found one, didn't you? Yui gives me a mischievous smile. Her cuteness multiplies given how close she is. Why do you think so? You were watching out for that person, in a way that person won't be wary of you. How did you even notice that? Because I'm always looking at Kazu. Can't you stop flirting in front of the little sister? No, we're not flirting. So, the fact that Onishin is looking at someone means that person was a student or someone related to the campground. I mean, normally, I'd be suspicious of the coach. That person is, it looks like I no longer need to say more. The moment I said that, the ground caved in and the 3 of us were dropped into the abyss. We probably dropped more than 5 meters. While in the sleeping bags, unable to move, a normal person would have been seriously injured. At the very least, several bones would have been broken. The moment we were about to hit the ground, I used my wind magic to cushion our fall, so we were not hurt. When the bottom of the tent fell, there was a loud noise, but wind magic was applied to the surrounding area. This should be to block the sound. Another elaborate plan. Yui wriggled out of her sleeping bag, wearing a t-shirt, cotton hot pants, and her usual black tights. What is this tunnel? Futaba is not in her usual twin tail, and was wearing a t-shirt and cycling shorts. The underground of the campground was lined with tunnels like an ant's nest. What the heck are they building in the mountains? I don't know if this will cause a landslide. Are what? You are all right. Strange. The one who appeared at the end of the tunnel was Senka-chan. Aren't you Senka-chan? Senka tilted her head at Futaba, who said those lines. The one who appeared with an innocent smile was Senka, dressed in pink pajamas with a stuffed rabbit dangling from her hand. You are very good at hiding who you are. If it's just that, he's better than Susanoo. If I hadn't looked her in the eye, even I wouldn't have known she was a variant. I wanted to know how this variant operates, so I let her be for a while, but I didn't expect she'll actually do this. I picked the liveliest looking ones, but I had no idea you were like this. Are you from the famed organization I've heard so much about? Senka's expression changed from that of an innocent child to a more mature one. From her line, it seems like she's not the type that actively exchanges information with other variants. Recently, we've only dealt with organized variants, but I wonder if variants like Senka are more common. I don't know which fraction is which. I wonder. Even so, I'm not going to be eaten without a fight. You humans have such a big mouth. How old are you inside? You're not trying to look young, are you? Well, my short arms and legs are a drawback, but they are very useful to catch everyone off guard. Hey, Kazu, can you leave it to me today? I want to play an active role once in a while and show Kazu that I can stand next to you. I'm the one who'll take care of her. The other day, you helped me out, but now, it is time for me to show you my new technique. Yui and Futaba appealed to me. What's up with you guys? Am I a joke to you? You pisses me off. In human terms, it's called Chamuka MK5. Can you stop talking as if all of humanity speaks like Juris? Then, for now, how about Futaba show us your technique first? Okay. Futaba had a big smile on her face, while Yui's mouth curved in dissatisfaction. From what I have seen in the Japanese organization, I don't think a new technique can't be acquired easily given the environment. Perhaps it is Suzunu's legacy. If Futaba can use something like that, I would like to see it. Of course, I'm prepared to barge in right away. I never thought I'd be made fun of so much. I'll eat right up. Arise, my cute friends. Senka snapped her fingers, and armored skeleton warriors crawled out from the ground and ceiling around her. I don't know from whom she manifested as a variant from, but her ability is necromancy. Judging from what she has said and done so far, it seems that it has been quite a long time since Senka started using the campsite as a hunting ground. It's because I can sense that she is used to it. She probably selects the people she likes from among the campsite visitors and eats them. If she can deceive people until they disappear from their memories, the investigation will not be able to reach her. If they do find out, she can just move on to another place. Looking at it closely, you will notice that there are also zombies in jerseys and plainclothes mixed in the skeletons. They must have been her recent victims. They don't seem to need any help. Let's just kill them all. In my experience of fighting many necromancers in the other world, there are 2 criteria to measure the skill of a necromancer who uses a large number of small fries: number and vitality. Number is easy to understand. The more the number, the higher the skill. Senka has around 20 small fries as far as I could see. If a human has that skill, she would be highly ranked enough to be employed by the government. If she was a demon, she would be around a company commander class. Vitality is the speed at which the skeletons and zombies being controlled move and the accuracy with which they listen to commands. While number is proportional to the amount of magic power of the necromancer, the vitality is strongly dependent on the skill to control magic. Basically, knowledge, effort, and talent. The skeletons that appeared around Senka knelt in unison toward her. Fufufu, my cute children, go and prepare my food. The skeleton stood up and started running toward us all at once. The speed is around the speed of a child running at full speed, and they are keeping a good distance from each other so that they won't collide with each other. They were quite lively. By human standards, there's probably only one necromancer in a generation who can do that. Now, let's see what Futaba's new technique is. Ha! A translucent blue cube appeared in Futaba's hands, which she held in front of her chest as if turning a pottery wheel. What is that, magic? No, it's something else. Although she used magic power to activate it, the technique is otherworldly. It is similar to teleportation, something impossible for humans to do. Is this Suzunu's legacy? Yeah. Futaba opened her hands wide to the left and right, and the cube turned big, around 5 meters on each side. The cube passed through me, Yui, and the skeletons, of course, the ground and ceiling too. The skeletons outside the cube disappeared. So did Senka. No, even all the presents outside the cube, including the students, are also gone. I can't even feel Senka and her small fries. Are we trapped? Nothing was set up beforehand, so we don't seem to be trapped from the outside. Was it a barrier that can be deployed from the inside or something? Moreover, it seems like we were completely cut off from the outside world. Kakakakakakaka. There were 4 skeletons who were caught up inside the barrier. They came swinging down their tattered swords and seemed to be unaware of the activation of Futaba's technique. Ha! I thrust out my fist, and the skeletons were shattered into pieces by the shockwave. The shockwave also scraped the soil around it, but it had no effect on anything outside the cube. Not even a speck of dust flew beyond it. It is as if the space has been completely severed from the world. What is this space? It's not hard, it's not soft, it's mysterious. Yui touched the wall of the cube fearfully. Futaba, how did you know you could use this technique? I don't know. I just felt like I could do it, I see. It is likely that her brain is equipped with a way to use it, like how most animals can move their limbs. However, this won't defeat enemies, won't it? No, but if used correctly, it would be a very effective technique. I have seen this a few times in battle against gods in the other world. Is that so? Yeah. Futaba, try to stop this technique for a second. Yeah, understood, HNNN. Futaba clasped her hands in front of her chest, and when she put her mind to it, the blue cube disappeared. At the same time, the remaining skeletons and Senka reappeared. Furthermore, even the ground that I should have damaged returned to its original state. It's like that thing in anime for girls where the city returns to its original state after defeating the enemy. Isn't that divine domain? Senka is trembling in surprise. This technique is called divine domain. Even among gods, there are very few who can use divine domain. How can a human do it? The fact that the variant has an innate human dispersing effect, and the memory about the person who was eaten disappears, they have something that distorts causality. The ability that Futaba possesses can also be thought as a derivative of that. I'll be in trouble if they destroy us one by one. Charge at them all at once. The skeletons all charged as commanded. However, that makes no difference, though I must admit that destroying them one by one is a pain. Futaba, use that technique you just used again. Yui, attack those skeletons with all your might. As soon as I said that, I sent my magic power to Futaba. Yeah. Futaba's divine domain became twice as big as earlier, around 10 meters per side. It has penetrated all the way to the ground, but it should be okay because a person without magic power shouldn't be able to see this cube. After all, it seems that the size of this domain is proportional to the amount of magic power used. If Futaba can master this technique, she will be able to shoot destructive moves without worrying about the surroundings. That is something very advantageous for me. Gurning activate. When Yui activated her divine object, the hotpants she was wearing flew off. Ah, Moo, this is why I don't like it if it's not skirt. Saying so, she knocked down skeletons one after another while only wearing a t-shirt and black tights. Divine object. Shouldn't humans only be able to make crude replicas? What's with that well-made magic circuit? That divine object is, no way. The reason why the divine object looks like a real one is because I made it like that. What else could it be? Kagetsuchi also seemed to be concerned about it. Let's analyze it again next time. But still, Yui's outfit. The white cloth under her black tights is fully visible and the hem of her t-shirt doesn't help. I feel like I'm going to be hard. While I was thinking about that, Yui destroyed all the skeletons. However, the pieces of bones are about to gather again. Shiratori-san is really powerful. The only person in the Japanese organization that can match her is the other chief of the organization, who's currently on an extended business trip to the Vatican. There's another one. I've only seen him once myself, but he was incredibly strong. I'm a little curious. I'm not sure if I'm a good match for them. I'm trying to send my magic power to them to make them explode, but I can't help but leave bits and pieces behind. Yui landed next to me and scratched her cheek. The way she did it was so adorable. My cute friends. While trembling, Senka raised her hands, and the skeleton bones gathered and became countless spears. The other humans will be enough food for me. I'll turn you all to red meat paste. As soon as Senka brought her hands down, bone spears that filled the sky rained down on us. There is no escape from that dense magic bone spear, though I can just burn it down with flame up front. However, Futaba, narrow, yeah, with just one word she understood my intention. Futaba made the divine domain small enough for just the three of us to barely fit in. All the spears that were out of range disappeared. Only 2 spears that had come flying to us earlier managed to come in, but I grabbed both of them with my bare hands and burned them down with heat until they turned to powder. Release it. Yeah. When Futaba stopped the divine domain, there were a large number of spears stuck in behind us. It seems like when you are inside the divine domain, you are treated as if you are not there. This is out of my calculation. Escape. At the moment Senka turned her back to us, I'm already on top of her and cut her head off. Impossible, that's too fast, you bastard. Without letting her finish what she was saying, I burned Senka's decapitated head and body. Usually, I make a barrier around first before I could use fire magic, but with the existence of the divine domain, there's no need for me to worry about that anymore. It's not my intention to involve Futaba in battles, but she will surely stick her neck even if I tell her not to. I know because I would do the same if our positions were reversed. She's my precious little sister after all. Above all, it was probably Futaba who protected me all the time in my first life. I wonder, whenever I use this technique, I feel so warm and fuzzy. Futaba put her hand on her chest and let out a small sigh. I remember Susanoo when he was about to die, but I did not tell her anything. That was Susanoo's wish, and I think it's better for Futaba to not know. But somehow all I can see is white. Futaba, who had been leaning on me unsteadily, passed out as it was. That's magic power depletion. No matter how much her body and soul are suited for it, the problem of not having enough magic power is something that must be solved. For the time being, it would be best if she only uses it when I'm with her. Considering the characteristics of the technique, I suppose it could still be strengthened, but I have to investigate more first. Still, I'm glad Futaba is able to use this technique. With this, she can ensure her own safety when she's in a pinch, unless there's a god that can use and break that technique. Ah, enjoying the hot spring, I'm covered in dust again. Whenever Yui hits her t-shirt with her hands, the hem sways, revealing a glimpse of her panties which is only covered with her black tights. I'd like to take a bath again. Futaba also frowned at the dust in her hair. You're awake. Yeah, that technique seems to be very exhausting. It's going to take some training to use it well. The amount of magic power an individual has does not increase rapidly. At the same time as the training to increase the amount of magic power, training to use magic power efficiently for each technique must be done too. It's a tedious and long-time task, but it can't be helped. Let's practice together next time. Okay, I'm not sure if you should be happy about the training, but I guess it's much better than being a pain in the ass. Anyway, I certainly don't feel like getting into a sleeping bag with all this dust on me. I already don't know what the others will say to me tomorrow morning. It should be unoccupied now, so we might as well break in. Yui's thoughts were becoming freer and freer. I want to go too, ah. Futaba stood up, but she still can't stand up steadily. Oi oi, can you even go to the hot spring like that? It's all right, if we all go in together, we can help her. We all. Yui's tongue slipped, right? She didn't. Yui and Futaba are soaking in the open-air hot spring bath in pitch darkness with me in between. Their shoulders are just barely touching mine. Isn't there a mixed bathing culture in Japan? Yui said that with excitement, but realizing that she just fully exposed her upper body, she went down to the hot springs water with a bright red face. They might be thinking that I can't see them because the only light source is the moonlight, but I can clearly see them. Therefore, I can only look at the night sky. What's going to happen with the coach? Futaba rests her head on my shoulder after saying that. We'll see. That's not for me to decide, but isn't that? Aside from Futaba and Yui, I don't care whichever the variants kill. Fufufu, thanks. I'm glad you didn't say you wouldn't put me in harm's way. Yui said so as she made herself closer to me. Incidentally, Yui's black tights now serve as a hair tie. Her fluffy chests, which are floating in water, are now touching my arms. Arg. If I don't count the stars, I'm going to lose all reason. I already can't tell if she's younger or the same age as me as I feel my brain go haywire. One wouldn't just simply taste one but two. No, it's not. I'm not thinking that way. Hey you, have you seen Senka? I was outside, cooling off while gazing at the moon when the coach came to me. She will no longer come back. I see. I guess he understood what I meant. The coach looked both relieved and sad. You knew it, didn't you? What she has been doing? The coach nodded quietly. I've seen Senka eating humans twice. I tried to save someone who didn't die and can still be saved as her condition is only getting worse. However, if she was saved, what would they do to Senka? When I thought about it, I was unable to lift my hand. The coach refused to save a life that can still be saved. That's probably the reason why he can still remember it. I'm sure it's more than twice, but he must have forgotten about them. I buried the bodies in the mountains. However, one time when I was really scared, I tried digging them up but found nothing. They have become undead. Hey, do you think I have gone crazy? He looked like he was about to cry, which was hard to imagine given his always stern expression during the day. It's funny that I would say all of this to a high school student, but for some reason, I think you made things easier for Senka. I didn't even want to find out if Senka was the coach's real daughter. You should try turning yourself in. Even if the body's no longer there, there should at least be DNA. I don't know if that will convict him, though. It was the variant's fault that he had to take the blame. However, it was his will that topped it off. I don't have the right to judge that. Yeah, I will. The coach looked like the weight he's been carrying has been lifted off his shoulders. Section. The next morning, after breakfast, the coach stood in front of us waiting for the bus to return home with a soft smile on his face as if something had been lifted from his mind. His eyes were red and bloodshot as if he had cried himself to sleep though. But I'm not sure what those tears mean. He was such a good coach, crying to say goodbye to me makes me feel like crying too. Watanabe is making a convenient mistake, but let's leave her be. That fact that she did not say us is very typical of her. Your school festival is coming up before summer, so use the result of your training here. I hope you will cherish your memories. I hope you have the strength to be kind to others. Everyone wondered what the coach had in mind when he said those very common lines. The only people who could have guessed were the three of us who fought against Senka. Section. On the bus ride home, there were people reflecting on the tough orienteering, people who are starting to plan for the upcoming school festival, and people sleeping off exhaustion. Next to me, Yui is dozing off with her head resting on my shoulder. There will be more battles with variants in the future. However, the most important task is to have Yui and Futaba enjoy life. School festival. In my previous life, I would not skip it, but it's an event that I looked at with somewhat cold eyes. It's a once-in-a-lifetime school festival for high schoolers. We have to make it fun for Yui's sake. It's not a gala, but I'll give it my best shot. If it can make Yui smile, it's a small price to pay. Chapter 8, Bloody Dreamer. How's the school festival committee going? Yui asked lazily as she reamed the dark Valkyrie's head with her supple legs. It was late at night in a valley of buildings. Finding a couple of dark Valkyries, I'm already completely used to it. It's surprising to see Onishin as a member of a committee. Futaba, who said that, is maintaining the divine domain by receiving magic power supply from me. The downtown area, still crowded with people, is so quiet that the sound of clothing rustling can be heard. The divine domain also blocks sound. I didn't become a member because I wanted to. While each committee member was chosen at the beginning of the school year, those who did not run for the committee were chosen by draw lots. In essence, a member of the school festival committee is in charge of miscellaneous work. Since they are required to spend a considerable amount of time on the day of the festival as well, those who are looking for a date for the festival avoid it. Although it is a popular position among some motivated people, there was no one like that in our class. Watanabe, who seems to want to do it the most, is a class committee member. The teachers do most of the ordering for the vendors. I don't do much. I heard rumors that you are working very hard. I'm worried about you collapsing at night when we have to take down variants. Yui came back to my side after sending magic power into the variant's corpse and tearing it to pieces. It's no big deal. It's like a holiday compared to the hard work I did during my Black Company days and in the other world. Let me know if there's anything I can do to help. I will. That high school festival. I'm definitely going to go. I don't think it's interesting to see another school's school festival, but I won't bother to stop my little sister from coming. That aside, don't. I felt a slight resistance when I was pouring magic power into Futaba. It was as if the water hose had almost clogged up. This is as far as we go. While using the 20-meter cubic divine domain, even if I continue to supply magic power to her, Futaba can only endure for about 10 minutes. In practice, it can be a little longer, but in actual battle, her internal magic circuits are disrupted probably due to nervousness, making the time a little shorter. It is gradually getting longer, and the only way to do it is to do this more often. HNNN, ha ha. Futaba gasped for her breath and slumped down as her body jerks and twitches. It looks erotic when Yui's being like this, but I feel very awkward seeing my little sister like this. Being supplied with magic power is both painful and pleasurable at the same time. There was nothing we could do but to wait for it to subside. As soon as the divine domain was lifted, the window panes and concrete that had been destroyed by Yui's attack were restored. This ability is really useful. Come to think of it, what happens if you shove something in the place to be restored? Does it get pushed out? I don't think it will be synthesized. I'll give it a try next time. Can you stand up, Futaba? Mouth. Futaba, whose face is red, leaned on me. When did you start looking so sexy? This girl is a junior high school student and my little sister. Junior high school student and my little sister. I carried Futaba on my back and leaped to the roof of a building. And Yui followed me. Hey Kazu, my training frequency is a little low these days, isn't it? Next to me jumping in the night sky, Yui's lips twitched in frustration. First of all, we need to train Futaba to some extent. At least enough for her to survive. Futaba's ability is amazing, but she lacks offensive methods. First of all, She needs to be able to use the divine domain while attacking and defending. When you put it that way. I'll give Yui plenty of training once she settles down. All right. Seeing her smiling happily makes me want to work even harder. While Yui and Futaba continue their training, the main event during the day is the preparation for the school festival. With less than 3 weeks to go until the day of the festival, the class program had not yet been decided. Some motivated students expressed their opinions, and other motivated students disagreed with them. The other half of the students were either disinterested, studying on their own, or chatting in low voices. This is already the 10th homeroom discussion, but this scene continues. Today's the deadline for the class presentation, but there's no sign of a decision being made. If we don't decide today, it's going to be some kind of exhibition. Watanabe shouted at the podium. The school festival committee members are mainly responsible for communicating with each class, preparing for the school-wide event, and working on the day of the event. The class president is in charge of organizing what the class would do. What? That's a little too much. That's boring. Our classmates complained one after another. I'll make it a majority rule if you keep talking like that. Violence of numbers is terrible. Even though there were only about 30 people in the class, unanimity was an impossible proposition. I'm not saying that majority rule is the best, but deciding by sheer force of number is democracy. Our homeroom teacher is sitting in the corner of the classroom, grading quizzes with his cheek on the floor, looking annoyed. I'll ask those who haven't expressed their opinions so far. Nanbikun, what do you think? Watanabe, who had been pretending to be lost, pointed the spear at me and winked. What kind of wink is that? Sometimes, I don't know what she was thinking. When did you become so close that you can make eye contact? Yui, who's now next to me when we switched seats the other day, grumbled in a voice only I could hear. We didn't even communicate. Cafe, what do you think? Nanbikun, you disappointed me. That idea was discussed many times and was rejected because it was too generic. Watanabe deliberately shook her head. In agreement, some of the boys nodded their heads. Yeah, then made cafe. The next thing that came out of my mouth was the most generic thing I know. I wonder how many times this has been done in school festivals all over the country. Maid. Servant, why would there be a maid in a cafe? What? The reaction was completely different from what I expected. Well, maid cafe is still not a thing this time. Blue Bird in a Shell should have been released, but neither Hanasakyo Maid Squad nor Mambo Matekumo's serialization has started. It was before maids were classified as maids. According to one theory, the maid and maid cafe boom started in the eroge industry and became so generally recognized that it was even featured on TV. The cuteness of the maids is such that even in schools, where non-otaku are in the majority, maid cafes are chosen as class presentations. I guess it is still not time to make that proposal. No, I mean, how about a cafe that focuses on the cuteness of uniforms? You know, like Eureka Miller's, but that's not a cafe, it's a restaurant. I know them. Their uniforms are so cute. The girls responded well. The girls can wear cute uniforms which are expected to attract customers. We can also buy the necessary equipment for the cafe and make it a classroom fixture. If we buy electric pods, we can have tea in classroom every day. What? Isn't that a little too fancy? I'd like to have an after-school tea party. I like it. Maybe they'll invite us boys too. Will there finally be hope for go-home boys? Whether or not the latter half of the fantasy will come true, it seems like I might be decided. Half of the students are giving off an aura of, whatever it is, just decide. Well then, who has objection with the cafe with cute uniforms? That's not a bad way to ask. Also, given the atmosphere, no one would dare raise an objection. All right? Then, it's decided. Watanabe patted her chest in relief and winked again. So, what does that mean? Let's go to Yuri Miller for a preview. The members will be me and Nanbikun, who thought of it. Who else do we need? We don't want to go there with too many members. Watanabe was the one who suggested that. It was before the days of blogs, and websites of the companies were not that well developed. It would certainly be a good idea to take a look at least one of the stores that would be used as a model. Then, the members I designated were Yui and Hattori-san from the clothing club. So, after school, in front of Yuri Miller, I was asked to join the two famous beauties of our school and Nanbikun, whom I sometimes hear rumors about these days. Why did you ask me to join you? Hattori-san said so, and although she was supposed to be wearing the same school uniform, the way she dressed was amazing. I don't know if it is because of the exquisite length of her skirt, the makeup that hits the very edge of not attracting the teacher's attention, or her loosely wavy hair. A slender girl that could be considered as a model was looking at us with her furrowed brow. She would be called a beautiful girl, but with Yui and Watanabe, who are so high-level, standing with her, she can only be buried in the crowd. Most of the people on the streets were staring at our group. It's no wonder people say things like, "Are they filming or something?" This is a combination that never happened in my first life. I heard that Hattori-san is the best at making clothes at the clothing club. You're right, but what does it have to do with you taking me to Yuri Miller? You kidnapped me by saying it's on the house, but let me say this first, I don't have much free time. Kidnapped? That's not a very nice thing to say. I guess she's not fond of being sandwiched by two beautiful girls. Also, she must be quite good as she admits it without modesty. I've heard that even in high school, she already publicly stated that her dream is to be a designer. She even won a prize in some contest or something. I want you to take a good look at those uniforms. I don't mind if it's only that much, but, the uniforms here have a reputation of being cute, so I'd love to take a look myself. Right, that means there's no problem. The other two were tilting their heads. Well, I honestly don't know what's going to happen. It's called an investment. Upon entering the restaurant, I was greeted by a waitress in a cute uniform I had heard so much about. The uniform is an apron-like miniskirt that emphasizes her breasts. It reminded me of the first time in my life when I entered the restaurant with my fellow otakus. We were two guys back then. We were into Welcome to Viva Kakarot, a bishoujo game modeled after Yuri Miller's uniform. Yeah, it's cute. Yes, it's cute. The design is excellent. I guess you can attract all the customers you want in those uniform. All three girls are glued to the waitress uniform. Hey, Hattori-san, do you want to try make that uniform? I looked into Hattori-san's face as I opened the menu. So that's why you brought me here, it's for the cafe or something at the school festival. It's as you guess. I'd like to ask the help of the clothing club. That's a tempting offer, but I must apologize to you now. Our club is supposed to make costumes for the drama club every year. Even if I say that we'll buy the costumes you'll make for us. The clothing club doesn't have much budget to spend on activities, does it? Of around 15 girls. I don't think the budget assigned to the class is enough to pay for that. Heck. You mean you'll do it if we can pay you? How much? The amount of money Hattori offered was not what a high school student could afford with his allowance. However, if you multiply the unit price by the number of hours worked, which is about the same as a part-time job, and add in the limited time express charge, this is what you'll get. Just to verify, if I can give you that much, can you do it for me? If you can. She looked at me as if saying it was impossible. Wait a minute, Nanbikun, our class budget is not enough. Shouldn't we just make it ourselves? Can you make clothes at Hattori-san's quality? No, right? That's true, but when the class project was decided, a survey was conducted, but none of the members could boast that they were good at sewing. The main selling point is the look of the uniform, so I don't want to sacrifice that. Why, you've got a good eye. Hattori-san blushed a bit and hid her mouth using the menu. She seemed like a high-handed girl, but she might be a little cute. Even so, I'm not going to give you a discount. I'll have to find time doing it even though I'm already making clothes for the drama club. Don't worry, I won't bargain. If quality is compromised because of this, we gain nothing. What are you going to do then? You're not going to fill the gap by asking donations, do you? Watanabe was right. Many students will be reluctant to pay out of their own pocket, and it may make the school festival boring if they have a say in the amount of money that goes to the event. Let's order first before talking about the strategy. While eating, I explained the plan. That will certainly solve the money issue. As expected of Kazu, I have no objection. I agree. You think about your class. Since the girls have agreed, all that was left to do was to put it into action. Fortunately, the store was just getting empty. Excuse me. I called out to a woman in her late 20s who was passing by with a nameplate on her chest that read, Manager Sawamura. Yes, do you have an order? No, these girls want to work here part-time, and I was wondering if you could interview them. In that case, please call me later. It was a natural response. However, that is not how it works. The usual route might lead to separate interviews. I would like to speak with you for a few minutes now. I won't take up too much of your time, just speak with the four of us together. The manager looked around the store. Confirming that it was almost empty and that several customers were paying attention to us, she nodded reluctantly. I understand. Please pay your bill. Okay, we've passed the first hurdle. Sit down. The four of us were ushered into an office of about 6 tatami mats. The manager sat down in front of the office desk and offered me a pipe chair she had brought from another room. Excuse me. Yui and I bowed and sat down. Hattori and Watanabe followed suit. We are only looking for girls right now, okay? This was the first thing she said with a stern look on her face. This was in the days when there was still such a thing called pressure interviews. This was before there was a talk that the people who came for interviews might also become customers, or that bad rumors would spread on SNS. This manager probably didn't have any bad intentions. She didn't show it on the surface, but she looked very tired. It doesn't matter. I only want you to hire these two. I think they are visually perfect. Watanabe here is the class president and has a good eye for detail. Shuratori was raised well and has been trained in all aspects of etiquette. She doesn't misbehave and is physically strong. After saying that, I showed the manager the 2 student ID cards I had kept in advance. I will bring you their resumes later. How about it? I'm sure they will be of great help to the store. Are you some kind of salary man who's pretending to be a high school student or something? But you look so young. I'm only 17 years old, Desuyo. I just want to contribute to the sales of this store. What's your point? For the first time, the manager's face turned serious. It's not that she's joking before. I heard that this store's sales are the lowest in the Yuri Miller chain. I suppose there are some location issues, but I thought you might want to reel them in. How did you know all of that? I asked Yui to look into it until after school. Yuri Miller has 5 stores that are easily accessible from the school. Among them, I dared to go for the one with the lowest sales. I have some contacts. Are you really a high school student? If you hire the 2 of them and do us a few favors, we will make a small contribution to the store's sales. Contribution? Your food every day doesn't add up too much, does it? Is that what you mean? I thought she was going to take me seriously, but she's still underestimating me. Well, I'm a high school student after all. It could be said that if we are somewhat underestimated, we can expect them to be more sympathetic and willing to cooperate with us, some pitiful children. Before that, please listen to our favors. I had 2 conditions. The first was to lend Hattori one of their uniforms so that she can copy Yuri Miller's uniform. The second was to use Yuri Miller's name in our school festival. In other words, a collaboration. I might consider secretly lending you a uniform, but I'd have to ask the headquarters about using the name. I'm sure you have to. There, we can simply ask them to set up a negotiating position. We have a hotline with the head office, but I don't think they'll listen to every high school student's call. What if this store's sales double in 2 weeks? It would be a good thing for the company, and it would also improve its image as a company that cares about the local community. With a condition like that, they might at least listen to you, but do you have a plan? Once those words are said, it means we've won. Once we have their interest, all we have to do is produce results. Can you really double the sales a week? On the way back from Yuri Miller, Hattori asked me. In the paper back she's carrying in her hand was a Yuri Miller uniform. It will be okay. From the data Yui checked for me, there were no customers in that store in the first place. I verified that during today's visit. It seems that the overall business is starting to slow down due to price increase, but it's not due to the brand power as other stores are still very popular. Perhaps the price is too high for the location's main targets, students. It is impossible to attract a large number of students just because their uniforms are cute. However, the good news is that it is not necessary to increase the turnover rate or the price per customer. As long as we can attract people, that's all that matters. If it has to be a long-term project, it will be tough, but since it's only a short-term project, we can do it. I'd like you to start making clothes right away, but for today, leave me those uniforms. You're not going to use it for something weird, are you? Hattori looked at me with a stern expression. I don't intend to do something that will make others look at me that way. I'll just start the use the girls' cuteness to attract customers plan. I'm not sure if the other girls in the class would be willing to work part-time for it, but it would be great if there are 5 more cute girls who will do it. Watanabe tilted her head and said, yeah. Her cute gesture is probably more of a habit than a calculation. I'll have the manager to interview some additional cute girls from my class. The condition I'll tell her is to attract more customers. By the way, how did you come up with the idea of having Hattori-san make costumes for us with the money we will earn from our part-time jobs at Yuri Miller? Yui asked me impressed. Subcontracting to subcontractors, sub-subcontractors, and great subcontractors is a Japanese family tradition. The company I worked for was on the receiving end, and that's why it's so black. This time, it was an equal contract. The part-timers can get on job training at the restaurant, and if they work well, they will impress the manager. If the collaboration is successful, we can advertise our class at the store. 3 birds with 1 stone, right? As expected of you. I'll do my best. By the way, can you stop by my place? You want to? It's fine. Why are you blushing? I'm not going to do anything weird. I knew you guys would use these uniforms. I'm not trying to do something weird. Since she's here, I might as well ask Watanabe to come too. What? Why do you want to bring 2 of the most popular girls in school home? The fact that she calls herself popular is very Watanabe-like. I guess let's just do it in school. The sun is going down, so let's do it tomorrow. I'm sorry, but can you bring the costumes after school tomorrow? It would be troublesome to be suspected of planning something strange. Why do you look so disappointed? Yui? It was lunchtime the day after our visit to Yuri Miller. I asked Yui to change into her Yuri Miller uniform in the locker room. Shiratori-san is wearing a Yuri Miller uniform. Oi, go get the others. Oh, amazing. This is the first time I've seen Yuri Miller uniform with black tights. Just a short walk down the hallway brought a tremendous number of stares at Yui, regardless of grade. Since it was just before the school festival, there were some sets in the hallway and the atmosphere inside the school was different from usual. Even so, the presence of Yui in her Yuri Miller uniform is outstanding. This attention is all part of the plan. Yui, who's accustomed to being the center of attention, is trying to look nonchalant, but as expected, she looks a little embarrassed. We are heading for the photography club. This is to have them make flyers and posters. The model is, of course, Yui. At first, we thought about having a relaxed photo shoot at home, but we didn't have the equipment and the pictures would look cheap. If we were going to push the idea of high school students, school would be the best place. The model is Shiratori-san? Oh, of course. I'm already happy just to be allowed to take pictures. Marumegen-kun, a member of the photography club, agreed to cooperate with the photo shoot. Apparently, he is also Yui's fan. We chose a hall with a view of the courtyard. The angle was such that the classroom could be seen in the background. The location would give a sense of openness and student-like atmosphere. It also gets good sunlight. I handed Yui a tray that I had borrowed from the cooking club in advance. All she needs to do is pose to the pose she likes. Even if you ask me to pose, all I've ever taken are family photos. Yui says so, but she still smiles and poses. Incredible Desu Yo. I'm so happy to be able to take pictures. The cameraman's tension is also rising. The hall was filled with students who wanted to catch a glimpse of the photo shoot. By the way, this uniform, with its emphasis on breasts, is so destructive when Yui wears it. Just by changing her pose a little, her breasts are swaying. The buttons on her blouse seem to be about to pop off. After all the shots were taken, I told Yui, line without voice. I will be working part-time at Yuri Miller in front of the station for a limited time before the school festival. I will be taking orders from customers starting tomorrow, so I hope you all come. Woo-ah, I will definitely go. Yui chuckled and the crowd cheered so loudly that the glass almost shattered. Seeing this excitement, I'm starting to think that on campus alone would be enough to double the sales. After that, we took a short detour to the locker room for publicity, and now it was Watanabe's turn. Although not as popular as Yui, Watanabe was also very popular at school. As she moved through the corridors, she would sometimes smile and wave her hand, causing the boys' faces go squishy. She's even more affable than Yui in this area. They are a well-balanced combination. I would love to have a picture of the two of them side by side, but there's only one uniform. It would have been relatively easy to create a simple edited photo in the 2000s or later. In this day and age, amateur photoshoppers would inevitably show faults. Since that is the case, it would be better to do something about it on the poster design side. Shiratori-san, Ado, It's amazing that two beauties are now working at the store. I'm definitely going. I wonder why they're filing in the campus. Did Yuri Miller also notice Shiratori-san's beauty? When Watanabe's photo shoot was over, cheers and applause erupted. That should be enough publicity for on campus. Now it's time to advertise outside campus. Posters in train stations might be effective, but they are expensive. TV commercials are out of the question. However, I do have a plan. However, we can only do so after school. After school, on the day of the photo shoot, I was walking along a shopping street near the school. Knowing that it will shutter in the next 5 years, as the effect of a big shopping center, I felt a little sad. Next to me is not Yui. It's the other member of the school festival committee of our class, Yuzano Mimi. She is a bob-cut girl with long bangs that cover her eyes. She wears one side of her hair in a braid and has a habit of playing with it. She is around the same height as Futaba and is always reading in the corner of the classroom. She is small in stature and has little presence, so she has a strong image of being a member of the library committee, but like me, she was sent to the school festival committee due to draw lots. Nanbikun is amazing. Yuzano said so in her usual downcast manner. What do you mean? You can speak with a sparkling person like Watanabe-san, you also get along with Shiratori-san, and above all, I feel like the class is running on Nanbikun's opinion. You pay too much attention to it than necessary. It just happened to work. The results are not a coincidence. It works because Nanbikun is amazing. It's because I'm like cheating. I have several lives worth of experience due to my past life in this world and the other world. It's not something to brag about. I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, I admire you, You used to be the type of person who didn't stand out like me, but you're amazing. Yuzano's face, which is always downcast, turned down even more. Our goal is to find a store in the shopping district that will sponsor the school festival. In exchange for the advertising in the brochures and the school festival itself, they'll sponsor us with discounts on purchase materials. We have already talked to the stores that have been cooperating with us every year, and today, we are going to make an additional dive into the market. I have already called in advance to the store I'm going to talk to. Thank you very much. After visiting several stores, we got a sponsor at a new tableware shop. It is a store that deals in high-end tableware of both Japanese and Western styles. They said they would lend us the tableware for adults for our guests. However, as you can imagine, they don't have cheap ones that we can rent in our imitation cafe. I have one more question, if you don't mind. What is it? The shy, middle-aged male owner stares at me while his bald head shines. However, I know that this mister is not scary. He always looks grumpy, but he listens carefully to what I have to say. I also know that, when there are no customers, he is always behind the country looking at photo books of gravure idols. I'm not talking about the school as a whole, but only for my class. We're going to have an imitation cafe. Imitation? Yes, we're going to imitate Yuri Miller. Our girls will wear Yuri Miller's style uniform and open a cafe. I showed the owner the flyer I had made on the school's computer during the day. I made Yui and Watanabe's picture as big as possible in the flyer. The flyer was made to look like an advertisement for a class performance with a cute little speech balloon at the end that reads, "We are currently working part-time at Yuri Miller." It also has the name of the store, and this version of flyer is actually a guide to Yuri Miller. This is quite. The owner's eyes are glued on Yui's chest, just as planned. We'd like to do an imitation cafe for our class, and we'd like to do it in earnest, not on paper plates or anything like that. So, I was wondering if you could recommend a route where we could get inexpensive ceramic plates, not to say tableware like the ones in this store. We will have to do some washing, and the turnover rate will inevitably be lower compared to using just paper plates and paper cups. However, my policy is to raise the price as much as possible. Although it is a basic rule of thumb to offer inexpensive food at school festivals, it is a fact that customers often have loose strings on their wallets. The strategy is to use paper cups on Saturday, when the festival is held only for students, and use ceramic tableware on Sunday, when the festival is open to the public. I see. What would be the advantage of cooperating with you? Even though we have stores in front of the same station, the chain stores are, in a sense, rivals in the shopping district. The owner has a point. Of course, I have already prepared an answer to that question. If you help us, we will advertise your store at our imitation store. Also, please let us put up a poster made from this flyer in your store. It will attract customers to our booth, and at the same time, we think it will enhance your reputation as a contributor to the local school. We will put the words, "We are cooperation with the school festival," on the poster. You mean a poster similar to this picture, Omu. I am getting a little sick of handing over the photo to someone who is so attracted to Yui's body, but there's nothing I can do here. Understood, I'll cooperate. Thank you very much. Yuzano and I bowed together. We'll advertise this store in our class too. We'll say that the owner is a nice guy. I did not forget to woo him a little upon leaving the store. You're so amazing when you were negotiating with the owner. Yuzano looked up at me with the eyes behind her bangs. Restaurant chains are basically rivals, but tableware business don't compete with each other for customers. We've already investigated that tableware store as the go-to place of the manager of Yuri Miller. Conversely, the owner of the tableware store is also a Yuri Miller patron. That's in addition to their commercial relationship. And these flyers are amazing. I had a hard time using the software due to its lack of functionality. The style sense I used to make the flyer and posters were future standards. During my Black Company days, I was forced to create materials that had to look good. Although not as good as professional designers, it should be good looking. Taking advantage of my position as a member of the school festival committee, I was able to secure 4 sponsorships for our class. The most significant of these were being able to obtain materials for the uniforms from a handicraft store and a discount on posters from a printing company. Of course, having posters on the wall did not necessarily double Yuri Miller's sales, though I still have a few more tricks up on my sleeve. Nanbakun, are you really a high schooler? I feel like you're more reliable than a teacher. When I was a high schooler, I never thought of negotiating with people outside the school. I'm just a normal high schooler who can't do what he wants without relying on adults. I don't think a normal high school student would say that. No, I'm glad Nanbakun was here. I'm sure I couldn't have done anything on my own. I'm sure you'll be fine on your own. By the way, I have something I want Yuzano to do. Me, is there anything I can do? You're good at computer, aren't you? I only know how to mess up a few things because I like it. That's good enough. That ability will definitely help you in the future, and more importantly, we need it now more than ever. Is that so? As usual, her eyes are hidden by her bangs, but I think I hear a little joy mixed into the tone of her voice. What exactly do I have to do? Build a website. I've tried messing around with HTML for a while, but I've never made a website. That's good enough. I'll teach you how to make it. Nanbakun knows about computer too. In another 3 years, such knowledge would be easily available. The internet is still not very common at this time, but it's soon become an infrastructure. As someone who loves the underground atmosphere of the internet, I'm a little sad. And try making it like this. Fua, you really know a lot. After finishing our work at the shopping district, Yuzano and I came to our school's computer lab. I taught Yuzano how to make a homepage in a hands-on format. Even so, given today's connection speeds and specs, it's difficult to display even a single image. Should we set up a counter too? I no longer remember when this culture disappeared. I miss the days when the number of website visitors can be viewed. The fact that the internet is not widely used means that there are not many people who can see it. I don't think it's naive to think that you can attract customers just by creating a website. I thought about doing it myself on Hercurin and Zhuichan channel, but those sites don't exist yet. I don't know if this will work, but it's one of the milestones. We just have to do everything we can. All right, that's about it. The production is quite simple, but the important thing is that Yui and Watanabe's pictures are on the site, so I don't need to go into details. Considering the connection speed, this is rather better. By the way, in college school festivals, it is a standard practice to invite entertainers. Few high schools have the budget to do so, but this year, they are planning to invite a local FM radio DJ. As a radio personality, the DJ invited can be considered as popular. He is a popular onasin among the middle and high schoolers because of his sharp love advices. As a member of the executive committee, it was my role to contact him. Let me take advantage of my position. I sent a postcard to the radio personality. The content was to thank him for coming to the school festival and to mention that high school students even set up their own website dedicated to the festival. At the time, such activities were rare, and the story had a good chance of being picked up by the late-night radio station. Of course, I put a picture of Yui and Watanabe on it. 2 days later, my postcard was picked up by the radio just as planned. My first radio postcard in my first life was dedicated to a voice actress I liked that time. Can you blame me for it? In addition to that, I asked Yui and Watanabe to wear 2 uniforms that Hattori had made for them, giving them priority over the drama club, and went to the shopping district. Our purpose was to put up posters in stores that are willing to cooperate with us. By having them come with me, we could avoid the stores saying, "We'll put up the posters later." If that would be the case, I am certain that they would forget about it. The strategy worked, and we were allowed to use the most conspicuous areas of each store and windows facing outside. Yui's captivating atmosphere was enough to make adults nod their heads in approval. On top of that, walking through the shopping district wearing uniforms that looked just like Yuri Miller's was a great publicity stunt. Watanabe is very useful in these situations. She casually chatted with people on the street saying things like, "I'm working part-time there, so please come by," or "I'll be there on the day of the school festival." This kind of natural communicative ability is difficult for me, a loner at heart, to imitate. Don't get me wrong, I can do it too, but it's quite stressful. It's amazing to be able to do it naturally. Yui and the others were also asked to hand out tissues in their part-time jobs. This was purely to attract customers to Yuri Miller, and the expenses were paid by Yuri Miller. This was an imitation of the maids handing out tissues in Akihabara. In addition, I had the website become Yui and the others' online friend diary. They posted pictures of small things that happened during the part-time jobs and preparation for the class. This was a time when blogs were still a novelty. In addition to the girls' cuteness, their rarity, and the publicity they received on the radio and the shopping district also helped, and the number of views at the counter increased a lot. Then came the promised date for the double sales. I went to the restaurant with Yuzano and found that it was, as I had heard, very busy. There was a long line of people waiting outside. About half of them were our male students who were supposed to be busy preparing for the school festival. It was still before regular hours, but a few salary-man-like male customers can be seen here and there. Every once in a while, the manager comes outside to explain the restaurant can no longer accommodate those who will line up. This is not a line you would expect to hear at a restaurant catering for the masses. The number of customers is beyond my expectations. "Era, Nambikun, you're here." The manager beckoned me upon entering. Yuzano and I entered the restaurant through the employee entrance. Yui, Watanabe, and 2 more classmates were working in the store. "Are you ready to order?" Watanabe was serving a customer. "I also recommend this one. But it's over my budget. I would be very happy if you order it from me." "Tahai then, please." A male customer, who was smitten by Watanabe's smile, decided to order more. That's a little too much. The male customer's eyes were moving back and forth between her face, chest, and thighs. "Well, I understand how you feel. How about together with this one?" On the other hand, Yui is also smiling and making recommendations to the customers. Her smile is so beautiful that you can't help but admire it, but you can also feel an inexpressible pressure. Then please do so, and this one too." The salary man that gives off an atmosphere of a salesman skipping work even orders something he is not recommended to order. She's in contrast with Watanabe, who's attracting customers with her friendliness. As you can see, it was a great success. Not only the number of customers, but the sales per customer are amazing. The manager was thrilled to see it. "I'm glad to hear that. Is it possible to speak with a higher-up then?" "Of course. Rather, I received an inquiry from the head office. They said, if there's such an interesting high school student, we would like to meet him. The president of the company is coming tomorrow. Can you make time? I'll come no matter what happens." "Okay. See you tomorrow then." I didn't think it would go this well, but the real game is tomorrow. If they say they won't even allow us to use similar uniforms after we've come this far, our plan will fall apart at the drop of a hat. Let's make sure that won't happen. The president of Yuri Miller was an ageless woman. She looked quite young, but her makeup made her look like an Arafu. She was dressed in a pantsuit and shining rimless glasses. Nice to meet you. I'm Yuri Miller's president, Ibuki. The meeting place was the store's office. The president is sitting on the chair where the manager sat the other day, and the manager is standing beside her. Nanba Desu, pleased to meet you. Heh, you're as imposing as the report says for a high school student. Why don't you sit down? You too. The president recommended me and the manager to sit. I know you're busy, so I'll get right to the point. Era, if you're really going to ask me, I wouldn't mind having a little fun chat with a high school boy. The president smiled, but the tension in the office didn't seem to loosen at all. Is this the aura of a person who stands on top? However, I can't afford to lose. Let's get to down after the main subject. Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for the great contribution you've made to our restaurant sales. No, we have a favor to ask of you too, so consider that a present. Fu, present, is it? You really don't sound like a high school student. Okay, go ahead and say it. Our class is going to run a cafe at our school festival, and we would like to formalize our partnership. Can you be more specific? Here it is. For the first time, the smile on the president's face faded. I guess it meant business at this point. I have 3 requests. We would like to be allowed to use uniforms and interior design similar to Yuri Miller. We would like to be able to use the word Yuri Miller style on our sign. And please allow us to copy some of the items on your menu. I see. You should have prepared some advantages for us as well, don't you? Of course. During the school festival, we will do our best to promote this branch as a store that contributes to the community. We are also thinking of having the radio personalities the school invited to promote the store at the school festival by offering them some of the food from this store. Heck, you negotiate like an adult. For a high schooler, I'd say most would suggest things related to motivation and money. Unfortunately, our budget is fixed. Honest. Good. That's something considered as sweets in negotiations, but I think it's fun to have connection with you. Then. However, my happiness was suddenly interrupted by the president. We will not tolerate half-heartedness if you're going to use our name. Food and drinks will be provided by us. I'm grateful, but that would cost us. If they can provide food and drinks, that would be for the best in terms of food quality. It's no longer an imitation of Yuri Miller, but the store itself. However, we were planning to purchase only the cheapest materials, and we were not sure if we would have enough funds to do it. You don't have to worry about that. You can pay later. We'll give you a loan at a price that won't generate much profit for us. That's too good to be true? Ah, I see. To pay for the unsold part, we'll extend Yui and others' part-time work period. No matter how it turns out, Yuri Miller will not suffer a loss. On the contrary, it is more like a win-win situation since the part-time workers who can attract customers will stay longer. You're pretty good to have thought of that. I don't see how you won't sell out with you running things. I hope so. However, if they had to continue their part-time job, how much will they be paid for? Standard rate? No raise, of course. Understood. I accept your conditions. Wait a minute, I still have one more condition. What is it? I want to check the quality of your uniforms. That's an obvious request. I knew you would request that, so I brought a prototype. As expected, you are well prepared. This is. The president carefully checks the uniform made by Hattori. The basic structure of the uniform is the same as the uniform of Yuri Miller, but Hattori has arranged the use of fine ruffles and colors. The pink-toned uniform may honestly be cuter than the real one. High school students these days are amazing. I have no complaints. The person who made this is the kind of person we want in our company. I'll tell her that. Then, a contract has been established. Do you want to write it? Unnecessary, I got it on tape. I glanced at the voice recorder in my breast pocket. I'm not a fan of unauthorized recordings, but you're really shrewd. However, since you showed it to me, that means you trust us, right? Of course. I would never cheat or suspect someone of your caliber. I want my employees to learn from you. When you graduate, why don't you work with us? I don't even mind if you go to college at the same time. I'll think about it. The president smiled at my answer. Can I ask you one last question? Of course. Why are you so determined? Did you bet with a girl about the sales or something? I want the school festival to be full of good memories for someone. That's all. Youth. That's kind of embarrassing. It will turn into something you'll remember for a long time. I know that feeling well enough. After completing the negotiations, I lightly called out the busy part-timers and returned to the school to find the teary-eyed Yuzano in the school festival committee preparation room. Nambi-kun, I'm done for. What happened? On the desk to which Yuzano was looking at is a stack of papers thicker than a phone directory. She is frantically copying numbers from one sheet of paper to another while tapping her calculator. I forgot to do the interim report on the budget and the additional budget application. If I don't get it done today, it won't be able to make it in tomorrow's meeting. I'll help you. But this is supposed to be my job and... Ma, we're a team. It's my fault for not noticing that Yuzano was very busy. No, I'd feel bad also, thanks and sorry. Yuzano said in a muffled voice. I'll accept your gratitude, but you don't have anything to apologize for. However, there is quite a bit of work to be done, and there's only 1 hour left before school closes. Perhaps there was some incident in the past, but even before the school festival, they are very strict about the time students must leave the school. If we stay behind, the whole class would be penalized. The same is true even if it is a job related to the committee. Since money is involved, we can't just take them home. The computer room is still open, right? I think so. All right, let's get this done in one fell swoop. It's not something that can be completed manually. Even if we tried to do so, it would probably be ridden with errors. In that case, I would have to rely on spreadsheet software. When we arrived at the computer room, we wrote our names on the entry record and hurriedly turned the computer on. There are 2 operating systems on the computers in this room, DOS and Macintosh. I chose DOS. In the future, Macintosh will look stylish and stable, but during this time, it is buggy and always freezes. Boot time is too slow. Please make an SSD already. It's an hour until the school kicks us out, but this room will close half an hour before that. I'm sure we can stick around for a bit, but I don't even want to spend time struggling here. There are about 30 units in the computer room and only a few users. I took a quick look around at the users' screens and approached a first-year boy who was killing time with a Minesweeper game. I also turned on the computer next to him. Excuse me, can I use your unit? No, there are plenty of other units. I've stored important data on that unit. I need it right now. But... The boy deftly disposed of a bomb. I thought it was just a way to pass time, but it seems to be more serious. Our class will be operating a Yuri Miller-style cafe. I'll give you priority entry. No way. Are, aren't you that senpai? Nanba-san. I don't know if there's any other Nanba, but it's probably me. You, understood. Please use it to Yo. The male student happily left the unit. Yuzano, I'll make the templates and we'll both do the typing when it's done. Just wait here for a minute. Fu, 2 of us working together, side by side. What are you talking about? This is no time to be fidgety. The template I'm going to make should be completed once the computer next to me starts up, so please sort the documents for easy input. I said that while using the mouse and keyboard. The function we need is good. It can already be used in this version. I thought it would be harder to use since the interface changed a lot, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The default palette of colors is also better. Filter sorting doesn't have ascending-descending order. The help is whale, nostalgic but disturbing. All I want to know is how to get rid of you. Oh no. Old computers were so hard to use. Done. I only need to send it to Yuzano using the chat tool or not. That thing doesn't exist yet. Do you have a USB FL, floppy disk or something? I have this. All right. Yuzano took out a zip. Not the file compression format, but a zip drive. It's a thick floppy disk-like device, and this thing can store up to 100 MB of data. Exactly 100 megashock. No, the unit of measurement is bit. Although not widely used in Japan, it is a file device that is much faster to write to than an MO. While I was thinking about that, the copying was completed. Yuzano, sit here and type in the documents. When you're done, let's merge it with mine. Merge? What kind of mage monster is that? We're not here to talk about Octopus Quest. Just do it. Are you a gamer? You look like one, though. Why, yeah, right, I'll do my best. This girl is usually very serious, but sometimes her thoughts go off in a strange direction. While Yuzano and I were quietly typing, a male teacher, who seemed to be in charge of this place, came up to us. It's time to close. Excuse me, but we just need 10 more minutes. We are committee members, and we need to submit this by the end of the day. I said that, but I continued typing with my hands. Is that so? Oh, you type fast. How on earth did you, that sheet, it's very well done. Right, Dessous. Impressive. It's easy to read, and there's even automatic calculations. Your summary sheet is also very well done. It was a time when even the teachers in charge of computer education were in short supply, and even reading in Yaha was questionable. The first-year teachers called it Yaha for a year, but the correct term is Yaha. Sensei will get this done as soon as possible. Sorry. All right, 10 minutes. With his permission, I concentrated all my energy on typing. I'm not saying anything, but when a word that used to be common suddenly becomes popular, it's harder to use because people will think that you're going with the trend, right? With 5 minutes left until the appointed time, the two of us finished our input work. Now, we put the file on the zip and merge it using copy and paste. A quick mental check on the result shows that we're good to go. Just print it tomorrow morning. We've really finished it. Yuzano was holding the zip I had given her with her mouth wide open. Sensei, thank you very much. Yeah, good job. Let's talk about computers next time. I see you're a man of culture as well. I don't dislike it. See you after the school festival. With that, Yuzano and I left the computer room. The sun has almost set and the moon has begun to appear in the sky. I was walking with Yuzano along the road leading to the station. Yuha, I don't know what to say, but I want to be a good communicator. Thank you for today. Yuzano said, and as usual, while looking down. Don't be so hard on yourself. Just help me back if I need help. That's not what I'm worried about. Why are you blushing? I'm afraid Shiratori-san will get mad at me. What are you talking about? Because we are going home together and people would think we're having an affair. Too pure, too bright. Was it like this in high school? I don't think anyone would say we're having an affair. Also, it's not like I'm dating Yui to begin with. What, really? I thought you were into Shiratori-san's big tits and black tights. What the heck are you talking about? Well, she is the most important person in my life. Right, you can even say it clearly. And there's also Futaba, but I can't compare her to my family. I'm looking forward to the school festival. This is the first time in my life I feel like this. I've never done anything like this before, and I didn't even want to be on the committee, but I just couldn't bring myself to say no. I know how you feel. You're talking about the part of looking forward to the school festival, but being the first time you're actively doing things for it, right? You can say that. I knew it. I've always, though we're the same species. I'm like you after all. The kind of guy who always read in the corner of the classroom, a fellow otaku. I wasn't as adept at mimicry as Nanbikun though. I guess it was obvious. Exactly, it's deep in your heart after all. My half-hearted replies are hurting my heart. However, Nanbikun, you've changed a lot these days. Really? Yes, you did. Not only you do a lot of things now, but you also feel very mature. Did something happen? No way. Could it be that you climbed the stairs to adulthood? Nothing like that. I have a feeling that Yuzano was getting slightly off topic. I think Yuzano's the one who's changed. Me? Right, I never thought about going home alone with a boy. It's been easy to speak with you. That's because I'm talking to Nanbikun. I guess that's because we are fellow men of culture. I'd like to think there's more to it than that. I thought I saw Yuzano's shy eyes through the gap in her bangs, illuminated by the outside light. And so, it is the day before the school festival. There were no classes today, and the whole day was devoted to preparations. The school is filled with students busily preparing for the festival. They were busy, but seemed to be having fun. Such a scene is something special, something you won't see at work or in another world. The classrooms were decorated in Yuri Miller style, creating a completely different atmosphere than usual. The preparation of the decorations was done by members other than the girls who work part-time in Yuri Miller. They also worked diligently every day to make small items. To be honest, I'm not very good at it, but the whole class was working together to make it happen. When the budget ran a little short, it was probably a good thing that some volunteered to work part-time. I also participated by working in a moving company, and it was very useful. I was surprised how kind the people around me were, and I had good memories of getting a little extra money for my part-time job. The other part-timers also seemed to have a lot of fun. Yui was happy to have made friends with some of the girls in our class. All right, everyone. It's time for the unveiling. Watanabe was the only one who peeked out of the classroom door. At her signal, a group of girls dressed in the uniform Hattori had made for them entered the classroom. Ooh, The boys' cheer echoed down the hallway. We had prepared 10 uniforms. The girls will wear these uniforms throughout the shift, but this time, the group is made up of the cutest girls in our class. Watanabe probably chose the members. Shiratori-san's chests are emphasized. Thank you, I'd have to go with Watanabe-chan. The ex-Jaru Matsuri-chan is good too. Prefer Jaru though. While Watanabe and Yui have been in the spotlight, it seems like the neat and tidy version of Anamatsuri has her own fans. What? Who's that girl in the end? Do we have that cute girl in our class? Is she a helper? In the midst of all of this, attention was drawn to a beautiful girl with big tits who was fidgeting in the corner of the classroom while holding her skirt. How is it? The beautiful girl came a little closer to me who was just nearby. Ah, it looks good on you. Thanks. The beautiful girl's face turned bright red and she looked down. Hey Nanba, who's that girl? I was poked in my side by my fellow otaku, Sadu. What are you talking about? She's obviously Yuzano. What? The boys were so surprised that Yuzano got scared and hid behind me. She had her long bangs pulled up in a white hairband. He looks very pretty when her face is showing up. Boys, what are you doing? Mimi is doing her best. She's been so busy with the committee work that she wasn't able to come to class. I asked her to wear a costume, and this is the result. She's a gem. Watanabe proudly puffed her chest out, but there's a hint of regret in her voice. However, it is at a level where no one in the class would notice. No way to think Yuzano was this cute. Isn't that great? Ah no, can I go change my clothes now? Frightened by the reaction of the boys of our class, Yuzano was shivering behind me. Sorry, you can change. When Yuzano saw Watanabe wink and give her a thumbs up, she left the classroom. It looks like you and Yuzano have become good friends. The one who approached me without a sound of footsteps was Yui. Both her lips and eyes are smiling. However, as a childhood friend, I could tell. It's the look on one's face when you're suppressing the emotions that are about to explode inside of you. I guess so. It's a good thing, isn't it? Yui looks a little sad and looks away from me. The more people enjoy the school festival, the more you'll find it fun, am I right, Yui? Ah, right, I see. Yeah, thanks. I think this was enough to convey my desire for Yui to enjoy the school festival. Yui replied with a big smile. It is Friday, the first day of the school festival. The first day is off limits to all but those from the school. Tomorrow is the big day, when the general public can freely visit, but today is today, and there is a sense of festivities among our own people. For the executive committee, it is also a rehearsal for tomorrow's event. The committee members will sometimes be paired up by class and sometimes run around the school alone. However, the lack of inquiries from the general public on the first day means that there will be fewer problems. The main tasks are stage management and coordination with each class. No unresolved issue in the morning. This year's executive committee members are excellent, says the executive committee advisor. The time was 13:30, and I finally got a break, though a short one. Even though there were no major problems, when you follow up with unfamiliar members of the team, things will inevitably won't go as planned. Let's have lunch in class. Okay. I headed to our class with Yuzano, who was going on break with me. As we approached the classroom, we saw the long line of students in the hallway. There were nearly 100 students lined up from the entrance to the student holding the end of line sign. The end of line sign was my idea. It was knowledge I had acquired at a doujinshi sale. The sign there reads, "There is a possibility that you may not be able to enter today." Ah, Nanba-kun and Mimi-chan, this way. Watanabe, who was standing in line in a Yuri Miller uniform, noticed me and Yuzano. We were not taken to our own classroom, which was used as a dining area, but to the next classroom, where the cooking and preparations were being done. The classroom after that has a chorus stage performance, so I have borrowed it out for costume changing. Kazu, you came here for lunch, right? Wait here for a minute. Yui, who seemed to be the most popular girl in the class, showed us around. She leads us to a desk in the corner of the preparation room. I only need something to eat. Leftover is fine, me too. Yuzano was still a bit shy in front of everyone but me. Leftover, is it? We have a little surplus and we're going to sell out soon. Looks like it. The line was long after all. Also, I don't think anyone in the class would complain if we prioritize Kazu's food. I'm glad I'm being appreciated, but it's a little frustrating that I can't get used to it. Then, give me your recommendations. Okay. I'll take a break and the three of us can eat together. I haven't eaten yet either. He's got himself another beautiful girl. Damn, Mimi-chan's going to be taken away by Nanba too. I'm pierced by the resentful stares of the boys in the kitchen. As soon as they found that Mimi-chan is cute, they started acting like that. High school boys are really useless. Watanabe, who was watching the situation, quietly whispered to Yuzano. No, that's... Fufufu, I love it when you look troubled like that. Watanabe patted Yuzano on the head and then moved away. I guess Watanabe-san likes you. Yui appeared again. She has a tray with gratin and iced tea for 3. The gratin was chosen for the menu because it can easily be heated in the microwave and still tastes just like at the restaurant. Shiratori-san isn't here. We started hearing comments like that from the classroom next door. You're very popular. Yeah, right. Yui gave me a troubled smile. The first day of the festival ended without any major problems on the part of both the classes and the committee members. A lot of people weren't able to enter our class restaurant, but Watanabe was able to calm them down. She's really impressive in this kind of thing. No, tomorrow's the problem. I just hope that nothing will happen. Kazu, everything will be all right. Yui said something like that on our way home, but it sounded like a flag. At last, the second day of the school festival, the day were open for everyone. The school was crowded from morning with visitors of all ages and genders. Yuzano and I, who were wearing armbands of the executive committee, were often talked to by the visitors. Most of them asked us, where is the Yuri Miller Cafe? All according to plan. It's overcapacity with just a glance, but given their experience yesterday, I'm sure Yui and her team will be able to take care of it. I still have to guide our guest over here. One of the main attractions of the Open for all day is the talk show and public recording of a popular radio personality. It is still fresh in my memory that I was allowed to use it to promote our Yuri Miller Cafe. My job is to guide the personality. I'm temporarily separated from Yuzano for this job. Welcome, I am Nanba, member of the executive committee. When the personality showed up at the entrance, I guided him to the waiting room. I had already secured a route that would not be easily seen by the general public. Hello. You're the one who sent me the postcard, right? You've got great wisdom, aren't you? When I was still a high schooler, I was dumb. I just happened to think of it. That might be so, but not everyone has the ability to do what they thought. Thanks for your praise. I managed to get the personality into the waiting room while having a conversation like that. Just then, Yui appeared, carrying a gift box. I had asked her to deliver them this time. The tableware was good stuff borrowed from the shopping district that I asked to cooperate with. Whoa, is that your uniform? That's so cute. I think the model wearing it is cuter. Hey, Kazu. Yui, who should be used to being told of things like that, unusually turned bright red. What? Are you guys dating? I envy you. You can't find such a beautiful girl even in our office. We're not dating, though. Oya, is that so? I said something unnecessary. This Anasan is rooting for you two's future. Excuse me. Yui thanked him with a bright red face and left the waiting room. Please wait here for a moment. Before your turn, the person in charge will come to explain and guide you. I bowed and left the waiting room. From here on, it was the main stage manager's job. I'm now on my 30-minute lunch break. I looked at my watch and saw that it was now 1300. Things are proceeding as planned. I headed for my class. It's a very crowded place today, so I don't think I'll be able to eat there. Kaya. As I turned the corner of the hallway leading to my classroom, I almost bumped into Yuzano, who was coming from the opposite side of the hallway. Great, I found you. You were looking for me? Yeah. That's... Yuzano became even more timid than usual. What's wrong? I just thought that since it is crowded everywhere in the school, I made Nanbikun's bento. The other day, you helped me with the budget work, right? So I thought I had to thank you for that and invite you to join me. Yuzano showed a big drawstring bag. If that was the bento, it would be enough for 2. Thanks. Then let's eat fast, our break time's short. Why yeah. Since she said it's her way of thanking me, I shouldn't say no. I didn't promise to go check on the class, and everyone's good enough to deal with everything. I'll just eat this bento gratefully. Even though it is a school festival. Or rather, because of this, there are spots on the campus where people don't come. Places that are off limits to the general public and not used by any class or the committee. One of those places was the corner of this hallway. I took down 2 chairs that some class had taken out from the classroom and piled up and sat down facing Yuzano. Before coming here, I received a text from Yui saying, "Let's have lunch," but I declined. Now then, let's eat. I turned around, and there in front of me was Yuzano with her hair band up in front of her head, and a small apron wrapped around her waist. She's really cute if she's like this. Please. Yuzano looked anxious as she held out the bento to me, looking at me up and then looking down. Ah, thanks. Seeing Yuzano like that makes me feel embarrassed as well. The bento is elaborate with karaj, tamagyaki, takikomi gohan, and octopus weiner. It tasted like frozen food. The takikomi gohan is probably cooked along with the rice in the pot. Perhaps the only handmade one here is the tamagyaki. I was used to the professional-like cooking of Yui and Futaba, but I guess this one's normal. I think this is better than a food fiasco. Above all, I'm grateful that she prepared it for me. Yui probably won't have much time to cook for me today. Ah, I put the octopus wiener in there. I put octopus wiener there. Why are you blushing? Aren't you being too paranoid? I'm not a junior high school boy. I also made consommé soup. Yuzano poured consommé soup with small, chopped onions from a water bottle. Consomme soup can both mean doping and good luck. Why? Ah, that series has yet to air. No, I mean hot soup is invigorating after all. All right, then, customer-sama, here you go. Yuzano handed me a bowl of soup. She currently has the reddest face she has ever shown. I thought to myself, if you're embarrassed, then don't do it. Even so, I'm glad that she did a little fan service. You're pushing yourself, aren't you? Quite a bit. However, I wanted to try this for a while. I thought I would be okay with Nambi-kun. I guess you've changed. I guess so. I swallowed the line. With that smile, you could make any man fall for you. It's not a line I should say. Thanks, now I can continue working this afternoon. After taking a break and eating Yuzano's bento, I stood up. Thanks for your hard work. Shyly smiling, Yuzano removes her apron and pulls her bangs down. She still doesn't like to show her eyes in public. There may be a reason why she is doing this, but it's probably not something I should ask. Let's go check out the stage. I'm sure the radio personality talk show is still ongoing. It's break time. Am I allowed to go with you? Don't hesitate with something like that. I don't mind. I see, right? Yeah, let's go. I didn't think she'd be this happy. Yuzano and I headed for the gymnasium, which served as the main stage. Weird, the hallway leading to the gymnasium gradually became less and less crowded. This is human dispersing effect of variance. Yuzano, listen, get as far away from the gym as you can. Wait, Nambi-kun, why? Leaving Yuzano, who raised her voice in doubt, I dashed to the gymnasium. The door to the gymnasium is closed, and from inside, one can hear the presence of a number of people, laughter, etc. Even so, the human dispersing effect is working, and I can't see anyone around the entrance of the gymnasium. I focused my magic power in my eyes and looked at the gymnasium. I can sense magic power naturally, but when the area is highly concealed, I have to do something like this. I think I have a better ability than a top-notch search-specialized person that uses expensive magic tools and spends a considerable amount of time on searching. Even so, there are still barriers that are so blended with the surrounding that I barely notice them. The barrier we saw at the shrine blended with the surrounding magic power, but this time, it is concealed that magic power itself is difficult to detect. From the inside of the gymnasium, I could hear voices and even feel the people's presence. These must all be mimicry. This alone is enough to tell that the opponent is quite skilled. Even in another world, I can think of only one person who can see through this. It hides this so well. I'm not sure what's happening inside or if it's already. No matter what, I need to see it. If I leave it alone, there is a high possibility that it is something that will harm Yui or Futaba. I gently touch the door. The barrier is sophisticated and delicate, but surprisingly weak. I put my hands on the double door and open the left and right door vigorously. Open, open. The light and sound rushed like a thunder across the surface of the gymnasium, and at the same time as the barrier breaks, the doors of the gymnasium opened. Jaya, human screams came running out from the inside. At the same time, stench of blood poured out. Among those who came out, many had both eyes gouged out and were bleeding from 2 cavities. I jumped over the head of those overflowing people and kicked through the air, landing on the catwalk inside the building. Won the stage, the radio personality had both of his eyes gouged out and wandered around like a zombie. All the victims were missing only their eyes. Yufufufu, human eyeballs are really the best. A woman is taking the eyes of every human in the place, gouging their eyeballs with a broken spoon that looks like it came out of an old-school bento. She looks around 20 years old, wearing a blood-stained white t-shirt, jeans, and a cap with her long hair hanging down on her back. She can set up that kind of barrier. She must be more than capable. She is not a low-class variant with low intelligence. It was the first time I saw someone do something this conspicuous. Was it you who broke my barrier? The woman who had swallowed an eyeball on the spoon with a gulp glared at me. I don't feel a mighty power like Susanoo. However, my instincts, which were honed by my many battles, tell me that this isn't all there is to her. Let's kill her immediately then. The moment I took my sword out. Boom! I felt the world tremble as if it were pulsating. This is space-time vibration. I'm not going to spend time with a dangerous-looking guy like you. Time-related ability, a rare ability. Should I continue trying to cut her down? Should I attack with magic? No, I can't as long as I don't know what she's capable of. Since she can block that blow, she can escape by time travel. If she can travel through time, my memory will also be erased when she turns back time. In that case, I put certain information into my magic power and shot it to the variant woman. Please, work please. Shortly after praying, the woman distorted and completely disappeared. Urzu's point of view. The eyeballs of high-spirited festival goers are very tasty. I have tried various parts of the body in different ways, but this is the best. Especially at this school festival. Young people gather, which makes it the best dining hall. But still, what is that person who broke the barrier that I took so much effort to make? Is that the variant hunter that has been the talk of the town lately? He certainly looks strong. I'm already doubtful if I could win against him in a head-to-head fight. I am proud of my fighting ability, but there are rumors that he defeated Susanoo. I don't think a human can beat Susanoo. However, I have that ability. No matter how strong a human is, I will not let him interfere with my meal. It's a loop point that I have worked so hard to set up. I want to taste it again and again to get the full package. It would be a long time before I could set up the next one. However, I will have to leave without eating at the last loop. It can't be helped since I don't want to fight with someone who is hunting us. Stay away from danger. I think that's a human's proverb. With my ability, I can eat the most delicious meal as many times as I want, but the problem is that my stomach won't feel full at the end. It's hard to be patient. I don't like crowds, but I think I'll have dinner tonight. I've finished guiding the radio personality, and now it's time for my 30-minute break. Let's go see my class, ARG. I suddenly had a severe headache as soon as I left the waiting room. What's this? My vision kept flickering and flickering. I staggered and slumped down in the hallway leading to the opposite side of the classroom. My head hurts so much I feel like it's going to crack. It's as if information is being forced into my brain. No, it's not as if. An image intruded into my memory. Is this a wall clock? I don't know if it's AM or PM, but if it's PM, it should be 30 minutes from now. I remember this headache. It's the same feeling I had when the demons planted false memories in the other world. The difference is that the magic power that implanted in my memory is my own. What's going on? Is something happening at this time? Or is it a past even or? I tried to imagine the image in my head. Behind the wall clock is a wall. It's wood grain, but based on the fineness of the fibers, the clock is pretty big, right? And the pattern on this wall, gymnasium. That moment, I received a message from Yui. Let's have lunch. I don't think I can. If there is danger in the gym, I want to keep it away. As I was worrying about it, I received another message. Futaba-chan is already here. I'm even more concerned now that the two of them are here. Should I take both of them and run away? Know this situation, if I'm right. I called Yui. Yui, take Futaba and come in front of the gym. Okay, what would you like from the menu? Please choose something easy to carry. No, don't bring food. Something's happening. Yui's tone suddenly turned serious. I'm not sure, but there might be. We'll be right there. I hope my fears are unfounded, but my bad premonition was right. Yuzano's point of view. I made a bento for Nambi-kun. I never thought the day would come that I would make one for a boy. Thinking about it, isn't making a bento for someone without the other party knowing some kind of blasphemy? However, it's something common in rom-coms, so I guess it's okay, right? He wouldn't be creeped out, right? I hate myself for only being able to pull knowledge from mangas at times like this. If I say it's thanks for the computer room incident, he'll eat it, right? It's mostly frozen food, though. I tried to learn by reading Cooking Adao-sama, but I couldn't get it right. Shiratori-san is amazing. She's beautiful, good in studies, good in sports, and a perfect cook. She's totally different from someone like me. However, I finally found someone I like for the first time. It's okay to compete, right? Though I don't think it will come true. Sigh. I wish I could be more cheerful too. Oh, I should call Nambikun by his name too. Kazu. I can't do it after all. I can't. It's getting a little late. It's almost time for Nambikun to take a break. Are, I thought he was supposed to take a break after he took the radio personality to the waiting room. He should be going straight to the class after, right? Which means he should have passed through this hallway, but I wonder why I didn't find him. I hope he's not in trouble. Kazu, what's wrong? While I was waiting at the entrance of the gymnasium, Yui came running with Futaba in tow. Yui is still dressed in her Yuri Miller-style uniform. She was getting a lot of attention from people walking down the hallway. I don't know. However, something might happen. As I stepped into the gymnasium, I explained to Yui and Futaba about the images I saw with my headache. I looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was the same one I had seen earlier. The location was probably correct. There were only 5 minutes left until the start of the talk show. The room was filled with many visitors, and some were even standing. The three of us lined up standing. So far, nothing's out of the ordinary. I don't feel any sign of barriers or variance. Soon after, the radio personality appeared on stage. The doors of the gymnasium were closed by the staff. He stood in the center of the stage and began his talk show. His lighthearted talk, which the audience was accustomed to hearing on the radio, excited the audience. He doesn't seem to be a variant. Unless he's very good at hiding it, I would have noticed it when we spoke up earlier. If there is a variant, it should be someone from the audience which is difficult to spot. If it is poor at concealment, I would have detected it with magic detection, but otherwise, it would be difficult without direct eye contact. I continuously slowly proved the gymnasium with magic. While I was doing that, the talk show went on. Soon, a woman jumped on the stage from the audience. She was around 20 years old, wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, and a cap with her long hair hanging down from the back. Oya, surprise, the bewildered personality signals with his eyes. At that moment, a barrier silently unfolded to cover the gymnasium. What a smooth unfolding. At the same time, a broken tipped spoon was thrust into the eyes of the personality on stage. Jaya, what are you doing? The personality struggled and tried to push the woman away, but it looks like he can't. What's happening? Is it part of the show? You are gross. Who does that kind of thing? The audience begins to murmur. What's with this woman? Someone help. What? It's real. No way. Even if you pay attention to the variant, after you know it's a variant, it is difficult to judge it as one given how good she is at concealment. Terrible. Gungnir Acti. Wait a minute, Yui. Futaba, your divine domain. After stopping Yui, who was about to activate her divine object, I instructed Futaba first. Futaba nodded and promptly began preparing the deployment of her divine domain. At the same time, I shot a magic bullet toward the variant. The bullet, which could kill a dark Valkyrie in an instant, disappeared before hitting the variant. It was neither blocked nor nullified. It was as if its very existence had been drowned out. I knew that this barrier was something quite special. At the same time, I distorted light using magic so that she couldn't see us. As for why, it's to prevent the variant from seeing the divine domain. Why are you already here? The variant shouted. Already, is it? I guess it's safe to assume that I was right in my assumption. Perhaps this is a time traveler variant. From her reaction, this was probably only the second loop. I had noticed her ability from the previous loop and copied the clock in the gymnasium and attached the magic power to this time-traveling variant. Which means the variant's next move is too. Here it comes, time-space oscillation. This one has a rare ability. I pulled Yui and Futaba by the shoulders. Oh, Oni-chan, focus on the divine domain. Yeah. Just before the variant time travels, the divine domain that encompasses the three of us was deployed just in time. The area went completely dark, and a rumbling sound and vibration shook the domain. The world seems to be screaming from the collision of abilities that are outside the realm of causality. Please, if this doesn't work, it will be very difficult to defeat that variant. As the vibrations intensified, the warmth disappeared from my hand, holding their shoulders. I wondered how long it had been since my vision was tainted with complete darkness and lost all senses in my body. Suddenly, light flashed before my eyes. This is in front of the waiting room where I escorted the radio personality. My memory, all in here. Success. If I am inside Futaba's divine domain, I was not subjected to a time leap by reset. If neither Yui nor Futaba is nearby, does that mean it is a location reset? Anyway, I remember the variant's face. Thus, I called Yui and had her bring Futaba to the gymnasium. Kazu, Oni-chan. Both of them had uncanny expressions on their faces. You remember, right? I asked them, and they both nodded at the same time. The question now is how to get rid of the variant. The barriers that were deployed in the gymnasium are probably one of the conditions for time travel. If that is the case, I want to defeat her before those barriers are deployed. The fact that my magic bullet was erased may be an application of time travel. Of course, there is a possibility that she can do it without the barrier, so we can't let our guards down. It is difficult to detect a variant that can only be detected once she's already done something variant-like, but it's possible by using her own magic pattern. I learned this before the time leap. I'm going to search for that magic pattern. Found her. I can't see her yet, but I can feel her walking from the gymnasium. I had Yui and Futaba move out from here. If all three of us were together, she might sense that we retained our memories. At the same time Yui and Futaba hid, the variant appeared from the corner of the corridor. Ah, there you are. Excuse me, I'm a member of the school festival committee. I approached the variant with a salesperson's smile. Okay? She was wary for a moment, but I guess she was convinced that I had no memory of her, so she responded with a human smile. Thinking about it for a moment, she must have realized that this is still a situation where she should be wary. How quickly she decided to flee suggests that she's a very cautious person. Nevertheless, even if she no longer has any intention of continuing her plan, she still wants to taste humans. This is a variant's weakness. I have received complaints from other customers about someone that looks exactly like you. I don't know what happened, but it shouldn't be related to me. The variant became blatantly unhappy. Was it because I interrupted her upcoming meal? It will only take a minute or two. All you have to do is to show your face. I've got some work to do too, so could you please do that for me? Will it going to be quick? Yes, it will. Okay. Thanks for your understanding. She must have decided that it was not a good idea to get into trouble here. She was the kind who would use a loop to escape. I was right assuming that she would not go on a rampage right away. I led the variant back to the gymnasium. Wait, where are you taking me? This should be fine. As soon as I said that, a divine domain swallowed us. This was deployed by Futaba, who is hiding behind a prefab shed used as a tool shed. The divine domain can only be deployed centering on the caster. It was necessary to find a place where Futaba and the variant could be brought close together while there's no one else around. What? I don't know what surprised the variant the most. It could be that she was trapped in a divine domain, or it could also be that she was targeted. Or maybe she sensed that we still remember her. However, we were lucky that she showed me an opening at such close range, even for a moment. I instantly summoned my black sword and cut off the variant's head. Emergency leap? It seems like a time leap is still possible even without the barrier in the gymnasium. The head and torso are separated from each other. For a moment, there was a space-time oscillation, but that's it. Magic has an affinity strength. When two or more magic collide, which has priority, of course, it also depends on the power of the caster. According to the results, the divine domain is one of the strongest among all types of magic. Even a time leap activated outside the domain couldn't affect the memories or bodies of those who are inside the domain. And it seems that time travel within the divine domain can't even be activated. What? This can't possibly be a divine domain. That's all she could say before she was shredded by my sword. I also burned the corpse on the ground, leaving no dust behind, just in case. Puha! At the same time as the divine domain was released, a gasping Futaba appeared from the other side of the prefab. Yui is supporting the wobbly Futaba. This is as far as I can go without Oni-chan's magic power supply. It is all thanks to you we were able to defeat the variant. Was I that helpful? Hehe, great. I send magic power to the smiling Futaba. HNNN Fu-ha feels great, thanks, Oni-chan. Futaba has managed to recover but is still a little wobbly. All right, I have to get back to the class. Thanks, Yui. It's okay, our class is almost sold out. This early, so I think I'll have a little free time at the end. Would you like to go around the festival with me? Oh, okay. At that time, all the committee members have to do is to direct the public to the exits. The team in charge of preparations for the closing ceremony would be busy though. Incidentally, Yuzano was sent to the closing ceremony as one of the staff members was out sick. Well then, Futaba-chan, take care of Kazu until then. Shiratori-san, that's something unnecessary to ask. Fufufu, then, see you later. Yui said so and ran toward the class. What do you want to do, Futaba? Do you want some rest? I'm fine, I'd like to get something to eat. All right, I'll buy you anything you like. I still have time for my break. We can at least go around and eat a little. Yay. It was embarrassing to go around the festival with my little sister's arm around me. However, since it makes her happy, it's not so bad. I feel bad for Yuzano though. She even made lunch for me in the previous loop, but my priority will always be Yui. The end of the school festival is indescribably sad. The crowd is thinning out, and I can see the students trying to sell their leftovers or wandering around after their performances. My job is to gradually lead the public to the exits after the announcement that the event is about to end, which is 30 minutes before the end. What do we do? Yui asked excitedly. Everything we had prepared was sold out, so she's now free to go. Even so, she's still wearing her Yuri Miller-style uniform. She said she didn't want to waste time changing. I've already finished all the stage events except for the closing ceremony. I guess we can only buy and eat the leftovers. I guess so. I wonder if there's anything that looks good. I'm a member of the committee, so I know what kinds of stall are there, but right, follow me. We headed for the crepe stall, which is at the place furthest from the school gate. There are 5 crepe stalls in the school and 4 of them are easily accessible to the just entered guests. I thought this would sell out, but I guess not. They're already selling at 80% off. And since we're here, I might as well drive off the remaining guests off the campus. Good, there's still some left. Please don't say it's good. Please buy as many as you can. Yui was smiling while the girl working as the stall keeper had tears in her eyes. Crepes is not something you can eat as many as you want. Even with the help of the whole class, we can't consume them all. Shiratori-senpai will give them to you for free. Can you promote us to others? Can you? The girl is moving her eyes around while putting a heap of toppings. Behind her, there seem to be her classmates who are frantically eating crepes. They must have quite a lot of leftover. We ended up getting a big pile of it. Yeah. Yui and I bit into the crepes that will make anyone sick to your stomach just by looking at it. At this time of the day, there were few students around, let alone the general public. This is because they are starting to move around a bit for the closing ceremony. However, it's so hard to eat this when it's piled up so high. You have some on your cheek. Yui took the cream off my cheek using her finger and licked it off. Whoa, that's so embarrassing. This school festival, did you enjoy it? I asked her shyly. Yeah, very much. Just seeing her smile was enough for me. But please, don't be a committee member next year. Yui said so with a slightly sad look on her face. Why? I wanted to go around the school festival with you. Understood. We'll have to live through next year to do that. I wish I could have said something wittier, but that was all I could think of. Everything will be fine with Kazu here, right? Of course. That's for sure. I don't intend to be beaten so easily either. I'm going to get stronger and stronger. Oh, are you telling me to train you harder? I'm not. How precious is the time we spend laughing together like this? I know Yui knows this, but I want our good relationship to last forever. That's how I feel. I was walking alongside Yui to the gymnasium where the closing ceremony was to take place. I was doing that while checking to see if there were any more guests left on the campus. All the students are heading in the same direction. Many, like Yui, are dressed in clothing related to their class presentation. Thanks, Nanba. We couldn't have done it without you, Nanba-kun. I still can't believe we could actually sell that much food. It was really an eye-opener. In the midst of all this, I was approached by some guys from my class. This was something I had never experienced in my previous life. I'm kind of happy. After parting ways with Yui at the entrance of the gymnasium, I went up to the catwalk. I greeted the spotlight guy lightly and took my place. It was my job to keep an eye on the students to make sure they won't act up after being caught up in the atmosphere. At the closing ceremony, a video clip of the school festival made by the broadcasting club was played in a music video style. Today's scenery was also included in the video. When was it edited? At the present time, editing videos on a computer is not yet common, and I believe that the videos were edited directly from videotapes. It was not an era when anyone could make videos at home, so how did they do it? After the PV, the class awards were announced. Yeah, there's something like that. I had forgotten about it because my priority is to have Yui enjoy this festival. Apparently, the committee members make a comprehensive judgment based on sales, excitement, and other factors. However, the decision was made by the committee chairman and a few others, so I was not involved in the judging part. When the third-place winners were announced, the selected class was very excited. The reason for this was because the third-place winners would receive a subsidy ticket for certain events. The first place, by the way, is a very expensive yakiniku restaurant. This is part of the sponsorship agreement. When the second place was announced, I could feel the air in the gymnasium relax. As for why, it's because everyone had already guessed the first place. First place, second year class 3, Yuri Miller Style Cafe. Even so, the moment the announcement was made, it was met with thunderous applause. On the screen on the stage, Yui's smiling face was shown in real time by a camera from the broadcasting club pointed at her. When Yui spotted me on the catwalk, she gave me a thumbs up. When I did the same, the entire audience booed. No, most of the school booed. Should I exercise my executive committee authority to take them out? After the closing ceremony, there was a campfire and folk dance on the school grounds, an event that I think is surprisingly rarely held at many schools. The campfire was made to look like a campfire, but it was really a big kerosene stove. This is apparently to prevent complaints from neighbors. I didn't know such a product existed. It could be a custom-made product, though. Only students who have a partner are allowed to participate in the folk dance. Most of them are couples, but some of them are same-sex dancers. I don't know if they were a couple or just partnered up for the sake of participating in the folk dance. The students who are not dancing either go home or just watch from afar. Those who are watching from afar are either setting their sights on inviting someone or waiting to be invited. Incidentally, Yui is surrounded by a circle of boys who want to ask her out. However, they know they will be rejected, so they just keep a certain distance from her like cosplayers in a photo shoot. Whenever Yui moves one step, the circle moves one step as well. As one would expect, Yui is a bit troubled. On the other hand, the committee members' job is to keep an eye on them. They are trying to make sure that no student starts doing something dangerous since there is fire involved. Thus, the committee members are banned from participating in the folk dance. Ano Nambikun. Meanwhile, I was approached by Yuzano. Thanks for your hard work. Yuzano glances up at me. Yeah, thanks for your hard work. I'm glad the school festival was a success. Me too. Shiratori-san is very popular. I am once again reminded of that. I looked at the Yui circle, which was still going on. It was a bizarre sight, all right. Don't you want to have a folk dance with Shiratori-san? I'm not sure if I want to be looked at by everyone. Right, I see. Yuzano, too, is watching the Yui circle as if it's a new attraction. How is it, Yuzano? Did you enjoy the school festival? Yes, it's all thanks to Nambikun. No, if you had fun, it was all because of your own effort. Working hard at something can be fun, only if it is not to endure unreasonableness or if your life or someone else's life is not at stake. Being in stoic otaku, I never thought there are things that are shallow but leisurely fun, don't you agree? I do. Yeah, right. That's why East. Yuzano was fidgeting as if she wanted to say something. What's wrong? En knows nothing. Yuzano glanced at Yui again and then smiled and slowly shook her head. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you should be Namba Kazu, right? A man in his mid-40s, dressed in an expensive-looking suit, interrupted the conversation between me and Yuzano. Despite his gentle tone, He had a sharp look in his eyes and a mustache that added to his dandyish and intimidating appearance. Yes, it's me. Who are you? It's already past the time for parents to enter. I'm a school official, so you don't need to worry about that. I'm sure the teachers don't mind it either. It should be because you are too imposing. They must have assumed you know someone. HNN? Ha ha ha, you're a funny guy like I've heard. The man burst out laughing boldly. I don't think it's good to tell someone you've never met before he's funny, don't you agree? Excuse me for that. Most people are pleased when I describe them as funny. I don't really mind. Also, I don't think it's right to ask someone else's name if you're not even saying yours, Shiratori-san. Oya, you know me? No, I just thought it should be you. Yui slightly resembles him. Perhaps Yui would not like this, but the atmosphere they give is somewhat similar. That's pretty insightful. I can see why my daughter would be interested. So, what can I do for you? After I learned the Shiratori family's investigative capabilities, I gave up on completely hiding. I'm not sure how much they know about my fight with variants, but I think it's safe to assume that they know at least up to the point where I'm fighting alongside Yui. I didn't want to get directly involved if possible, but I guess it was time to make up my mind. No, I'm just here to see you. I'll send an errand for you later. Yui's father said nothing more and left. Just like he said, when it's already summer vacation, the errand really came. Chapter 9, Love Letter from Greece. Night at a forest. I, Yui, and Futaba were facing a variant. The variant we're facing is about 3 meters tall. His face was that of a Greek-looking man with bushy beard as seen in sculptures. His only equipment was a piece of cloth wrapped around his body. The organization calls him Gigas. It's the name of a giant in Greek mythology. Ha! Yui's flying kick aimed at the head was blocked with a crossed arm by the Gigas. The blow that has the power of her activated divine object made a sound like that of a sharpened pencil and only created a deep gash in its arm. Darn, this guy is hard, Yui said so bitterly as she jumped back. Does this thing often come out these days? This Greek-faced giant? Futaba, who's receiving magic power from me to maintain her divine domain, is tilting her head. I guess this is the first time Futaba came with us since the final exam period. Yeah, they've been suddenly showing a lot lately. The closing ceremony is tomorrow, and the summer vacation starts the day after tomorrow. Of course, right before that, there was a final exam. Yui and I, who had time to spare, continued to hunt for variants while Futaba concentrated on her studies. Futaba's grades were not bad, but she was not superb like Yui, nor was she able to use memory magic like me. For the future, there is nothing better than getting a good score on exam. It seems to be the Japanese equivalent of an Oni, or the Nordic equivalent of the Dark Valkyrie, but we can't be too sure if they came from Greece. They might have come from Italy. I'm just saying that it looks like a Greek sculpture. According to Yui, they are of Greek descent. It exactly looked like that. While Futaba and I were discussing this, Yui was still fighting. The challenge this time is not to use special techniques. Inevitably, the use of big techniques, which require a momentary pause, requires a lot of magic power, which makes it limited to use in certain situations. For example, opponents of the same type who would take time to beat. For such a situation, I want her to practice fighting methods rather than one-hit kills. By the way, the definition of special techniques is a big move that uses magic power. It's just a word that we use because it is convenient for communication. Daga. As the Gigas hit the ground, a large amount of soil and sand rolled up, creating a crater of around 5 meters in diameter. The surrounding trees slowly fell too. Yui is already leaping toward the Giga's head. She put her legs around its head and pressed the crotch of her black tights against the Giga's face. As it was, she used the momentum of her upper body to swing down to the ground, and the magic power emitted from the divine object acted like a booster to slam the Giga's head to the ground. It's called Frankensteiner. The moment she slammed it down, she cut the Giga's heads off as an added bonus. It's a move I'd like to try if I can get to the point of jumping like that. You can use it. This is the signal to use her special technique. She can't finish off the Gigas without a high-powered attack. Got it! Yui jumped up and concentrated her magic power on one leg in midair. As it was, it came down at high speed on the Giga's back as it rolled to the ground. Daga. The blow shattered the Gigas into pieces, creating a crater larger than the one earlier. What do you think? That's the kick that the gym-uniformed Bishoujo warrior, Yuzako-chan, used to do. Or the masked rider kick, or the Gambit star's thunderbolt kick. Yui returned, wiping the sweat from her forehead with her hand. Your analogy stuff is too jam-packed, but you're getting stronger. I can't really scold her for that since I imagined it like that before. Thanks. I'll do my best to catch up with Kazu. When she made a guts pose with both hands, her arms were naturally placed in a pose that makes her chest stick out. Unlike Watanabe, she does it without realizing it, making me a little nervous. Even so, we've been seeing too many gigas lately. Does Yui need to care about that? Yeah. Greek mythology types have never showed up in Japan before, but now, they're popping out like mushrooms. Yui looks anxious, but I have a bad feeling about it as well. Hey, Nambakun, are you free during the summer vacation? In the classroom, which was crowded after the closing ceremony and homeroom, Watanabe spoke to me in high spirits. That's a very rough question. I have some free time on some days. Really? Then how about we go to the beach together, Nambakun? Beach? You don't have to blatantly show that expression. The smell of the salt on your nose and the sticky water on your body. You're surprisingly fastidious. I also remember getting tangled up with a lot of annoying monsters in the other world's sea. Oi, Nanba, please come, right, join us. The cheerful boys in the class who seem to participate in such events are desperately asking me. When did I become so popular? It was impossible before I went to the other world. I even feel like crying right now. If Nanba won't go, there's no way Shiratori-san will go. Return my feelings. Also, your desire is leaking so much. I'll pass. I left the classroom with Yui, with my classmates screaming and yelling. Hey, Kazu, if you don't want to go to the beach, how about the pool? As we walked down the hallway, Yui asked me with a slightly embarrassed expression and an upward glance. If Yui wants to, either place is fine by me. Really? Then, to the beach. We can only go to the beach in summer. All right, to the beach we go. Yeah, I can't believe she'll be this happy when I said I'm going to the beach with her. Aren't you shy? Let's go tomorrow. Let's decide after I talk to your dad, okay? Like he said at the school festival, Yui's father delivered a message to me a few days ago. I want to talk to you. Visit the Shiratori residence on the first day of your summer vacation. Is the message. Him calling me to talk is a matter of course, and it's better than having him come to my house. I'm sorry, Kazu. It was kind of a hassle. In addition, I can't believe he unilaterally called you. It's all right. Given the Shiratori family's investigative skills, I knew this would happen sooner or later. How much do they know about me? They at least know that you're fighting against variants with me. Also, since you've never been injured, they might have think you're pretty strong too. What about Futaba? I think they know more about Futaba-chan than you. She was a member of the organization after all. I'm sure they know all her details. Yeah, I'm not sure if they know about her divine domain though. Futaba only used the divine domain in front of variants. Due to its nature, it would be difficult to observe unless you were there when it was executed. If we were being monitored, we would only appear to have disappeared from the outside. However, if they are aware of the power of a divine domain, they might be able to guess. Sorry, I don't know what kind of information the higher-ups have. Yui doesn't need to apologize. Although I have little prior information, I thought of a few reasons why he would call me. For me, the other party makes me more nervous than any other strong opponent. Now, what will the topic be? The Shiratori residence is really a big place. Unlike the other times, I entered through the main gate. I pressed the intercom next to the gate, which is twice as tall as I am. We have been waiting for you, Nanba Kazu-sama. Please wait while we send someone to pick you up. I heard a polite female voice on the intercom and waited for a while. The gate opened automatically and a black car was waiting on the other side. I thought I would be taken somewhere, but the destination was inside the gate. They said that given the distance to the main residence, driving is necessary. How far is it then? The reception room we were taken to was so spacious that it could have easily accommodated an ordinary family's apartment. In the center of the room was a long horizontal table with 10 chairs. The furnishing along the walls was also stylish. Although the place looks like a rich man's room, it did not have the smell of a rich man's room. I don't know if they have a coordinator, but the owner has good taste. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm glad you came. Yui's father showed up with a sullen voice. It's Saturday, but he's dressed in a suit. I don't think it was to welcome me. Is he always dressed like this even at home? Or do rich people never have holidays? Or maybe both. Let me introduce myself once again. I am Yui's father, Shiratori Tetsugen, Nanbakazu Desu. I stood up from the chair and greeted him, but I almost said, "Your name's very hard." Note: Yui's father's name is composed by the kanji for iron and stone. As his name suggests, Tetsugen has a stout body but not a mass of muscles like a bodybuilder. Perhaps it is better to call it a nice and lean body build. Tetsugen sat down in front of me. I sat down on the chair again. We both sit in the center of the long side of the table, which is a good distance for talking. I wondered what I would do if we were forced to sit at the opposite ends of the table. I'm afraid I would have to raise my voice quite loudly to be heard, as that's what happens in anime. All right, I'm a busy man, so let's get right down to business. Tetsugen drank tea from an expensive-looking cup and continued, looking me in the eye. I'll get straight to the point. Where did you get your power? What power? I didn't really mean to play dumb. My purpose is to gauge how much they know about my power. The power you use when you hunt variants around with Yui. Did someone give you a divine object? I see. As expected, they don't know much. I'm not sure where. I was doing some muscle training and it just manifested on its own. Looks like you're not planning to answer. I shrug my shoulders. Then, let me change the question. In the near future, the Nordic organization will launch a major operation. I want you to be part of it. That's not a question but a request. I don't mind if you take it that way. What's the operation? I can't talk about it until you agree to do it. Then, I won't do it. Is that so? What if I say that if you can play an active role in the mission, I won't mind allowing you to associate with Yui? If she's so precious to you, how can you use her as a bargaining chip so easily? Because it's not a simple operation. In other words, if I am strong enough to play an active role there, he thought that it would be beneficial to get in touch with me. He's the type who wouldn't even mind Yui dying, so he's actually being generous here. The operation is probably very dangerous, and he's certain that I'm going to die. You're trying to say that you're sure I want to go out with Yui. Aren't you? I'm a parent, but I don't think there exists a high school boy who wouldn't want to go out with that girl. While that may be true, not many parents would be able to say that. I don't want to answer that question, so let's change the subject. You think I need permission from a father who doesn't care about his daughter? I find that disturbing. I'm just making sure that I'm using her to the fullest and most efficient way. This guy, he knows how to say bullshit. You don't have to listen to that man. Yui jumped in. She's as furious as a fire. Calm down. I controlled Yui and glared calmly at Tetsugen. I don't like the fact that you're using my relationship with Yui as a bargaining chip, but I'm willing to take that job. However, I have a condition. Who? Tetsugen narrowed his eyes with interest. The condition is that if I achieve a certain level of success in hat operation, or whatever you call it, Yui will be set free. Kazu. Yui's eyes widened. What do you mean by free? Yui can only fight if she wants to and won't move at the behest of the organization. However, she must be allowed to use the information network of the Shiratori family. In addition, it is up for her to decide whom she marries. What do you think? You're making a lot of demand for my daughter, though you're just a stranger. Children are not tools of adults. That's how commoners think. You can ask for other conditions. How about it? You are very confident. Of course, I am. No matter what condition it is, it won't matter to me. All right, okay. However, if you manage to fulfill the condition, we will occasionally ask you to do something for us. Of course, we will pay you accordingly. If I was able to meet the condition of Tetsugen, he would want to keep in touch with me. He was a businessman who thought about the worst-case scenario. I have the right to refuse, right? Yes. Then, do we have a deal? I nodded silently. You sighed with a moo, but she looked obviously happy. So, what's the operation? Before I give you an overview of the operation, Yui, sit down. Yui didn't react to Tetsugen's tone of command and quietly sat down next to me. The father and daughter probably have this kind of exchange on a regular basis. Recently, there was a variant outbreak in Greece. When he mentioned the word Greece, Yui and I looked at each other. We had been seeing a lot of Greek variants recently. There have been quite a few large-scale battles. Many of our main soldiers have been killed or wounded, and the Greek organization is in shambles. I have my reservations about the term soldiers, but let's listen first. The mass outbreak was apparently caused by something like a core. We don't know what that core is. By chance, you think it was brought to Japan. That's how we see it. So the operation is to destroy or seize the core? Exactly. But if we don't know what that core is, how are we going to start the operation? Tetsugen stroked his beard and continued while looking straight at me. In Greece, there have been 2 mass outbreaks of variants caused by that core. The second time, the Vatican and Nordic organizations also entered Greece but failed to destroy the core. Although they were able to detect the powerful magic power, they were unable to locate it. The trouble is that the core emits almost no magic power until the moment it is triggered. At the very least, the magic power of the core was reported to have appeared suddenly at the time of activation. What a pain in the ass. If it doesn't produce magic power, how can I detect it? If the core is not the energy source, could it be some kind of key or a door? After the 2 mass outbreaks, Greece has been greatly exhausted. Is that the reason why they were forced to bring the core to Japan? Probably. But why go all the way to Japan? Why not just go to the Vatican? Yui's question is valid. Foon, I guess they were mostly trying to take advantage of the mess in the Japanese organization. Tetsugen said as if to spit. Is it the same for the Nords? I won't deny that. The organization is connected to society from behind the scenes, as we have seen with the Japanese organization. If you can take over the organization of another mythological system, it is as close as you can get to taking over that region. However, we, the Nordic organization, are here to help Japan while maintaining effective control of the region. We are not like Greece, which is trying to disrupt things by bringing trouble into the region. Using that logic, how do you explain the appearance of dark valkyries in Japan? If Greece's involvement in Japan has led to the appearance of gigas, it must be the same for the Nordic dark valkyries. That is because many soldiers of our Nordic organization have entered Japan. I see, so, the type of variant that manifests is determined by the concentration and quality of magical power. If many of them have magic powers similar to those of Japanese mythology variants are more likely to appear. If it's Norse mythology, variants from Norse mythology are more likely to appear. The quality of magic power can be changed through training, but it is especially dependent on the environment in which one was raised in childhood. According to this theory, the number of variants that appear should remain the same, but the proportion of each type should change. However, the number of gigas appearing this time is clearly higher than usual. Then you plan to hit the core once there's a variant outbreak. That's not much of a strategy, is it? Don't say that. We have people all over the country with high detection capabilities so that no matter where the mass outbreak occurs, we will be informed immediately. According to the organization's projections, the next mass outbreak will occur in 2 weeks. I can't say that I'm not responsible for the Japanese organization's collapse. Looking at the rotten state of the organization, it seems like it would have perished even if it had been left alone, but I indeed hastened it. Let's try a little harder. See you in 2 weeks then. Wait a minute. I was about to get up from my seat when Tetsugen stopped me. You are going to spend the next 2 weeks in hellish training with the Nordic organization's soldiers. Another pain in the ass. Training, I don't see the need for it. Can you say that when you see the elite Nordic troops participating in the training? Tetsugen snickered. What a cheap provocation. However, as he said, it would be good to know how much of a hindrance these elite troops would be. Are you saying that participating in the training is a condition? Exactly. Understood. All right, it's decided. Then, let's leave immediately. Now, yes, we just need to get to a chopper right away and meet up with the Nordic troops there. Don't worry, we'll provide everything you need. Chopper, where's that place exactly? Of course, I'll go there too. You're not going to complain, are you? Yui was exerting pressure on Tetsugen, but Tetsugen just nodded with a cold expression on his face. I don't care. The more, the merrier. A normal parent would have been concerned, but there's no sign of concern on him. In the end, Yui and I boarded the chopper from the Shiratori family's property. When I called Futaba and told her that I would be away for 2 weeks, she sounded quite unhappy. As an apology, I promised to take her out to play during summer vacation. I'm going to be in a lot of trouble when I get home. Kazu, I'm sorry. Yui, who's sitting next to me as if snuggling up, said so. The chopper can hold 6 in the back seat. The only passengers on the chopper besides the pilot are me and Yui. How luxurious. I can't help but think that the reason Japan was targeted was because of me. But that's to save Futaba-chan, isn't it? Maybe, but it sure is a small price to pay if I can free Yui from that house. Thanks. The fact that there were no other passengers on the flight may have made Yui relaxed. She laid her head on my shoulder. I could hear the pilot giggling, but I pretended I didn't notice. By the way, Yui, do you know where this chopper is headed? I heard it's an uninhabited island in the Pacific Ocean. It's not even on the map. I see. That means it's okay even if we do something a little fancy. If it's within the chopper's range, I can fly there with Yui in my arms. However, since we were going this way, I decided to enjoy the scenic flight with Yui. I had promised to go to the beach with her, but I never thought I would be able to fulfill it this way. No, after we go back safely, we'll go have fun together. The uninhabited island we arrived at by chopper was about 5 km square. The center of the island is a small hill, but there is little vegetation, and no deer or any bigger creatures seem to be present. The only thing that stood out was a 2-story concrete building that doubled as a helipad. This may be a training camp. The fact that there is a building on the island suggests that the island is being used by some sort of organization. I heard that no one is stationed here permanently. When Yui and I entered the hall of the building, there were about 20 men and women. They were mainly in their early 20s to late 30s, and only around 20% were women. They are all dressed in Nordic-style military uniforms. Are they the ones who will participate in this operation? Apparently, they are treated as military personnel. What kind of work they do is not disclosed to the public, though. In contrast to Japan, where they are only connected with politics behind the scenes. When Tetsugen called them soldiers, I thought he was referring to them as tools for fighting, but it seems like they are really soldiers. Are you the warriors introduced by our sponsor? A stout, bald-headed man in his early 40s stepped forward. From the way he was standing and the way the others were looking at him, I guess he was the leader or instructor. So Tetsugen is being treated as a sponsor? Also, he asked in English. Regardless of warrior or something, we are probably it. Fumu, I'm Berthold, your training instructor. The man seemed a little surprised that I responded in fluent English and held out his right hand. Yui, by the way, has always been able to speak English like a native. Pleased to meet you. When I moved my hand forward for a handshake, Berthold shook my hand with a strong grip. If it was a normal high school student, his bone might have broken already. Of course, I was fine. I could have squeezed his hand back, but I didn't want to fight with muscle brains like this. If they get too aggressive with me, of course I'll let them know their place. Who? Berthold muttered to me like that and let my hand go. Berthold then shook Yui's hand. At first, Yui raised her eyebrows, but then she concentrated her magic power in her hand and squeezed his hand back. I see. You'll be joining for training with us starting today, right? Berthold looked at me and Yui alternately and lifted the corner of his mouth with a grin. I don't really care. Instructor, are you really going to let these kids participate? One of the members of the team shouted in a mocking voice. He was a handsome man in his late 20s with blonde hair and blue eyes. I heard they defeated variants in real battle. The instructor said, with a slightly nasty smile. I'm not sure if it's because he recognized us from our handshake earlier or because he still underestimates us. Probably one or two, right? I did my 10th the other day, and it was only 3 of us. Their level of skill can be estimated from that boast alone. Given how Yui fought in her first match and my fight against the Japanese organization, I finally knew what the elite of the elite is. Bastard, don't underestimate children. Jayahahaha, we are one of the top teams of the Nordic organization. There's no way we'd be beaten up by a couple of Japanese high school students. If you want, let's give them a try. Fumu sounds interesting. Let's do it for socializing purposes. Kazu and Yui, do you need to change your clothes? Sounds like we have no right to refuse. Regardless of whether they win or lose, I guess this is a good opportunity to see how good they are. Unnecessary. We always fight in everyday clothes. We are not soldiers. We don't want to wear military uniforms. I'm wearing jeans and a t-shirt, and Yui is wearing her usual miniskirt, black tights, and t-shirt. This is Axel. As you can see, he has a lot of blood on his hands. However, he's good. Let's see what you can do. Axel, who was introduced to me, looked at me with a grin. He is totally taking advantage of this. I think it is necessary to embarrass them given their attitude. Then instructor, is it an all-in match? Yeah, everyone out. The place of the match is the beach. The beach is as clean and sandy as any resort. The footing is bad, but the damage done when you hit the ground will be less compared to soil or rock. The use of divine objects is allowed. However, do not seriously injure the opponent. We have people with healing abilities, but they can't heal up to broken bones. Don't let your strength be reduced before the operation. That was all the explanation from the instructor. I guess he wanted us to fight until we were satisfied. Can I go first? Yui volunteered. I'm the one who were challenged, though. If Kazu fights, everyone will shut up. If I don't show them my power, it will be hard to do it in the future. It's for them. Then Yui winked. Okay. I shrugged my shoulders and took a step back. I thought it would be silly to make her compete, but with these people who think hierarchy is based on ability, it's better to clearly show your strength. Oi oi, are you sending her to check my style? Axel was provoking her, but Yui couldn't afford to get upset every time a weak dog barked at her. You can't even beat Yui, what's the point of fighting you? I don't like what I'm hearing. The one who intervened was a red-haired woman with short hair cut and a sharp look in her eyes. She was about 20-something, and even in her military uniform, you could see she has a well-trained body. If a woman can beat him, you won't fight. I'm stronger than Yui. That's what I'm saying. Are you saying that women are weaker than men? Fine, I'll beat that girl and drag you down with me. Whoa, are you even listening? Is this how a woman from the military in this day and age thinks? Sounds twisted if you ask me. Then, how about I fight you and Kazu will fight Axel-san? Everyone agreed to Yui's proposal. I am Amanda. I will not stop attacking until you cry. Since you've been called all the way here, you can at least use a divine object, right? The woman, who introduced herself as Amanda, snapped the fingers of her right hand, which was wearing a red glove. The glove immediately began to burn bright red. The rampaging flames soon concentrated around her fist and emitted a red glow. It was modeled after the flame sword, which Cert is said to have used. Although it has the word sword in its name, it's taken the shape of a glove. Just as Yui's Gungnir, which is named after a spear, is a black tights, Amanda's flame sword is a glove. Amanda has taken off her military jacket and is now wearing only a tank top. Her moderately puffy boobies swayed. Amanda turned her palm toward a nearby soldier and gave a small nod. I guess they're already used to doing this. The soldier shot Amada with his pistol. The bullet stopped just short before Amanda's palm and heat slowly distorting its shape. Amanda grabbed the bullet and tossed it onto the beach. Then, she turns to Yui with a frown as if saying, "How is it?" Yui, on the other hand, used 2 fingers to trace the side of her black tights-clad thigh that extended down from her mini skirt. With Gungnir activated, she checks her foothold. A battle on the beach might be a bit difficult for Yui since she's a foot user, but I believe she has no problem with it now. I hope you can handle it well enough not to get hurt by my attack. Amanda took a military-style fighting stance and lunged at Yui. Aura, Yui dodged Amanda's red-hot fist with a sidestep. Good. Yui could have just avoided it with a slight movement, but given that she doesn't know the opponent's capabilities, she's right in avoiding it with a distance. She's following the things I taught her very well. The glove, which generates flames like a booster, accelerated her fist. The heat emitted by the glove distorts the surrounding scenery. Amanda's fist aims at Yui's face with a back punch. Yui quickly steps back and avoids it as well. Your speed is not bad. Amanda then launches a follow-up attack on Yui. Amanda's right hand seems to be the only one that is equipped with a divine object, and her left hand is a normal fist. Even so, the power of her ordinary attack can knock out a normal human in one blow. Yui evades all of them, though. Is she really an amateur? However, anything can happen in battles. Amanda kicked up the sand beneath her feet. The sand's target is Yui's face. Blinders! Amanda smirked and launched her fist at Yui's abdomen just before the sand reached Yui's face. The sand on the ground rolled up and Yui's nowhere to be seen. It's a high-speed move. The sand was like that because Yui stepped on the ground hard. In an instant, Yui's already on Amanda's side and delivered a spinning kick toward her flank. Bam! With a loud sound, Amanda's body, which had been bent to 90 degrees, was blown several meters off the ground. Era, you have a good eye to guard that blow properly. Amanda was able to see Yui's movements. It was just barely, but she was able to put an arm guard in time. I see, you're not just a little girl. Amanda staggered to her feet and held out her right fist. This one, eat her. A blade of flame extended from Amanda's glove toward Yui. This technique was aptly named after the flame sword. Yui leapt up and mounted the flame blade. Then she ran onto the blade and drove her knee into Amanda's face. Enough! By the time the instructor stopped the battle, Amanda had already fallen to the ground with white eyes. Hey, is that Gungnir? I think so. To think someone would actually use it. I know, right? It shortens the lifespan of the user more compared to any other divine object. The soldiers were in an uproar. That's what would have happened if someone had used Gungnir before I adjusted it. Apparently, that divine object was infamous. I never thought she's the Gungnir owner. How about that boy? Axel came forward while deliberately shaking his head. Let's try to find out. Hey boy, how's your record? I've got 10 like I said earlier. Boy, did you get 3? Or maybe 5, surely you're not going to tell me you've only beaten one, are you? Axel grinned as he took off his military uniform, including his bottom. I don't remember every single one. I have at least more than 10. In truth, I do remember them thanks to my constant use of memory-fixing magic, but even if I told him, he probably wouldn't believe me. Can you still say that after seeing my divine object? Axel, now only wearing a boomerang pantsuit, tugged the garter of his pantsuit and snapped it open. Activate, Levitine. Axel's boomerang pantsuit shined as he shouted, and his skin became as hard as rock, and his body became gigantic. After this gigantification, he is now around 4 meters tall. He is a meter taller than a gigas. The attacking power of those big, rock-like fists of his is obvious. But still, from flame sword to Levitine. In Norse mythology, it was the wife of the giant Surt who kept Levitine, wasn't it? And Surt is the owner of the flame sword. Are you guys dating or something? Oh, of course not. We're not like that. Oh, he's an Eichmann, but his reaction is quite pure. What? I don't want that womanizer. Amanda, on the other hand, reacted as if she was going to throw up. Damn, I don't think he's still breathing at this point. The other soldiers chuckled and said, Here we go again. Gugugu bastard, I'll kill you. Axel swung his big fist down on me from above. Oi oi, if a normal human is hit by that, he'll die. Amanda is the same. Do they not know what going easy means? Or do they train like this on a regular basis? Anyway, I evaded Axel's blow. Oi oi, he's faster than that young lady. Not only that, the sand wasn't disturbed when he moved. This boy should be good. It's not a speed you can get without using any divine object. However, when did he use his? The soldiers shouted in surprise. They were all astonished. I didn't use any divine object though. Damn it, if only I could hit you. I didn't know that many Japanese are speed types. Axel chases after me as I fall back, swinging his fists down one after another. Sand and water were flying up in big quantities. It's true that he has a lot of power. He's probably powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with a gigas. However, that's it. I caught Axel's fist with one hand as he swung down. What? Everyone except Yui screamed in astonishment. Not only is he faster, he's stronger too? That can't be. Wah, what? I can't move it. Axel tries to pull back his fist, but he is flustered by the fact that he can't do so. Looking at his fist I'm currently gripping, I guess it should be around 3 times bigger than a human's head. Damn this, what's going on? Let's go of me. I lifted Axel, who was flailing and trying to take his arm away, high in the air with one hand. What the? How many tons do you think am I? Your gigantification is the type that increases the mass significantly. You are collecting minerals from surroundings after all. Damn, let me go. Are you saying that you can't go down yourself? Gugugu, you brat. Axel is flailing in the air, trying to escape from my hand, but his limbs are only cutting through the air. Then, can you still lift me up with this? Axel's rock-covered crotch glowed brightly and his body grew even more massive. He must be over 6 meters now. Go to hell. The hand opposite of the one I was holding was targeting me as if gouging out the ground. What this? I stopped Axel's fist with my free hand. I raised that hand above my head as well. When I showed a little smile on the edge of my mouth to the astonished Axel, he seemed to have become even more agitated and his whole body trembled. I think it's about to end playing with him. I threw Axel straight into the sea. Axel landed around 100 meters out to the sea, making a big splash. Amazing, so much power. What kind of divine object is he using? I can't believe he beat Axel in power. The soldiers rushed in. I'm not using any divine object. You just don't want to say? We're a team, so tell us. I don't care whatever you say, I'm really not using any. Damn it, what the hell was that? Axel, who had deactivated his divine object, swam back and rushed to me. You look strong, so I got a little carried away. You'll win next time, keep up the good work. Axel, who was about to grab me, raised and lowered his hand. Ha ha ha, boy wins this one. The instructor laughed and slapped me on the back. You should handle yourself maturely like Kazu. Leave me alone. Axel's mouth is agape with dissatisfaction, but the soldiers who saw it just laughed vigorously. Yui has become very popular, and I think we'll get along just fine for now. After all, against these muscle brains, it is best to show your power. It was almost sunset by the time we had settled down after our tussle with Axel and Amanda. The first day's training consisted of a long-distance swim, a marathon, and magic power release to confirm the basic skills needed to form a platoon. The long-distance swim consisted of swimming around a float, set up 20 kilometers away and returning while still wearing clothes. Even a long swim in the ocean is tricky, and there is even a risk of drowning if you are wearing clothes. In the middle of a battle, no one will give you life jackets or swimsuits. At the instructor's signal, the soldiers started running from the beach toward the sea. While most of them jumped into the sea, some of them used their divine objects to glide on the sea like riding a surfboard. Right, we were not told to swim. Yui activated her divine object. She ran and stepped off the beach to the water as if she's doing a long jump. After jumping about 5 kilometers, she landed on water. However, Yui did not sink into the water but kicked the water like a thrown stone bouncing on the surface. Yui immediately put her foot on the other side of the float and tried to turn, but perhaps it was still too difficult for her. She sank into the sea up to her thighs. Still, Yui kicked the water with her foot and escaped into the air. As it was, by kicking the surface of water, she was able to run through the ocean back to the beach. It looks like there's nothing to worry about, so let's go too. I floated on the spot using magic. Static levitation. Without magic tools, the instructor, who was watching from the back, was astonished. Magic is physical science that operates on a different logic than the science known here. If you simply want to fly, there are several ways to do it, such as manipulating the wind or gating propulsion from an explosion. However, to fly like I am doing now, without affecting the sand beneath my feet, you need to be very good at it. In this world, where magic theory seems to be behind, this instruction is excellent at noticing it. I accelerated fast and spun around the float, reaching the goal at the same time as Yui. Of course, I came in first. The soldiers with divine objects advantageous in this even followed. The soldiers returned to the beast at a speed incomparable to normal people, though they were still far behind us. You're all pretty fast. I think all of you are fast enough to beat the world record. Why aren't you even sweating? The soldiers' voices beautifully harmonize in surprise. Damn it, I'm not going to lose in the marathon. After all, our advantages are different. You hear that? It's a marathon. Don't be a coward and fly like you just did. Axel was now totally seeing me as a rival. It's not worth the trouble to keep getting teased. I guess I'll just have to show him a little more of my skills. Next is marathon, go around the island. Without a break, the next event started. Even the slowest runners were faster than the world record pace for 100-meter dash. At least in terms of physical fitness, it seems that they are elite. Of course, they are not only using their trained muscles, but their magic powers too. From my point of view, it's the same level of magic control as a primitive man learning how to use fire, but it's still very different from not being able to use it at all. They don't seem to recognize it as magic though. Ha 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 ha, I don't care if you have instantaneous power, you can't keep up with me over long distances. Axel, who has activated his divine object, turns into a rock giant and runs with a big smile on his face. Given his height is doubled, his stride also increased proportionally. Surprisingly, his movement speed itself is the same or faster than before he became a giant. No, there's nothing I can't catch up to. Saying that, I easily line up next to Axel. Yui, who had activated her divine object, was also following closely with her mini skirt fluttering. Impossible. Surprised, Axel runs with his arms and legs moving frantically, sweeping up the dirt as he runs. It's true that his speed is quite fast, but his footing is not that good. I'm running with a semi-transparent foothold made by magic power within the width of my and Yui's running path. From the outside, it may look as if we are floating a little. Running on it is more efficient compared to running on sand, dirt, and bumpy rocks. Axel and I are passing the others by. I guess it's time to show the difference in that corner. As we approached the sharp corner, I inclined the foothold. Like a bicycle racing track, it was tilted inward. Given his mass and without any foothold, Axel loses a lot of speed in the corner. As for me, I was able to maintain my speed without much effort. Damn it. I heard Axel's frustrated voice from behind. Yui, on the other hand, is following closely behind me. I guess I've done enough as Axel's opponent. Since we're already here, let's see what Yui can do. Yui, try to run as fast as you can from here. Okay. Yui, who is perspiring a little on her forehead, pulled her mouth shut and concentrated her magic power on her legs. After a beat, Yui accelerated like a rocket. The wind pressure she creates sends a cloud of dust flying high in the air. She must be going 200 kilometers per hour. I followed her closely behind. Ha ha, I'm not even surprised that Kazu is not panting. Sweaty and breathing heavily, Yui looks up at us with her hands on her knees. In this position, her chest is clearly visible. I didn't expect you guys to take the lead in 2 events. You've been working out a lot. The instructor scratched his head and looked like he just ate a bitter bug. In fact, I think you're training them well. I'm telling the truth. I don't think he has a master or inherited any written document for it, but he is training them very well. I'd rather learn from Kazu myself. This instructor, despite being in a superior position, seems to be a teachable guy. Please teach Axel that character too. HNNN? Hahaha, I don't think he'll listen. While I was talking with the instructor, who was smiling broadly, the soldiers began to reach the goal one after another. Now, the last one is magic power release. Magic power release is the basic training to release magic power directly out of the body, but not by using magic. It is like directly releasing gas from a gas cylinder and is the least fuel-efficient method of consuming magic power. Repeating this process has an effect similar to muscle training. It will train your maximum magic power capacity and your ability to adjust the amount of magic power you handle. You will also become better at handling divine objects. However, since you will be wasting magic power, you will not have enough magic power to train how to use magic power efficiently. Therefore, doing just this is not enough. In the other world, I was trained by a master of magic to repeatedly empty my magic power and have it infused immediately. This is a training method that is only possible if there is a great mage close by. It's like running at full speed while doping, and even now, when I remember it, I feel like I'm going to puke, not just puke, but my whole body is going to pop. The instructor handed out crystal balls the size of a melon to each of the 10 soldiers. Kazu and Yui, watch first. We brought most of what we had back home, but they are very precious. 10 was the limit. The instructor concentrated on the crystal ball, and then, a pillar of light rose. Even if it is called training in magic power release, the release itself is impossible without being able to control magic power well in the first place. It is surprisingly a difficult technique. Many people may be able to hit with their fists, but not many people would be able to understand what it meant to release physical strength. That crystal ball is like an auxiliary object for releasing magic power. The pillars of light emitted by the soldiers repeatedly rise and fall in accordance with the magic power released by the instructor. Within a few minutes, one by one, they dropped out, some even faint from magic power depletion. When all had dropped out, the first group was over. As expected, the instructor was breathing heavily. Olivia, you're up next. The female soldier with silver hair and big boobs, who was called forward, held a crystal ball in her hand. Since the instructor entrusted it to her, she must have a lot of magic power among the soldiers. There are 10 crystal balls. In contrast, there were 21 soldiers, including the instructor. Including me and Yui, there were 3 more than the number needed to finish after the second group. One of them had retired after running out of magic power and physical strength during the marathon, so we were down to 2. Let's see the 2 newcomers at the end. Unnecessary. We can do it without the crystal ball. I shook my head at the instructor. What did you just? You can do such an advanced skill. Are you telling me you're a mage? No, I'm not good enough to call myself that. I remember my former comrades who died in the other world. I remember the time when I could barely fight in the other world, before I had the ability to defeat the Demon King. One of my friends, who was also a master of magic, sacrificed his life to buy us some time. His magic power that surpassed that of a demon and the knowledge he had accumulated over the past 1,000 years was something that no one in that world could imitate. I have decided that the title mage can only be used if you match him in magic. Since they say they can do it, let them try. Axel said provocatively, rolling the crystal ball in his palm. He's like telling me I can't do it. Yui, who had guessed just by me calling her name out, activated her divine object. With that as the starting point, she began releasing magic power. The magic power rising from her legs made her skirt flutter. She struggles to hold back her skirt while making a resolute expression. Ooh, the soldiers groaned on the beach. Is it possible to release magic power using a divine object for combat? I've never seen anything like this before. I don't think there's anyone from our organization can do it. Japanese Monroe. What was the last one? Then I also release magic power. The magic power rises silently from my whole body. I've never seen such a smooth release of magic power, and from all over. Normally, if you do something like that, you will run out of magic in an instant. When Yui saw the soldiers with wide-opened gaping mouths, she smiled proudly and stuck out her chest. It was also cute when she inadvertently took her hand off her skirt and hurriedly held it down again. Damn it, I can't lose to every event. As he said that, magic power rose from Axel's crystal ball. A few minutes after Axel started releasing his magic power, everyone aside me and Yui dropped out. Haha, damn. How can a guy who is emitting magic power from all over his body so? Axel turns into the T character on the beach and can't seem to move a finger. Even Yui, as expected, is concentrating desperately with a fatigue look on her face. She is yet to be able to control her magic power properly if she's distracted in a tired state. Finally, Olivia, who had been substituting for the instructor, dropped out, and it was just me and Yui. There's no point in continuing this any longer. Yui, let's start. Yui didn't seem to have the leeway to reply and just nodded. I gradually increased the magic power that rises from my entire body. Ooh. Sweat broke out on Yui's forehead at the same time the soldiers groaned. You've followed me well, but it looks like you're about to reach your limit. I increased the amount of magic power I was releasing at once. The magic power shot up to the height of a 5-story building. Originally, this light shouldn't be visible. It is because a part of magic power has been converted into light. I used to get scolded by my master when light leaked up. It would be like an incast singer vocalizing without flickering a candle. I'm out. When I saw Yui slump down on the spot, I stopped releasing magic power. Monster, are you really human? Axel muttered so. To normal people, you are a monster. There is more difference between you and me than you and normal humans. Stop thinking yourself as the world's standard. Damn. Axel's face contorted in frustration, but he did not complain any further. It was worth showing a little strength. The others must have figured out what Yui and I are capable of, and no one's going to try to trouble us now. After all, the first time is the hardest when dealing with muscle brains. You are far beyond anything I could have imagined. How would you like to be the combat instructor instead of me? The instructor said something outrageous. I don't know what strategy you guys are using. I'll take care of that. I'll take care of the tactics part. I don't think there's anyone here who would complain about what they just saw. That includes Axel. When the instructor glanced at Axel, he frowned and opened his mouth in frustration. Gunanananunu, moo, I got it. I knew this guy was strong the first time he stopped my fist, and that's how it is. Can you do me a favor? I'm sure you don't want to be taught by someone weaker than you, right? Understood. However, I'll be very strict. Don't worry, we are accustomed to rigorous training. If you insist that much, I'll give you a little poke. One night after meeting them, training begins earnestly. Today, there was no tactical training by the instructor, only training under me. In the morning, we had basic training, and in the afternoon, we had a mock battle. In the mock battle, we were divided into 3 teams for a battle royal. The teams were 2 teams composed of 10 Nordic soldiers each, and the last team is a team of me and Yui. I did my best to hold back and support Yui moderately. Yui should use this as an opportunity to train for a one-to-many battle. As for the result, of course, an overwhelming victory for both Yui and me. The first day of training went like that. What the heck is this training? It's 100 times tougher than usual. That little girl, how the hell can she follow that training program? The soldiers had all collapsed and looked like a pile of corpses. All right, Yui, let's start training. Okay, the warm-up is over. Who? The soldiers saw me and Yui leaving together, shouted in unison. It's been a while since Kazu and I trains with just the 2 of us. I guess you could say that. Since Futaba joined us, the 3 of us are all training together. What are we going to do today? Yui smiled happily even though she must have been tired. We'll train for underwater warfare at night. Underwater combat is very different. You'd better get used to it. So that's why you asked me to wear a swimsuit. Yui is currently wearing a swimsuit. The swimsuit black tights combination is the ultimate maniac outfit. Once you get used to it, we'll do it in your regular clothes. However, since it's just the first day, we'll focus on ease of movement. It might be difficult if it's not a bikini. Yui's big breasts are strongly asserted from underneath her swimsuit. I'd like to see her in a bikini, but they might get off if she moves too hard. As for me, I'm wearing a half pants and a t-shirt. I can put a thin protective layer on the surface of my body, so there's no problem. Can you breathe underwater? I can't. Right. I cast a spell on Yui to allow her to breathe underwater. I don't really want to cast a spell on Yui that she can't cast herself because she can't respond in an emergency, but in this case, I'll cast the spell on her. I also extended a thread of magic power to Yui so she could speak through her thoughts. This is the same method we used in outer space. Yui and I dived into the sea. We are at the bottom of the ocean, where moonlight may or may not reach us. The night is deeper here compared on land. Yui, do you have any underwater technique? No, but I can use Gungnir. Underwater, Yui can't use her speed, which is her strong point. The purpose of this training is to make sure she can at least protect herself if there's a similar situation. After completing our underwater training, Yui and I sat side by side on the beach, looking at the moon. Sorry for dragging you into this. You don't have to apologize so many times, and it's not something you should apologize for in the first place. Yeah. Yui nodded, but her face was dark. Because of me, Kazu got involved. Yui would have come here even if I'm not invited, right? If that is the case, I would have come here even if your father didn't ask me to. Kazu. Yui smiled happily for a moment, but she was probably embarrassed and turned her face away. For me, I'm glad as long as Yui's happy. Don't you have trust in my power? No, that's not it. I'm sure you know what I mean. Yui looked straight at me. Then everything will be fine. But variants sometimes have unpredictable abilities. I was thinking that if something happened to Kazu. I appreciate your concern. However, I feel the same. If something happened to Yui without me knowing, I would be able to continue to live. Kazu. That's why we better fight together. Is that so? Okay. Yeah, I was worried when I heard my father saying there was going to be some incredibly powerful enemy. I wish they would. That will more likely make me fulfill your father's condition, and he'll be less likely try something scammy to us. That guy. He is bound to push me to do something unreasonable. The higher the difficulty, the more I can show him my power. You've seen right through his mess of a plan. I don't want to speak too ill of Yui's father. I have met a number of people like him when I was a salaryman. It's okay. It's just that guy. Yui said so as if she's about to throw up. Even though he is her parent, he is the one who treated her life so lightly. No wonder she reacted that way. When I went closer to Yui, close enough for our shoulders to touch each other, Yui put her hand on my shoulder. I'm going to be stronger. It's easy for me to say things like, I'll protect you, or you don't have to do anything. However, those are not what she would want to hear. Yeah. I just answered like that. At times like this, I would want to say something thoughtful if I can. It has been 2 weeks since we started living on the isolated island. We are getting used to the training for soldiers. I dare not make the training too hard. It is not because I am afraid that they will hate me or that they will not be able to keep up with me. It is because they might become the enemy in the future. I knew they were good guys when I met them. However, it is possible, given the current situation, that they will be given inhumane orders to invade Japan. Is this sushi? This is the first time I'll have sushi made by a genuine Japanese. Thank you, boss. Tempura, sukiyaki, banzai. The soldiers get excited by the sushi on the tables in the mess hall. There's no tempura or sukiyaki, though. They're just saying the words they know. The sushi was made by me and Yui for tonight's dinner. However, it was just fish we caught in the ocean, processed, and put on sushi rice. It's not quite as good as what a chef can make, but I guess it's a nice treat. By the way, the boss they are referring to is me. In the past 2 weeks, they have been completely taken in by me. I thought you were training. What is this festival? Yui's father, Shuratori Tetsugen, arrived at the scene. It was probably just a sight visit. The soldiers saluted him in unison, but their eyes seemed to be mocking him. This reaction was enough to tell me what they thought of Tetsugen, a rich Japanese who had made his way to Scandinavia through political marriage. From the Nordic organization's point of view, he is an important conduit for their expansion to Japan, so they can't afford to ignore him. These sushi were prepared by Kazu and Yui. Would you like some? The instructor politely asks Tetsugen. Foon, I thought you might run away because you couldn't stand the training, but I didn't know you were a chef. That's a pretty good position to be in, isn't it? Tetsugen looked at me and snorted. The soldiers were disconcerted by this attitude, but Tetsugen was oblivious to it. The soldiers looked as if they were about to grab Tetsugen, but I stopped them with a glance. With that, the soldiers stopped moving. At this rate, it's going to be difficult for you to achieve the conditions I gave you. Ha ha ha, this sushi's not good either. Tetsugen threw a piece of sushi into his mouth and left the mess hall. The hell is that guy? How can he talk to boss like that? A real piece of shit. Oi, that's Yui-san's papa. Ah, sorry. Everyone, I apologize for my father. No, Yui-san has nothing to apologize for. Right. Yui is calming down the soldiers who started making a commotion all at once. She's like the goddess of the battlefield. At that moment, a shrill alarm rang out in the building. Finally, the soldiers ran outside at once. Since they always carry their divine objects with them, there is no need to go for their equipment. A supersonic fighter, which doesn't suit the isolated island in the Pacific Ocean, is heading straight for us. Though I can't sense any powerful magic power from the plane. Boom, a great magic power pops out of the plane. It's so great that the sound of an explosion was almost audible. It seems certain that the core of the variant outbreak is loaded on that plane. What's with all the fuss? What? Tetsugen came out of the building, looked up at the sky, and dropped his mouth open. A supersonic plane with black blur around it is heading toward us. With my eyesight, I could see that the black blur was a swarm of variants emerging from the plane. They are gigas. There are around 300 of them. The supersonic plane must have had a capacity of less than 130. Were they forced to cram in variants that had reverted to their human forms? Even so, that would still be overcapacity. Berthold, what the hell was that? What's the size of the enemy? Tetsugen snatched a pair of binoculars from a soldier, and when he saw them, he rushed toward the instructor. The instructor looked at the panicking Tetsugen with cold eyes and told him about the report of a soldier with good detection skills. 300? How could such a swarm attack such an isolated island? Tetsugen's surprise was understandable. Still much better than having them appear in urban areas. However, if that is the case, it would have been a big deal. It's all my fault. I've been releasing a lot of magic power every day since the night I came here. I guess they thought it would be better to destroy this place. It's better than a mass outbreak in the city, right? Of course, I did it on purpose. Damn it, you can beat them, right? Tetsugen looked at the instructor and not me. We'll do our best. Make sure you win. No, if you can't, at least buy some time. Right, why did this happen when I came to inspect? I guess when completely cornered, one's true nature comes out. Sorry to interrupt you, but can you tell me the condition on our agreement? Of course, I'm talking about the condition to free Yui. You're still saying that. Didn't you see their number? Even if this team is one of the most elite in the world, the best they could do is to face variants one-on-one? We don't have enough men. These guys here can do a little more than that. Who? What came to Tetsugen's eyes was relief from self-preservation. I'll just have to beat 90% of them and leave 30 out. These 30 soldiers and Yui can take care of those 30. How can you still say something so stupid in this situation? All right, as long as you can defeat 90% of them, the condition is fulfilled. All right, you heard that, right? Yes, boss, what the? Tetsugin was startled and confused when he saw the soldier saluting to me. Father, just watch there. You'll see something awesome. Yui, who had been watching his pathetic father with slightly wistful eyes, said proudly, I won't let you down. Now I'll have to do something about that plane first. It's rushing in. Oi, intercept it. Tetsugin was panicking as he pointed at the supersonic plane. I'm ashamed of you, father. You usually act like a big man. It is sad to hear something like that from your own daughter. I don't feel sorry for him, though, because she is absolutely right. I'll take care of it. I said so, and the soldiers made way with disciplined movements. I took off into the night sky using the flower path as a runway, just 500 meters from the island's sandy beach. The plane is flying just above the surface of the water. Behind it are 300 variants. The Gigas, which don't have the ability to fly, are floating in the air, probably because they are being pulled by the core. I positioned myself in the path of the plane and met its sharp nose head-on. My hands tingled from the friction, but the plane stopped moving in mid-air. Then, I poured my magic power to the plane and swung it around like a blunt weapon. With each swing of the giant weaponized plane, the bodies of several dozen of Gigases were torn to shreds. I swing the plane at the fleeing Gigases, knocking them away. It was playing a warrior's game. The Gigases that are at a certain distance away from the plane fell into the sea. This is probably because the core is inside the plane. It would be troublesome if the Gigases that fell in the water were to escape. I used magic threads to all the Gigases in the water and in the air. There are 21 of them left. I lifted all of them high into the sky and gathered them up. Then I slammed the plane down to the Gigases. Boom! As soon as the plane exploded, the remaining Gigases scattered into pieces. I threw the shattered wreckage of the plane into the sea and returned to the beach where Yui and the others were. As expected of Kazu. That was the most spectacular thing I've ever seen. Yui came running to me and handed me a plastic bottle. Awesome, boss. You look like you didn't even sweat after doing that. You beat everything on your own, not just 90%. The soldiers were amazed. Among them, the one whose attitude changed the most was Tetsugin. Amazing, Nanbikun, you have the ability to surpass even the Vatican's strongest. He came up to us with a nasty smile on his face while clapping. I fulfilled the condition. Of course. If I can have a relationship with Nanbikun, I will give you a daughter or two. This guy is really a scum. However, I won't bother with correcting him. The deal is done. Don't forget what you said. As I did with Onamatsuri, I casted a contract magic on Tetsugin. I don't really feel like saying this since it ended so fast. Even so, mission accomplished. No, not yet. I looked at the sea where the wreckage of the plane had sunk, interrupting Tetsugin. A small mass of magic power rose into the sky where the wreckage of the shattered plane had sunk. It seemed to glow dark color even in the darkness of the evening, but it was small in both magic power and light size. As if pulled up by its dark-colored light, an unconscious child emerged from the water. I now know why the variant came with more than the maximum capacity of the plane. So, they packed a number of children that exceeded the seating capacity and sent them here with the core. By confining humans and core in a small space, they would obviously become variants. However, not all of them seem to be variants. It's not hard to imagine what happened to the children who did not become variants given the characteristics of variants. Whoever thought of this is not someone decent. When the passenger plane approached the island, there was already no sign of humans on board. That means this kid is a variant too. I flew back into the night sky and watched the child in the air. I watched as the child's eye lit up and slowly raised his body. The child's eyes, shining brightly, tell us that he's not human. I was going to eat the one who'll come to rescue this kid. It looks like there are some people on Earth who are used to tactics. The child spoke with a man's voice that resonated low and deep in the pit of his stomach. This guy's strong. The moment the small magic power we call the core is sucked into the child, the magic power emanating from the child explodes. The amount of magic power this guy has is several times greater than that of Susanoo. Of course, that doesn't equal to strength. The gods I have defeated in another world had hundreds of times more magic power. That's how a god is. The reason why the variants, even though they are former gods, do not have magic power of the gods of the other world is probably due to several reasons. One of it should be that they have only been here for a short period of time. Another one is that they use humans as their mediums, and even though they devour them from the inside, it is nothing more than a manifestation. They have not revived with their original power intact. The variant in front of me is different from the variants I had seen before. I'm not talking about the amount of magic power. The closest way to describe it would be density. It was thick. The child's body transformed in an instant. He is about 2 meters tall with hair and beard similar to those Greek sculptures and to the Gigas. The difference is that he is somewhat slender. He also has a piece of black cloth wrapped loosely around his body. The sharp eyes behind his chiseled face glowed. Even though it's just a fragment, my soul still managed to blend in well. I see the core is a fragment of God's soul that remains on earth. Or rather than a fragment, it is more like a gate that connects to another space. And now, in front of me is the god of that fragment. My guess is that when a god leaves Earth once, the level of the soul that he has been trained up to that point will be reset. Unlike the usual variantization, the power of the soul that has taken in a piece of the soul before the resetting process is quite understandable. I am Hades, mighty mortal, what is your name? He is one of the most powerful god in Greek mythology and the god of the underworld. Nanba Kazu. Nanba, show me your power. Hades held up a bifurc spear that appeared in his hand and pointed it at me. A mythical bident, but first. When Hades pointed the bident toward the island, a dark-colored magic circle appeared on the beach where Yui and the others were. From there, a dog with 3 heads emerged. A Cerberus. Now, which will come first? Their total destruction, or your death? He's got the air of a guy who wants to give it a go immediately, which is what he'll get. Yui's point of view. A Cerberus suddenly appeared on the beach and growled. 3 heads, as high as the 3rd floor, stared at us separately. Grrrrrr. The soldiers instinctively stepped back, as the Cerberus licks its tongue out while roaring. Still, they didn't run away, perhaps because that's how they were trained. Has any one of you ever fought against a higher level? The instructor's voice was squeezed out of him, but everyone shook their heads. Given what's happening, we can only ask Boss for help. Yes, Boss can. Boss should be able to do something about it. The soldiers were all saying they should ask for Kazu's help. The enemy in front of them is so powerful that even these mighty soldiers don't want to fight it. However, no, we have to fight it on our own. That's impossible. The Cerberus, looking down at the soldiers who are slowly falling back, steps forward with ease. Flames spewed from the 3 mouths of the Cerberus. One of the 3 flames comes toward us. It was blocked by 5 soldiers who had activated their defensive-type divine objects. However, their divine objects were burned out by the blow, and some of them had parts of their bodies set on fire as an after-effect. The 2 other flames that passed by us burned the vegetation on the island, chipped away the hills, and evaporated the sea water on the other side of the island. The faces of the soldiers turned desperate as they watched the massive amount of steam rise. As expected, it's impossible. It's not something you can beat with training alone. It was only one attack, but this is the effect. The opponent Kazu is facing is far stronger. It can even send a Cerberus. There's no way that's an easy opponent. Even the instructor let out a voice of despair. Thus, we can only fight this Cerberus with just us. I thought I said it firmly, but my voice might have trembled a little. Even I am scared. I want to escape now. However, if I escape here, I would not be qualified to stand next to Kazu. This thought stopped me. Aren't you elites from Scandinavia? If you lose, what will happen to your family? It's funny for me to say this because I'm not getting along with my father. After talking to them for the past 2 weeks, I've learned something. They, too, are humans with various circumstances. Of course, many of them have left their families and loved ones behind in the country. However, even superficial words can work on them. For me, there is only one person who comes to my mind when I hear the word family. Kazu. We don't have that kind of relationship right now, but I'm sure, one day. For that, I can't die here. No, none of us here want to die. However, I will still drive them to fight, because that is the best way to survive. Yui's point of view. We just need to keep it until Kazu clears his side. No one must die, for the sake of those we care about. I tried to inspire them, but I could still see the hesitation and fear on the soldiers' faces. Meanwhile, 2 heads of the Cerberus gouged the ground while the last one's mouth was flaming. I jumped using Gungnir, which I had activated. I kicked the Cerberus' lower jaw. Boom! With a loud popping sound, flames exploded in the Cerberus' mouth. The Cerberus, which is now spewing black smoke, momentarily reeled, but its face immediately contorted in anger, and it attacked me with its 3 mouths and claws. I managed to avoid its big claws and fangs, and barely avoid its continuous attacks. There was no chance for me to attack. If the claws even grazed anything other than my divine object, my body would be torn apart. I would not last long alone. And if I can't attack, the situation will remain the same, and only my strength will decrease. There is no need to compare who has more physical strength between me and the Cerberus. I should only be around 10 seconds. However, my feeling of exhaustion is like I've been running as fast as I could for hours. If I lose concentration even for a moment, I will die. Just as I thought that, Kazu and the variant he's facing disappeared. No way, that's divine domain. That variant would have been able to reduce anyone but Kazu to dust in an instant. Kazu would be able to hold it off. It should be good news for us that they disappeared. If I had the power to think that, I shouldn't have thought of something unnecessary. Cerberus claws can't evade. I concentrated my magic power on my Gungnir and received it with my shin. I managed to reduce the impact of the blow, but it still knocked me out of the air and onto the beach. Kaha. All the air in my lungs was pushed out, and for a moment, my eyes went blank. The Cerberus' big jaws are looming right above me. In truth, I want to defeat the Cerberus myself. However, I am well aware that this is impossible. I wonder if Kazu will tell me that I have also grown by learning the capabilities of my enemies. If I take those words as a blessing, I will never be strong enough. If I'm going to be beaten anyway, let's use that one sword. I concentrated all my magic power on the tip of my right foot. The moment it eats me, I will pierce at least one of its heads. Just as the Cerberus was ready to do so, a giant fell down on its head. The body slam of the giant, which fell from above, made the Cerberus stagger. I took advantage of that opportunity and slipped out from under the Cerberus. Axel-san, it was Axel who saved me, and it was another soldier who sent him flying into the sky. We didn't come all the way here to make a high school girl fight for us. Sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing Yui, how can I be scared? Right. The other soldiers activated their divine objects one after another. Everyone, thanks. Let's counterattack. Ooh, the soldiers' magic power increases. Even Yuzako-chan, the gym-uniformed beautiful warrior, has deflected this much danger. I, too, will do it as the black tights beautiful warrior, though I'm embarrassed to call myself that. As Hades increased his magic power, I kept him in check so that he would not go toward Yui and the others. It would be difficult for Yui and the others to defeat the Cerberus alone. However, if an all-out melee were to break out here with Hades joining in, casualties would be unavoidable. While Yui and the others endure, I will defeat Hades and then kill that Cerberus. Do you want to go and help? HNN. The end of Hades' mouth twisted into a smirk. Not yet, it's too early to attack. Once Hades starts attacking me, his awareness of Yui and the others will fade. That's when I'll make my move. However, I won't let that happen. I will have you experience despair. Saying that, Hades instantly closed the gap between us and thrust his bident at my neck. I caught it with my usual black sword. You're pretty fast. However, the spear and sword pressed against each other, making a clattering sound, and Hades released the magic power he had been storing up since earlier. At that moment, the voices of the Cerberus and the soldiers from the beach disappeared. Divine domain. The range was in front of the beast and down the sea. Compared to Futaba's, this is quite big. You seem to have been through quite a lot at your age to even know what it is. However, you will never be able to leave this place again. It's true that I can't break through the divine domain with my ability alone, and it seems that this divine domain raises Hades' magic power. It is a wall and is also used like a magic power tank. It will be difficult for the current Futaba, but I will have her try it sooner or later. Very convenient. What? Hades raised his eyebrows. I'm sure he thought I'd despair. There is a problem on using a technique as powerful as this one. Usually, I would watch out for the surroundings, since I don't want anything to happen to Futaba. Since this means that I can do whatever I want after all these years. Yui and the others would not be able to fight against the Cerberus that long. I'm going to start. I put magic power into my sword and began to push back the spear with force. What is this power? I can't push, I'm losing, to a human. I kicked Hades in the gut to distance myself from him. I took an overhead stance and slashed at Hades. I put all the magic power I could put in at the moment. Hades tried to catch it with his spear, but my sword slashed down one of Hades' arms. The force of my slash split the sea inside the divine domain in half. I had actually intended to slice through his torso, but the spear deflected my sword's trajectory. Impossible. My spear never broke even in battle with other gods. The slashed arm flew toward Hades, who had moved away from me using instantaneous movement. It was instantly absorbed in his body again. Compared to Susanoo, his close combat skills are not as good, but his magic power, backed by his divine domain, is quite impressive. Even so, the far distance he took from me was a testament of his fear. Did I get scared of a human? Hades stared at me and clenched his shaking fists. That's instinct when you know what your enemy is capable of. How dare you speak like that to a god? I'll show you why I'm the god of the underworld. Hades chanted a short incantation, and a black blur, barely humanoid in shape, floated up from the bottom of the sea. More than 100 of them can be seen, and they continuously crawl up from the bottom of the sea. There should be 1,000 of them. They are ghosts of those who died at the sea. If possessed, they will go mad and die. They are not gigas since physical attack is useless to them, as expected of the god of the underworld. No matter how many people have died at the sea, their ghosts will not wander around. He must have given them magic power and residual thoughts to materialize them. It's a trick that can only be done by someone with tremendous magic power. The ghost came to me as a swarm. Strengthened by Hades, they certainly have enough magic power to easily drive an ordinary person insane. Furthermore, given their spirit body, physical attacks won't work on them. Even so, I concentrated my magic power into my palms, which are clasped together in front of my chest. As my palms were separated, a ball of magic power was generated. When the ball of magic power became as big as a person's head, I held it out in front of me. Go! Countless rays of light shot out of the magic sphere, piercing each one of the ghosts. Ha! The ghosts disappeared into dust as they were hit by the rays of light. Purification magic? No, you've removed my magic power from them. How could a mortal use such advanced magic? I don't remember saying I'm not good at magic. Bastard, Hades made around 20 magic spheres around him. Each of them has one attribute such as fire, ice, or lightning. Each of them has the power to blow away little rocks. Let's see how you can remove these. All the magic balls flew toward me. It's true that it's troublesome to disassemble several attribute magics at the same time. However, that doesn't mean it's not possible. I held my sword toward the magic sphere and concentrated my magic power on the tip of my sword. Just before the magic spheres landed, I thrust my sword out and at the same time released an extremely thick magic power from the tip of my sword. The blow, which had the attribute of explosion magic, blew away all the magic spheres, vaporized the seawater, and stopped at the edge of the divine domain. If used without the divine domain, this technique would have had a major impact on Earth. I am possible. All that remained was Hades, whose right half of the upper body had been scraped off. I still have a 2-tier higher magic to cast. Hades' body has already begun to regenerate. At the same time, his already enormous mag power swells more. Do you think I'll just let you do it? I still have to save Yui and the others. Then, as soon as Hades deployed a barrier-looking spell around him, his body began to deform as if it were being pushed out from within in a bumpy manner. This is the physical change that accompanies the release of magic power. It seems like the barrier was preventing the gap for the transformation, but it's still asking for a beating. The fact that it takes time to transform means I also have time to store up magic power. I put all my magic power into the sword and also increased the speed of flow in my body, which I used in my battle against Susanoo. Hades is looking at me with a relaxed expression on my face as I slashed at him. He must be very confident of his barrier. That's why he was caught off guard. My blow split his body in half from side to side without a sound, along with his barrier. The sword slash split the sea and created a trench several kilometers deep on the ocean floor. Looking around, I found that the divine domain has been lifted. It looks like he is no longer able to sustain it after taking that blow. The barrier I made is only next to divine domain in terms of defensive capability. Even if that is the case, it's not theoretically unbreakable, right? Divine domains are absolutely unbreakable. That's how they are. If you were told to cut time with a kitchen knife, you wouldn't be able to do it, would you? That's how it works. However, although the barrier Hades deployed was quite advanced, in the end, it's just a barrier. If you have enough skill and power, you can break it. There are many ways to process diamonds which are said to be the hardest. While he was taking his time to transform, I was also able to accumulate power. If I had just returned to this world, I might not have been able to cut it down so easily. I'm grateful for my daily training and above all, my battle with Susanoo. It was a very good treatment to get my body accustomed to magic power. Even after being split in two, Hades' body continued to change. Tentacles of magic power extended from the cross-section of his body, trying to connect with each other. As expected of a variant. No, it is precisely because he has so much magic power that he is able to regenerate and transform even in his unstable transformation. However, of course, I won't leave him to do that. I cut Hades' body to pieces, moved down under him, and casted fire magic from my hand towards the sky. The flames, which exceeded the boiling point of iron, at over 3,000 degrees Celsius burned Hades' body pieces. Even with this, there were still remnants of his body left, perhaps because of his massive magic power. I further increased the temperature and output of the fire, and even dust was consumed. The pillar of fire crossed the stratosphere and destroyed a satellite. It was an emergency situation. This was the time to get the organization to do something about it. The repeated use of high-power techniques made me feel a little fatigued, but that was expected. However, that's not important now. How's Yui and the others? Stay alive, everyone, Yui's point of view. How long has it been since Kazu disappeared? It must have only been a few minutes, but everyone already reached their limits. Every time the Cerberus attacks, it consumes a lot of magic power and physical strength to fight it off. If you focus too much on the attack, you will neglect your defense, but if you keep on defending yourself, you will be overwhelmed. Although there have been no fatalities, 9 have already been disabled with broken bones or other injuries. Gua, and just now it became 10. Meanwhile, all 3 Cerberus heads are still alive and well. One eye has barely been crushed. The torso has been damaged several times, but they all regenerated. It may not be able to indefinitely recover, but we will run out of power first before the Cerberus runs out of its enormous magic power. It is possible for me to blow off at least one of the heads, but at that point, I will run out of magic power. I would have been happy if the other soldiers could have provided 2 or 3 of my firepower, but according to my assessment of them, they won't even be able to provide as much firepower as mine. In the meantime, one by one, they were losing their ability to fight. I had them move back to the rear so that the wounded wouldn't be targeted as I and Axel-san took over the vanguard position. However, the more people who were unable to fight, the more burden I had to bear. Cerberus fangs were thrust into the shoulder of Axel-san, who had transformed into a rock-clad giant. Arg! Axel-san screamed, which means his thick rock armor had been pierced. It was to his credit that we managed to maintain the front line. The rearguard team shot at the Cerberus in an attempt to pull it away from him, but the Cerberus only narrowed its eyes in annoyance. If Axel-san was killed at this point, the front line would collapse. I jumped up and swooped down toward the head of the Cerberus, which was biting Axel-san. Concentrating my magic power on the soles of my feet, I kicked and crushed it. I felt unpleasant hearing the sound and feeling its skull being crushed, but it would soon recover. This level of damage had been inflicted on it several times. Thanks for the help. Axel-san came down beside me as I landed. He must have been bleeding inside the rock. His complexion was not good. Still, I couldn't ask him to pull back, and he didn't seem to intend to do so either. If we pull back from this point, everyone behind us will be killed for sure. However, we don't have the manpower left to buy us more time. I would rather die than save magic power. I consciously released the magic power I had been controlling. If earlier was the pace of a marathon, this time, The output is of a middle-distance runner. It must have reacted to my magic power. The heads of the Cerberus came toward me all at once. I kicked one of them away, used the second one as a springboard, and dropped my heel on the third. During the kick, I pour magic power into the Cerberus, causing its head to explode. As expected, the magic resistance is high. Normally, it should have the power to blow off the entire head, but around 70% remains to its original form. It will take all of my power to blow it off. I was tempted to give it my all. However, that would be betraying Kazu, who would surely come to my rescue. I will do everything in my power to endure. Axel-san, who had remained until the end, collapsed, and I was the only one left. Determination is power. However, there is a limit. Perhaps its regeneration is no longer keeping up. The Cerberus fangs are chipped here and there, and 2 of its 6 eyes are crushed. Even so, from a human's point of view, it is still an overwhelmingly powerful attacker. It slobbers and bites down my head, and I manage to avoid it by hitting it with the vacuum blade I made with a kick. However, the moment I landed on the ground, my foot slipped. It was a stagger caused by fatigue and depletion of magic power. Seeing an opportunity, the Cerberus attacked me mercilessly, and I can't avoid it. Just as I thought so, the Cerberus head fell to my side with a thud. Its head was covered in purple blood, but I wasn't aware of that. He finally came for me. Kazu, I couldn't help but shout his name. Sorry to keep you waiting. Everyone's battered, but no one's dead. You did well, because I knew Kazu would come. Yui slumped on the floor. She is no longer able to stand up. Just give me a minute. Yeah, I'll wait. Yui, who must be very worn out, smiles at me, trying to not worry me. The Cerberus is apparently not summoned as a variant, but by Hades. It is the type that stays even if the summoner dies. In any case, it has harmed Yui. It must die. When I put magic power into my sword, the Cerberus was scared for a moment. Is its instinct working? However, the Cerberus did not follow that instinct. It regenerated the head that was cut off by me and charged at me. The head that was supposed to be regenerated is half sore and looks like the head of an undead. It probably doesn't have enough magic power left to regenerate it completely. This was definitely a credit to Yui and her team. Everyone did a great job. 3 giant heads loomed over me. I cut them down with a single sword. 3 heads fell to the ground, but even so, their fangs were still clattering as they were still trying to bite me. I enveloped them in a pillar of flame and shredded the Cerberus torso. After that, I blow off the torso with an explosion-type magic. That monster instantly, as expected of boss, I doubt he's even human. The soldiers cheered. Some of them are seriously injured, but it seems that they are being given first aid by those who have healing-type divine objects. I immediately cast a healing spell on Yui while sending her some magic power. Han. Yui's cheeks flushed as she writhed in pleasure. I was so relieved seeing Yui's okay as I held her in my arms. You're getting stronger. That's probably not the kind of compliment you would say to a girl. Even so, Yui is pleased. Yeah, thanks, see. That's the best smile she has shown. B-Boss, sorry for bothering your moment, but if you can you do that to me too? Axel slithered up the beach. Right, I'll have to heal everyone else too. The day after the battle with Hades, Yui and I were being escorted off by the soldiers. Please join the Nordic organization. Yeah, let's protect Japan and Scandinavia together. There are many beautiful girls in Scandinavia. The soldiers all tried to keep me. As for the last one, Yui glared at him as if she was going to eat him alive. I ask you too. You dare. Tetsugen, who was still acting as if he was a big shot, was getting a lot of scolding from all the soldiers. Apparently, they had heard about his treatment of me and Yui. He was being completely ostracized. The soldiers tried to give us socks, shell casings, rations, and other souvenirs, but we politely declined. I know that they didn't bring that much to the island, and I don't need them anyway. Instead, I asked for 2 things as a reward. One is a replica of a headband type, divine object that no one had adapted to. It was one of the items brought in by the Nordic organization for this training, and no one in the organization has been able to adapt to it. The other one is the remnant of the core. Well, it is better to say that I secretly picked it up rather than receiving it. It no longer has enough power left to generate variants, but the concentration of magic power is still quite high. I noticed something when I came to this island and looked at the replicas of the divine objects other than Gungnir. Only Yui's divine object had a higher output compared to the others, even compared to its state before I optimized it. After obtaining the remnants of the core, I found out that Gungnir seems to be made of a core's remnants. Is this why some soldiers think that Gungnir is so special? Come to think of it, Kagutsuchi was also trying to take off Yui's black tights, but maybe he knew something about it. The remnant of the core used in Gungnir is extremely minute and cannot be separated from the divine object. I don't think there's any reason for a variant to want that thing. Regardless, it would be a good enough reward. I hope Futaba will like this souvenir. There was no store on a small, deserted island after all. Yui fell asleep as soon as she boarded the chopper for our return trip. She must be very tired. I also felt like sleeping. Incidentally, Tetsugen was on a separate flight at Yui's request. What woke me up from my shallow sleep was the ringtone of the PHS that I haven't received in 2 weeks. It was from Futaba. It finally got through. What have you been doing to not even give me a call for 2 weeks, Oni-chan? Forgive me, but there was no signal except for the satellite phone on the deserted island. It's not that I forgot about you. It's true. I guess I'll be in a long sermon when I get back. Chapter 10, Theme Park. After returning home from the deserted island, I explained to Futaba the whole process from training the soldiers to defeating Hades. I understand what's going on, and I'm not mad at you, but moo. Futaba looks obviously dissatisfied. I brought a souvenir just for Futaba, so forgive me. What? I gave Futaba the headband I got from the island. I have already synthesized it with the remnant of the core. Synthesizing, it consumed the remnant of the core, but only a small amount of the core was synthesized into the headband. It was probably less than half the concentration of Gungnir. I can't believe Oni-chan would prepare a present for me. Futaba's eyes sparkle as she holds up the black headband. It's a divine object given to me by the soldiers. Check if you can use it. Divine? Ah, okay. Why do you look so disappointed? I thought it would be better if Futaba also had a way to protect yourself other than the divine domain. I heard that no one has ever adapted to it. I don't know what the effect is. Even more so because I synthesized it. Okay, you're worried about me. Thanks. Futaba was a little disappointed but still put the headband on her head. So, why do you look a little disappointed? Just putting it on doesn't make anything happen. Futaba touched it with her finger, but there was no response. I've heard that when you touch a divine object that you have aptitude on, you'll feel something. Do you feel anything? Yeah, I can't help but think this is just a headband. I can feel magic power when I concentrate on it, but it's the same as when I look at any other divine object. I see. I thought that Futaba, who has Suzanu's blood, might have a greater aptitude for divine objects, but I guess that was not the case. Hey, Oni-chan, can I have this? I don't have anyone else I can give it to. It's yours. Great, thanks. Is she in a good mood or a bad mood? That said, at least she likes it. It looks good on you. Futaba's face turned a little red when I casually said those words. Even if we're siblings, don't just say things like that. If you're that embarrassed, it makes me feel embarrassed too. It's a different kind of embarrassment that I feel when I'm with Yui. This is the kind of embarrassment one feels for your family. You're thinking of another woman. No, I'm not. Moo. Well, okay. However, you didn't forget your promise that you'll take me out to play, right? Of course. Then, first of all, you need to help me buy some clothes. Let's go tomorrow. Are you saying it's only a preparatory battle? Come to think of it, even if Oni-chan's phone doesn't work, you can always get here from the deserted island anytime. Ah, to think you will leave your little sister alone, and had fun with your big-breasted childhood friend. Arg. You okay? Of course. It looks like I'm going to pay for those clothes. What Futaba and I are visiting is a reasonably big shopping mall. There are about 150 stores in the mall ranging from restaurants to clothing and general merchandise. There are some high-end stores, but most of them are branded stores for commoners. Even though it was a weekday, there were many young customers because of summer vacation. I was dragged to the area where women's brands were lined up. Staying here alone is difficult. This is a girly brand store that Futaba likes to wear on a daily basis, but they don't have anything for men, so the only customers here are women and couples. The fact that the store next door is a lingerie shop also makes me nervous. Hey, Oni-chan, What do you think of these? Futaba brought a mini one-piece, a tight skirt with an Australian flag for some reason, and a long skirt with floral pattern. I'd say the mini one-piece is the best. You live mini skirts after all. Why are you suddenly in a bad mood? I'm going to try everything, so wait for me in front of the fitting room. Everything? Of course. We have time. Yes, it's still morning, but don't tell me we're going to shop all day. From there, Futaba's fashion show started. Staring from girly brands to boyish brands, she tried on clothes at every single store. Then came the swimsuit store. This one has the maximum difficulty of all the stores we have visited so far. I don't mind if I'm on a date with Yui, but this is not the place you'll come with your little sister. Oni-chan. You're certainly thinking of another woman. Aren't you a little too sharp? Are all girls like this? Wait for me properly, okay? Futaba drew the curtains of the fitting room. The other customers' eyes hurt. The store clerk saw that I came with Futaba, so she gave me a kind look, but even that is embarrassing. Help! Hey, Oni-chan. Futaba, who only showed her face from the curtain, is looking at me with a smile. She looked like she was about to play a prank on me. What kind of swimsuit is she wearing? I'm afraid to see it. I'm a little embarrassed, so come here, come. As she called me, I fearfully poked my head into the curtain and found Futaba in a pink bathing suit with frills on the waist. Oh, that looks good on you. What kind of swimsuit did you think I was wearing? She had set a trap for me with how she had that look on her face when she peeked from the curtain earlier. Then, next one. And she's not done yet. After that, several swimsuit fashion show was held. Flat-chested girls were not very attractive, but their slender little bodies might be in great demand for some. This is the last one. She showed me a micro bikini. It even had seashells printed around her chest. Why, I was having a hard time reacting. I went too far, sorry. After a while, Futaba came out of the fitting room after she kicked me out with a bright red face. Shall we eat? Yeah. Futaba's face is still a little red, an awkward moment for siblings. Futaba bought a camisole and spats that were easy to move in. So, where do you want to go play? Catmaland. That's the reason why I bought something that's easy to move in. Futaba specified the most famous theme park in Japan. I have no complaints if that's where she wants to go, but then, why did you try those swimsuits? Since we're here, I at least wanted to enjoy shopping. Well, since she enjoys it, it's fine. While we were having such a conversation, we arrived at the food court. The food court has a lot to offer, which makes me excited. There are many chairs and tables lined up in the center of the space, and stores are lined up around the chairs and tables. Chicken, ramen, takoyaki, curry, and many more are lined up. It was quite late for lunch, but the food court was still crowded. Since it will be difficult to save a seat, Futaba and I went to the store of the foods we want to eat. Futaba chose pasta while I chose ramen. The ramen store was a famous restaurant chain with its main branch in Kyushu. This kind of extravagance is good once in a while. If it was a busy time of the day, there would be a long line, but now, the line's short. Nanbikun. As I was looking at the menu sign, I heard a familiar voice behind me. Yuzano. Yeah, I'm with my family. Yuzano looked a little embarrassed. Right, any high schooler will react like this. For some reason, they will be embarrassed if seen with their family. Nanbikun, are you with Shiratori-san? No, I'm here with my little sister. Sibling, you must be very close. Not really. She asked me to take her to Catmaland this week. She dragged me to go shopping. That sounds really close to me. She has a good onasen. Not really. I don't think it's unusual for siblings to go out together to play at our age. Or am I mistaken? We weren't that close in our previous life, so I can't say for sure. At that time, Futaba was unilaterally protecting me. Who was that girl you were talking with just now? When I met up with Futaba, she was in a good mood like earlier, though her tone seems to be sharper. Someone from my class. Were you close? We were on the executive committee last festival. Is that so? The other party doesn't seem? No, it's nothing. Let's eat. I'm certainly aware that I'm being somewhat favored. This certain junior high schooler managed to spot that at first glance. Girls are as precocious as they say. Yuzano was often good to me in my previous life, though we spoke less often. I don't think I ever spoke with her as a fellow otaku that time, but perhaps it was because I felt we were fellow men of culture. Because of that, when Yuzano was in trouble, I would always want to lend a helping hand. Of course, Yui and Futaba will come first. In any case, I'm glad that Futaba seemed to have enjoyed her day. I hope it will be like this when we go to Catmaland. Yuzano's point of view. I met Nambikun even though it was summer vacation. Could this be fate? The only time I would see anyone other than relatives during summer vacation would be for radio exercises. That's how it is supposed to be. I wonder if I should have worn something a little cuter. However, I have nothing but shabby clothes my mom bought me. Yeah, Nambikun doesn't care about that kind of thing, right? Besides, I don't think he'd be turned on by me dressing up a bit. Should I take this opportunity to get it good with his little sister? It is said that if you want to shoot the general, shoot the horse first. However, there is no way I could earn a high level of goodwill from someone I just met. It can't be helped. However, that doesn't mean that I should let this chance pass me by. I'm sure I'll never meet someone like Nambikun in my life. I will either be an unattractive single for a long time, or I will be married off to a bald, fat old man, who I was forced to have an arranged marriage with when I reached the age of 30 or so. If that is the case, why don't I give my once-in-a-lifetime chance a shot? He said that he and his little sister are going to Catmaland this week. Then, if we meet there, by chance too, he might feel we are destined. I have to put the information I have obtained to good use. Our generation can only survive through information. We are currently living in the time of information warfare. Today is Tuesday, and this week means they'll visit Catmaland within 5 days. In other words, if I go there for the next 5 days, there is a chance that I will meet Nambikun. Second time is by chance, and the third time is inevitable. In other words, if we meet at Catmaland and have another chance encounter, he will only think it's destiny. Scene change. My allowance is in a pinch. I came to play at Catmaland alone for 2 consecutive days. I was so impressed with Catmaland. It is the best theme park that I can enjoy alone. Wait a minute. What am I doing? If Nambikun had come to Catmaland during these 2 days, my plan would have been if I didn't meet him. Thinking about it, I should have just waited at the entrance, not entering the park and not buying a ticket. People entering the park always pass through here and there's no admission fee. But once you get to the entrance, you will be drawn into the Magic Power Park. I can't help but queue up at the ticket booth. Whoa, we have to wait in line for this. Then I heard a familiar voice, or rather, a voice I dream about every day. Nambikun? The cute young lady in camisole and spats next to him must be his little sister. I don't think I'm ready. I involuntarily hid in the crowd. Even though the park had just opened, it was easy to hide in the crowd. As expected of a theme park, where you'll have to wait for hours to ride an attraction, is a norm. If I suddenly met them at the entrance, they would think I was waiting for them. That Oni-chan has a Katmi headband. An elementary school girl pointed at my head in the entrance line. SHHHH, be quiet. If I stand out, I'll be noticed. By the way, the Nekomimi headband I'm wearing is a rare item that only one person can get per show in the park. I got it yesterday, and since I went to the trouble of getting it, I put it on today. Of course, I didn't raise my bangs like I did at the school festival. It's too embarrassing. The envious stares from the people around me were a little unpleasant, but I couldn't afford to stand out and be spotted by Nambikun. I got in line to enter the park, trying to keep my eyes on Nambikun's back. Everywhere I looked in Catmaland during the summer vacation, all I saw were people. It is indeed the most well-known theme park in Japan. We arrived at the entrance but could not see the gate due to the crowd of people waiting to enter the park. So exciting! Wearing a headband I had given her, Futaba's eyes were sparkling. I didn't know you liked crowds so much. Moo. Of course not. We're going to a dreamland country now, so it's normal for me to get excited. Dreamland? Country, don't we need passport then? Yeah, what? Seriously, not just tickets. Oni-chan, what the heck are you talking about? We have a 1-day passport. When I was a little kid, my parents brought me here and we used coupon tickets. I haven't had a chance to come to Catmaland since then. HNN. I think I saw a familiar face in the crowd. I did my usual habit of avoiding direct eye contact and looked for the face out of the corner of my eye. There, it's Yuzano. She's talking to a girl of about early elementary school age. Perhaps it's a relative or someone else's child. Should I call out to her? I don't want to leave my little sister alone, and she might not want to see her classmates since she's with her relatives. I think it's better to pretend I don't know here than to make things awkward for both of us. It looks like she doesn't know that I already noticed her presence as she keeps glancing at me. Is she thinking whether to talk to me or not? After a while, Yuzano ran away and disappeared into the crowd so as to not be noticed by me. I knew it would be awkward. I'm glad I didn't call her out. Oni-chan, what's wrong? I saw a classmate. Heth, what an amazing coincidence. Aren't you going to call him out? No, she was with her relatives too. I guess it would be awkward. What? If it were me, I'd proudly introduce Oni-chan. Oi, don't embarrass me, okay? What? But all of the girls in my class already know Oni-chan. Why? Given our success at the camp, they asked me a lot of questions. Ah, no wonder. Even if that didn't, I'll brag you to them. Stop? Good grief. Now I'm too embarrassed to face Futaba's classmates. Maybe we'll run into them today. Don't just set up flag like that. What flag? Futaba tilted her head. Nothing. It's about this place. Is that so? Okay. Futaba said so and held out her hand. What? If it's the entrance fee, I'll pay for it. That's not it. There are so many people here, I don't want to get separated. Futaba grabbed my hand tightly. Your grip is very strong. Moo. I don't know how to adjust the power of my grip. I am extremely embarrassed to hold hands with my little sister who is currently in junior high school. However, if this is what Futaba wants, then let's make today special. Since this has happened, I have to make sure Yuzano won't see us. What? Isn't that Nambikun? While I was eating churros on the bench with Futaba, Watanabe appeared. You got the wrong guy. This is the first time I've seen someone just shrugs it off like that. Are you here alone? You don't go to Catmaland alone. Some socially awkward people might come alone. Nambikun is right. However, did you actually assume that I'm someone like that? I know it's not a compliment. I'm here with our classmates. Watanabe looked at the 5 men and women around. They were indeed from our class. They are a group of easily recognizable, cheerful people. Anamatsuri is also with them. The cheerful group led by Watanabe and the Gyaru group led by Anamatsuri wouldn't get along that much, but lately, those two have been spending a lot of time together. I called Nambikun, but you seem to be always away. I asked your little sister Chan to tell you about it. I glanced at Futaba and she was looking at the sky. This reaction, it's deliberate, right? I don't know why she would do this though. This is my little sister. Futaba Desu, thank you for taking care of Oni-chan. Futaba stood up from the bench and bowed. Yayi, so cute. I don't think she's Nambikun's little sister Chan. What do you mean by that? That's not a pleasant line, but she probably doesn't mean it, and it can't be helped since she has no idea of our situation. Futaba's eyebrows furrowed for a moment, but she quickly smiled again. By the way, I don't remember giving you my phone number. At least I don't remember giving it to her directly. What are you talking about? It's on the class contact list. Right, that thing currently exists. In the future, it's a dead practice due to privacy protection. Ano, Nanba, would you like to play with us? Anamatsuri, who had come this way, invited us to play with them. Sorry, Oni-sons. This is our sibling day. But it was interrupted immediately by Futaba. Is that so? Sorry. The pressure on Futaba's smile made Anamatsuri flinch. I guess Oni-chan is popular. A while after we parted from Watanabe's group, Futaba mumbled something like that. She stared up at me with a face I'm not sure if she was in a bad or good mood. I wonder. I'm aware that Anamatsuri likes me so it's hard to blurt it out. Yuwa, you mean you're aware? Futaba puffed up her cheeks. I can't say anything good, do I? I can only shrug my shoulders. I pulled Futaba's hand and headed to the next attraction so that we wouldn't get separated in the crowd. Do you think this is enough to fool me? Moo. Futaba was groaning, but it was okay since she looked happy holding my hand. I'm looking forward to the cat toy coaster. It's been an hour since we started lining up for one of the most popular attractions in the park. Finally, the boarding area is starting to come into view. The cat toy coaster is a roller coaster that runs through the park. Its design is cats riding a toy train. Futaba is excited at every elaborate interior of the building that the waiting line passes through. Incidentally, Catmaland is set up so that all the guests are also cats. The size of the buildings in the park are all from the point of view of cats. Everything in sight adheres to that setting, so just wandering around alone is fun. I can see that, but how can she keep her energy up? Futaba is excited all day long. It will soon be sunset, but she's still in high spirits. I'm already tired of being dragged around all day, or not. I can even afford riding all the fast rides, which I'm not good at before my reincarnation. This is exactly the effect of returning to another world. I had no intention of making use of it here, though. Hey, Oni-chan, do you want to meet up with our classmates? Futaba looked up at me and asked me that. No, I promised Futaba that I would go with you today. Would you have gone with them if I didn't ask you? I would have probably turned her down. I don't really get along with that type of person. Good, very good. I don't think it's very good. I don't think it's a bad thing since considering the need to communicate with others, it is better to hang out with them. Don't worry, Oni-chan. I'm here for you. Considering the fact that she had been protecting me all her life, that was a very convincing statement. Thanks. I patted Futaba's head while thinking it would be me who'd protect her this time. She smiled happily with narrowed eyes. Finally, Futaba and I got on the cat toy coaster. The coaster not only runs, but also has many objects in its view that immerse you in the world of the park. It really is a well-designed park. Kaya, Futaba was raising her hands and shouting happily next to me. I was sitting in the passenger seat of the car, leisurely looking at the scenery. The sun was already setting, and the stars were beginning to twinkle. It's a strange thing to be entertained by something that just runs and spins at high speed. I think the person who first invented this is awesome. By the time we got off the cat toy coaster, a stream of people had formed to watch the catwalk parade. The catwalk parade is a popular event where the park's characters parade around the park while dancing. Futaba seemed to be looking forward to seeing it. Look, Oni-chan, if you run out of places to see Are. Futaba tried to pull my hand, but when she touched her head, her face turned pale. The headband that was supposed to be on her head is no longer there. What should I do? I dropped the headband Oni-chan gave me. The fact that it was a gift may be one of the reasons, but the fact that it's a divine object may also be the reason Futaba turned blue. It's all right, I remember its magic pattern so I can detect it. Really? Futaba was relieved. It's not difficult to find it, so there is no problem. However, it's not that windy for the headband to fly away from the roller coaster. It is also a question why no one noticed it. The coaster's seat was spacious enough so it wouldn't be because it was hit by someone in the back, but in any case, let's see if we can detect it. Yuzano's point of view. It's almost dark. Next time, I'll call out Nambi-kun when he comes out of an attraction. I've been secretly following them for a whole day. I repeatedly follow them to the entrance of the attractions and wait for them at the exit. If I get in line behind them, I might be recognized at the turn of the line, and if I fail to be in the same group as them on the attraction, I might lose them. I don't want to disturb him when he's alone with his little sister. That was my excuse for not talking to him. At the school festival and at the shopping district, I was able to go with the momentum, but the more I set myself up like this, the less I am able to step forward. I envy Watanabe-san and the others. It must have been a real coincidence that they were here today. As for me, I might have gone here for nothing. Ganunu, I know, it's not their fault. But Ganunu, Onigawara-san used to make fun of Nambi-kun. I can't believe those girls met him by chance. This time last year, I was the only one who knew how good he was. I'm happy that he is recognized by everyone, but I also feel a little sad. I know that I'm only being selfish. By the way, Nambi-kun, I think you and your little sister are a little too close. Are all siblings in the world like this? I don't think so. Couples, families, and groups of friends pass in front of me. What am I even doing? I did this stalker-like thing on the spur of the moment, but it's just vain. I'm sure Shiratori-san wouldn't do something this miserable. Yua, as I gazed blankly at the exit of the cat toy coaster, where Nambi-kun and his little sister were supposed to come out, I saw a little girl with a headband walking around crying. Normally, people in the park would call out to her, but unfortunately, there was no one around. In fact, there were no guests in sight. It was almost time for the catwalk parade to start, but even so, there were too few people around. Did something happen? Yua. If I call out to that girl, I might lose Nambi-kun coming out of the attraction. Yua Amu, it can't be helped, I can't leave her alone. What's wrong? Mama's gone, Yua. Hey. I looked around, but there's no one there. It can't be helped, I'll take you to your mama. Really? Yeah, really. I'm going to miss Nambi-kun with this. I'll be wasting my whole day, but it's okay. If I leave her for that, I would have no face to show to Nambi-kun. Yeah. Anyway, it's not like I'll have the courage to do so in the first place. So, it's okay. I shook the little girl's hand and she stared at my head. Do you want it? She nodded her head in response to my question. Well, that's okay. It's my last day of coming here. I have no use for it even if I take it home with me. I put the limited edition Nekomimi headband on the little girl's head. Thanks. I'll give you this in return. The little girl gave me the black headband she's holding. My heart, which had been feeling a little down, was relieved a little. I put it on and my whole body felt warm. Was it because I was touched by the little girl's act? Now, I only need to make sure to get this girl back properly. Yui's point of view. Theme parks are nice, aren't they? I don't get picked up even if I'm alone. The park is very elaborate and looking around is fun enough. I accidentally bought a headband and a tail. I would never be able to wear these outside the park. The soft serve ice cream is also very tasty. The concept of the park seems to be that you become a cat, but I wonder what the logic behind the paw prints on the cone wrappers. Is it a setting where a kitten stepped on it? No, that can't be. It's probably just a design. It's fun to be alone, but I still feel a little lonely. I wish I could come here with Kazu. I heard they were coming here today, so I sneaked over to see how they were doing. I don't intend to interfere with his time with Futaba-chan, but I will stop them if they try to do something strange for a pair of brother and sister. I know that Futaba-chan is in love with Kazu. Theme parks at night tend to have that kind of atmosphere. Or so I heard. It's currently the catwalk night parade. What am I even talking about? By the way, what has Yuzano-san been doing all day? I'm, of course, here to join with Kazu and Futaba-chan just in case variants attack, right? That's why Kazu's approval wasn't necessary when I decided to follow them. Yeah. Don't tell me Yuzano-san is following Kazu too. She seems to have been involved with Kazu a lot since the school festival. Could she be involved with some organization? I've been thinking that Yuzano-san might like Kazu, but I don't think that reason alone is enough for her to go to a theme park herself. But Yuzano-san has never been caught up by the Shiratori family's network. If she's an agent, all I can say is that she's very terrible at her job. She's wearing a limited edition Nekomimi headband, which makes her stand out a lot. I don't think she's that dangerous, but it's enough for me to be conscious of her. Kazu seems to have noticed that she's following them too. Ring ring. Then, a mobile sales wagon arrives, ringing its bell. Ah. Churros that's only available at night. Give me some of those. Yuzano's point of view. Where did you and your mama get separated? There. The little girl pointed at the cat forest area. The trees give a strange sensation of being a little lost. When I looked around, I didn't see anyone who looked like this little girl's mother. On the contrary, there was not even a soul to be seen. Era. Then an Oni-san with long hair and a long skirt appeared. Come to me. Is she your mama or Oni-san? I asked the little girl. She shook her head and hid behind me. You don't have to be afraid. Come. The Oni-san holds her hand out to the little girl. I wonder, she seems like a kind person, but at the same time, scary. The girl says she's not her mama, and I feel like I shouldn't hand her over to this person. What's your relationship with this little girl? I don't think you need to know that, do you? The Oni-san smiled and tugged on the little girl's hand. It hurts. Wait, please don't do that. I tried to hold the little girl close to me, but the Oni-san is unexpectedly strong as she pushed me in the opposite direction. Ouch! I fell on my buttocks and scraped my palm. My fingertips were smeared with blood. What a pain in the ass. I don't like grown-up meat. I guess you'll just be a side dish. As she said that, sharp fangs sprouted in her mouth. I don't think there was a character like that in Catmaland. Or rather, she didn't look fake. As I stiffened, the Oni-san bit the little girl's neck. Kiss? No, it's not. The Oni-san sucked up the blood from the fainted little girl, drinking and gulping it down. Fresh blood drips from the edge of her mouth. The word vampire comes to my mind, but that's only fiction. What is happening in front of me is real. In short, she's a vicious pervert. Someone help! I screamed in a hoarse voice, but no help was coming. This is crazy. Is there any place in the park during summer vacation that is this unpopular? There's none no matter how late at night it is, right? Shut up. Before I continue my main dish, I guess I'll have an appetizer. The Oni-san put the little girl on the ground with her mouth covered in blood. I clearly saw her glowing red eyes. Yuzano's point of view. I have to save that girl, but scary. She doesn't seem to have a weapon. but she's the kind of person who would bite a little girl with her fang. I wonder if she's wearing those mouthpieces with fangs. Either way, she's not sane. Should I go call someone? However, leaving the little girl alone and running away is. I realized that this kind of indecisiveness will shorten my life. I suddenly realized that my neck was being gripped from behind. The thin, cold fingers tightened around my neck. What did I learn from the school festival? If you don't make a move as soon as you can, this is what will happen. I should have run away immediately and called someone or even physically assaulted that Oni-san. My vision turned white. I felt an intense pain in my neck. I was bitten. This is what it feels like to have your blood sucked. I tried to shake her off, but I couldn't muster any strength. I can't even speak. I'm scared. Am I going to die like this? I should have confessed to Nambi-kun. I would at least want to do that. I actually wanted him to touch my chest, which I'm a little bit confident about, and I wanted to kiss him. And even if he wanted more, if it's Nambi-kun, The moment I thought of that, my body suddenly felt hot from the inside. It was a burning heat, different from when I was alone and thinking about something etche. Be bastard, divine object. I felt the Oni-san jumped back behind me. Divine object. Like in the stories, this person, what did she say? I turned my back to the Oni-san and even felt hotter. My body is changing. It's a funny way to describe it, but it's the only word I can use to describe what I'm feeling. My hair grew longer, white hair grew on my hands and feet, and even paw pads appeared on my hands. The t-shirt and short pants I was wearing, or rather, even the underwear I was wearing were ripped. Pants and pantsuit double break. This is no time for nonsense, and by the way, my bra was torn too. Then, white, fluffy-looking hair grows to cover the important parts of her body and transforms into a black cloth. When I touched my head, I found that the headband I was wearing had bunny ears. Moreover, one ear is leaning out, which is a mysterious detail. When I touched my butt, I felt a round tail attached to it and I could feel through it. Could it be that I transformed? Why did I suddenly transform? I don't know what's happening, but this is real. There was a famous fighting game character who was an anthropomorphic cat, and I guess I am a rabbit in a bunny girl outfit. What's with this ecchi outfit? The first thing that came to my mind was that I could be special. However, such a sweet thought was soon blown away. I was kicked by the Oni-san with long skirt on my abdomen. I was slammed into a nearby tree and air was sucked out of my lungs. The Oni-san came to me again. I have to escape, I thought, and my body moved spontaneously. I quickly climbed up the tree and looked down at her from the top of the branch. I had not climbed a tree since I was a child, but I can move my very light body the way I want it to. I jumped from branch to branch. My body's so light. However, an invisible blade released from the Onsen's hand cut down the branch where I landed. I spun around and landed on another branch, but the Oni-san came after me. Her 3-meter-long claws attacked me. If I had been a normal person, I would have been cut down without being able to do anything. Thanks to me hastily jumping back, I only received a shallow cut on my cheek. On the other hand, the tree where I had been struck had its thick trunk sliced off and fell with a thud. How could such thin claws do that? Law of physics, where are you? Though I can't really say that since I myself have transformed. I dodged the Oni-san's attacks again and again, but the cuts on my skin gradually increase. What should I do? I can't escape. Just as I was about to make up my mind, something came from the side and blew the Oni-san away. I can't believe you're one. What came there was a true hero, or rather, the strongest heroine. Yuzano's point of view. Are you all right? It took me a while to get through the human dispersing effect. Shiratori-san, who asked with concern, was the goddess herself. Even a girl would fall in love with her. Why yeah. What is happening? I'll explain later, stay back. Shiratori-san said so, took a stance, and dashed to the Oni-san. I don't know the logic behind it, but she fought with the Oni-san's claws by kicking them. Strong, this is a complete fictional battle. 2 divine object holders. Damn you human bastards. As the Oni-san said that, her body began to change. Her hands grew longer and slender, and her legs became thick at thigh and thin at toes, like a deer. Her cheeks are gaunt and her eyes are blazing. Kikia. After transforming into an abomination, the Oni-san screamed a strange cry before suddenly disappearing. By the time I realized that she had moved at an amazing speed, Shiratori-san was already protecting me. I'm your opponent. Shiratori-san's legs shone. The abomination disappeared and several trees behind it were cut down together. Humans are really a pain. The abomination's face had twisted into a grimace as it got back up from the tree trunk. At the very least, I need to hide. I'll just be dragging Shiratori-san down if I don't. I desperately hid behind a tree. Do you think I'll let you escape? Oya, where did she go? The abomination came around from the tree I hid at and looked around in front of me. Why can't she see me? Is this an effect of this form? I gasped for breath as I would be food if I don't. The tip of the abomination's nose is moving around so close that it almost touches my nose. You're ignoring me too much. Shiratori-san kicked the abomination from the side, but the abomination dodged out of sight again. Moo. This thing is very fast. However, I can't use a big move in a place like this. I just can't do it here. I've never seen Shiratori-san raise her voice like this. You seem to be a very good fighter, but in the end, you're only human. There's no way you can match me in speed. I still can't understand what's happening before me. The abomination aside, I can't even see Shiratori-san. However, I can hear the sound of impacts, and the surrounding trees are getting more and more damaged. Perhaps my dynamic vision had increased in my rabbit form, allowing me to see fast things that I wouldn't normally see. I see two injured figures from time to time. The abomination has a broken arm while Shiratori-san is covered with cuts here and there. As the battle continued for a while, Shiratori-san stopped moving. Is that all you've got? The abomination chuckled. No, the real hero has arrived. However, Shiratori-san answered with a fully satisfied expression. What on earth is happening? I followed the headband's magic and found a variant and Yui fighting. Nambi-kun, and even Yuzano appeared. Yuzano, is that you? I didn't recognize her until she called out to me as she was dressed in a very revealing anthropomorphic rabbit bunny girl character. And this magic power, isn't this the headband's magic power? Hiya. Yuzano, remembering how she looks right now, turned bright red and crouched down on the spot. She's like posing because she was crouching with her arms around her chest, which emphasized them more. Nearby, a little girl, who seems to have had her blood sucked from her neck, is lying on the ground. Yuzano is wounded in a similar manner. What a coincidence, Nambi-kun. Let's put Yuzano's mysterious line during this situation. All right, so we just need to take that variant over there down, right? Yeah, it's fast, so watch out, though I don't think I have to tell this to Kazu. Yui said without taking her eyes off the variant. Given that Yui wasn't able to finish it up means it's a reasonably fast opponent. Even with the human dispersing effect, a second human came in. Sorry if this will upset you, but there's actually a third one. Futaba, who had been standing by in the back, deployed her divine domain. Nice she can smoothly do it on her own. After confirming that, I took out my black-bladed sword and immediately went for the variant. Wah, fast. The variant was surprised by my speed but avoided my blow, or so it thought. The variant's arm fell to the ground with a thud. The variant stared at its arm in disbelief. How can you cut me, the fastest variant? Where in the world are you the fastest? As soon as the variant reacted to my voice and turned around, its head had already left its body. If you're talking about speed in close-quarter combat, you're no match with Susanoo. Since it has come to this, I have hostage, new. That was the variant's last line. I shredded the variant's head and body and burned them with a pillar of flame. Yuzano, you can come out now. When I said that, Yuzano appeared from behind a tree. She was holding an unconscious little girl in her arms. It seems like the headband, in addition to transformation, can also completely erase her appearance and her presence. Since the little girl in her arms had also disappeared, the scope of effect seemed to extend beyond herself. Though unlike the divine domain, she doesn't seem to have separated from the world. You did a good job hiding that little girl. Judging from her reaction, it was probably the first time she had encountered a variant, but she even protected a little girl. Though I had no intention of giving the variant a chance to take the little girl a hostage, it can be said that I neglected her a little. Nambi-kun, what the heck just happened? I wonder how should I answer that question. So, this isn't the first time you fight against a monster like that. Not only you but Shiratori-san and little sister-san too. Yuzano looked at the three of us in turn, including Futaba, who had come out from behind a tree. Her face is full of surprise and longing. She has a pretty good EQ. Let me explain what happened, but first. I healed Yuzano, the little girl, and Yui's wounds with magic. The wounds are being healed. Is that magic? Leaving the surprised Yuzano aside, I lifted up the cut-down trees, aligned them when they were cut as not noticeable as possible, and used healing magic. If they're just plants, it will surely be healed. However, if you look closely, you can see that some parts are a little awkward, but I guess that's passable. Inorganic objects such as benches can't be fixed with healing magic, so we can only leave them as they are. Finally, I cast a sleeping spell on the unconscious little girl just to be safe. Now, how should I explain to Yuzano? I'm sure she's not the type to go around telling others about it, but I really can't get her involved. I want to fight with you. I was wondering when she was going to say that, but she actually said it right off the bat. And she continued in rapid succession. Men and women, guided by a strange destiny, use their special abilities to fight abominations that lurk behind the scenes. I can't believe that such a development is real. Of course, I will keep it a secret. Shiratori-san, I was one, which means I can use this thing, right? Yuzano pointed at the headband. Perhaps because she's exposed to fiction works on a regular basis, she immediately adapted, or rather, her delusion is quite fast. I hardly need to explain anything. I'm sure I will be an asset. I may not be able to hold a candle against Nanba-kun or Shiratori-san, but I will certainly be useful. Please, I'm begging you, please let me join you. Yuzano bowed her head vigorously with a serious expression. Your motivation, it's dangerous. Yui looked a little withdrawn and reluctant. I agree with her. If you just move forward just because you feel like it, you will die. Besides, you might only be excited now because you suddenly got involved in an extraordinary situation. However, when the time comes, I think you'll even run away. Though that's normal for a living creature. Still, I want to be special. Yuzano looked straight at me and said that. It must be due to her transformation. The headband raises her bangs, so her eyes are showing. You'll think you're special at first, but soon, it will be a cycle of pain. Still, even so, I want to be special for Nanba-kun, can't I? Yuzano's voice is hoarse and shaky, but she's still determined. I couldn't help but scratch my head. It's true that you will be more special than just a classmate in a sense that you'll be a teammate, but you will never be like Yui or Futaba. Are you fine with that? I'm fine with that. Yuzano nodded her head without hesitation at my clear statement. I looked at Yui, and she only shook her head in resignation. Futaba is looking after the little girl with her mouth agape. In short, both of them are reluctant to give their consent. If you don't let me join you, I'll go find and fight monsters myself. All right, I understand. Let's make you a trial comrade. If we really don't want her to be one of us, we could just be harsh. However, my gut told me that she would be fine. Perhaps it's because the headband chose her. Thus, I'll make her a trial member first. It's still too early to decide if she'll really be fine, because this will probably be the biggest commitment of her life. Yuzano's point of view. When I saw that monster, I knew that my life was at risk. However, I felt that if I retreated back then, I would regret it for the rest of my life. I thought it would open up a wonderful future for me, rather than being swept along with each day as if I were dead. However, what I heard from Nanba-kun was much more frightening than I had ever imagined. Humans are their food. Humans who have been eaten disappear from everyone's memory. There are organizations all over the world that are fighting against variants. If I had not seen a variant with my own eyes, I would have thought it was just a myth. However, it wasn't a dream and I'm still in another form. Do you still want to do it after everything you have heard? Yes. Is that so? Understood. Then, let's try it out for a while and do some training and hunt for variants. Yes, please take care of me from now on. Nanba-kun scratched his head in annoyance. The thought of this kind man protecting the school and the city makes me love him even more, and the depths of my body grow hotter and hotter. Hey Nanba-kun, I kind of feel hot. I instinctively kept my body close to Nanba-kun. Funny, I always have ecchi fantasies, but I never thought I wouldn't be able to control myself like this. Wait a minute, Yuzano-san. Don't stick to Kazu while being half naked like that. Normally, I would have run away in embarrassment, but now, I just smiled at Shiratori-san and clung my body closer to Nanba-kun. Hey hot help. My lips are right next to Nanba-kun's face. Hey, Kazu that's. It's the effect of the divine object. I mean, that's the source of her magic power. Yuwa. Nanba-kun, you're so calm. Shiratori-san is a little nervous. Why are you like this? I'm going to get more attached to you. I licked Nambikun's cheek and he hugged my head. As soon as his fingers touched my headband, pleasure shot through my whole body. HNNNNNNN? Ah, my body jerked and twitched as I leaned against Nambikun. I forced Yuzano's divine object to stop. I was able to do this because I knew the structure of the core as I synthesized it myself. The beastification of Yuzano, who had been leaning on me, is unraveling. Hey, it tears off the user's clothes when she transforms. The human dispersing effect is already gone, and people are returning to this place. If this continues, Yuzano's nakedness will be exposed. No one here has a jacket that can be lent. What? Naked? And what am I even doing? Yuzano turned bright red, rushed away from me, and crouched down on the spot. It seems to be the type of divine ability that affects one's personality. I took my own t-shirt and put it on Yuzano. I'll be right back. I said that to Yui and Futaba and took off into the night sky with Yuzano in my arms. I am flying. I'm flying higher than the clouds with barriers around us. She might want to enjoy the night view, but I'm descending straight to our destination. Fast? Hey, Nambikun, aren't we crashing? Hey. We're not since we're faster than free fall, so don't worry. I don't feel like not worrying. Even if we're this fast, it's not affecting your body, right? It's okay. That's true, but won't anyone who accelerated this fast lost consciousness? But I didn't. We're here. What? Where's here? Our front door, Nambikun's house? Yeah. Like a takeaway, should I throw you out in a nice park? Didn't say anything. Sorry, wait for me in the house. Use anything you like except for my little sisters. What? Are you sure? I was quite uneasy to see her smiling a little, but I couldn't take her back to her house in this state. It would be better to let her calm down alone for now. Keep the headband off. I took Yuzano to my room, prepared the bath, handed her a bath towel, and flew back into the sky. I went back to Catmaland again and took the train home. Yuzano needed some time alone to calm down. The three of us went into our house where Yuzano was waiting for us. Welcome back. I borrowed this, I hope it's okay. I thought it would be less revealing than a t-shirt. Yuzano, who's wearing nothing but the Y shirt of my uniform, is fidgeting while covering her chest with her arms. If she's wearing my trunks, I should be able to see them. She's not wearing a transparent one, is she? Or is she not actually wearing any under? She probably doesn't want to wear my underwear. I've never even done the naked Y shirt play. Why are Yui and Futaba perfectly harmonized there? Put this on. I signaled Futaba with my eyes, and she handed the bag she was carrying to Yuzano. Please hold off on your underwear until you get home. I bought these clothes at Catmaland. She would be covered with theme park goods all over, but that's better than a naked Y shirt. Thanks, Futaba-san, may I call you that? Yuzano asked Futaba after receiving her change of clothes. You don't have to add san. Futaba slightly frowns, perhaps a little uncomfortable at being called at first-name basis by someone she's not familiar with, but it's not enough for her to blatantly refuse the other party. If that is the case, can I just call you Futaba-chan? I'm fine with that. Yui-san also calls me that. Futaba-chan, you finally called me by my name. Yui hugged Futaba tightly. Wait a minute. I just thought it would be weird if you're the only one I call in last-name basis. Moo, Futaba-chan's so cute when you're embarrassed. Don't just suddenly treat me like a child. Two beautiful girls making out, so precious. The two of them often bicker, but I'm glad that they are getting along so well. By the way, please take a good care of that headband. What? Yeah, of course. Yuzano tilted her head hearing Futaba say that. She did not say, it's actually a gift given to me, which is one of Futaba's good points. I'll have to give her something else next time. Then, can I call Shiratori-san Yui-chan? Yeah, I'll call you Mimi-chan then. I did it, thanks. Fufufu, I've been longing for a first-name calling event. Yuzano looks truly happy. Event is it? Then 8. Yuzano glanced at me. I know, call me Kazu if you want. Thanks, Kazu-kun. Please call me Mimi from now on. Mo. Yui and Futaba reacted at the same time. Is that bad? Let's leave it at that, but could you please get dressed now? Hiya. Sorry, Mimi hugged her changed clothes and left. I could see her ass through the hem of my white shirt. Kazu. Ah, yeah. Yui's sharp gaze pierced me. Although it was full of coincidences, this was a very strong party. I remembered the strong friends I had in the other world and felt the warmth of this place. On both sides, I felt a sense of sadness. Chapter 11. to the water star with determination. Since the incident on the uninhabited island, I have been allowed to use the Shuratori family's property for training. We are grateful to be able to use the vast grounds and sturdy building without any restrictions. Since I had to go through the trouble, I had a hall around the size of 2 gymnasiums remodeled exclusively for training. Specifically, I spent a day erecting sturdy barriers, not to protect it from the outside, but to keep the outside from being impacted by the inside. With this, it was safe even if Yui and the others went a little wild inside. Furthermore, during the training, Futaba's also uses her divine domain, making it an even stronger place. Now then, try to activate it. Yes. Mimi gently traces the headband on her head, with a nervous look on her face. However, nothing happened. She rubbed it again and again, but still nothing happened. Kazu-kun. Mimi looked at me through her bangs with teary eyes. She still can't freely activate her divine object. It can't be helped. I'll just have to give her a hand until she gets the hang of it. Please do your best to be able to activate it on your own. That said, I held my hand out to Mimi. Sorry. Mimi, who had turned bright red, gently took my hand and pressed it against her chest. She's wearing a t-shirt and a sports bra for training, which made her breasts infinitely soft as it wrapped around my hand. HNNN. As Mimi's body jerks back and forth, magic power accumulates on her headband. Moo. Yui and Futaba are glaring at us grimly, but since they know what's going on, they didn't complain. For Mimi, thinking ecchi is a means to accumulate magic power. Especially if it's about me, her concentration power increases. Mimi, who is being confronted with this very fact right now, looks like she is about to die of embarrassment, but this is the path that she herself has chosen. She must never think of it as a perk. It may be activated by accident under the strain of a real battle, as it was in Katmi Land, but we cannot rely on such a thing. Lives are at stake. This training is just a chance for her to control magic power. Unlike Yui and Futaba, who had undergone basic training before meeting me, Mimi was a complete novice. Soon, the headband shone and Mimi's body began to transform. Her hair grew longer, white fur began to grow on her hands and feet, and a bunny girl-like outfit was generated the same time as she transformed into a rabbit beastkin. My body's hot. Mimi hugs me and pushes her breasts against my chest. Moo. Yui and Futaba are staring at me again, looking unhappy. I don't know how to react, but I'm embarrassed, so please forgive me. As Mimi gets used to her divine object, I think she's getting more and more erotic. It has been 3 days since she adapted to the divine object. While she is now able to consciously activate it, it seems like she has become more susceptible to the effect of the divine object as the magic circuits in her body become more active. If she can't control it, it will be difficult for her to engage in battle. All right, behind the screen. Following my instruction, Mimi leaves regretfully and disappears behind the partition. At the same time, her presence disappeared completely. This should be the influence of the core of Hades I synthesize. It's an ability that should come from the mythical cap of invisibility. It is said to be able to completely erase its appearance and presence. However, I magically froze the air around me, creating diamond dust. Sea cold. Yui and Futaba are trembling, but I will ask them to bear with it for a moment. The sparkling frozen air is slowly blown by wind magic. Then, a blank humanoid space was created. Quietly and instantly, I closed the gap between me and the blank humanoid space and placed my hand on her shoulder. Then Mimi's figure appeared. I knew it was the type that when you recognize and touch, it will release. Incidentally, even if I touch Mimi, if I don't recognize her presence, it would not be released. We will have to explore the boundary of recognition in the near future. Found me. Mimi presses her breasts tightly against my arm. Or rather, because of the way she is dressed, they are completely pinching me. Her eyes are completely melting. It's going to be quite a challenge to have her control it. During the summer vacation, the 4 of us were training hard at the Shuratori family. We are having lunch in the hall where we are training. Today, Yui made curry for us. It's not a commercial instant curry, but an authentic curry made from spices. It's different from the curry I know, but it's delicious. How much of a perfect superhuman are you? Futaba looks disappointed, but there aren't many people who can make curry like this, so I don't think she needs to worry about it. The intercom placed in the corner of the hall rang while the 4 of us were chatting and laughing. since I've separated this place from the outside world via a barrier. Even if maids or someone else has a business with Yui, they won't be able to come in to directly call her. That sound, it's a phone call. Apparently, this intercom is also connected to the line outside. Walking to the entrance, Yui picked up the attached receiver. Yeah. Okay, connect me. The person on the other end of the line seemed to be Watanabe. The voice on the other end of the line could only be heard by me, though. Yes, he's here, so let me ask him. Yui put the phone on hold and came back to us. Well, when personal cell phones became popular, on hold was only used for company calls. Watanabe-san said, "We're all going to the beach, want to come with us?" "What do you think?" Yui asked while looking mainly at me. To be honest, I'm not interested at all. However, I also wonder if we should just spend our whole summer vacation training. I don't mind since it's my second time, but I think Yui and the others will need some memories. Memories of summer vacation fun with their high school classmates can only be made now. If Yui and Mimi don't mind, why not join the fun? The other day at the beach was terrible. If Kazu wants to go, I'll go too. I'll also go if Kazu-kun goes. They both responded more positively than expected. Futaba, I apologize. I know, your classmates will find it awkward if I join the mix. Go ahead, I'll make it up to you. Does that mean that Oni-chan will make it up to me every time you go somewhere? Futaba shows a mischievous smile. I'll at least get you a souvenir, not a headband this time. Sorry. Mimi-san doesn't need to apologize. Futaba said so, but I have seen that she looked quite sad on the day when she had to give up my present for her to Mimi. I'll buy her a good present instead. Then, I guess the three of us will join. Yui walked toward the phone. I could hear Watanabe's voice on the other side of the phone. According to her voice, she's only inviting me and Yui. Yui proceeded with the conversation without letting Mimi know that that was the case. This kind of consideration is what makes Yui so appealing. Watanabe, however, did not intend to exclude Mimi from the group. She just didn't expect that she would be with us. In fact, she easily approves of Mimi's participation. As expected of her, it took about 2 hours to get there by train. There's now a blue sea and a lot of people in front of me. I don't know if I came here to see the sea or to see people. It's the sea. Watanabe shouted with her hands in the air. She did not seem to mind that other guests were glancing at her. Mimi, on the other hand, turned bright red and slumped down, even though she was not the one who shouted. As an adult, you'll realize that people around you don't care as much as you think they do, but I guess that's just part of being old enough to understand. The me from back then was the same. By the way, today's female members are Watanabe, Yui, Mimi, Anamatsuri, and a lively girl from the class I've never talked with before. The other boys are Kurusu, who's famous for courting Watanabe, and one lively boy. There are 2 guys I've never gotten to know, but they've been flirting with each other for a while, so I guess they were a couple. Leaving them alone wouldn't be a problem. 8 in total. Quite a lot of you ask me. I wonder if there's a place we can put our luggage. Watanabe looked around, but the beach was covered with people and parasols. There is a space over there. Although it was quite spread out, it should be enough for 8 people. What? Where? Where is it? I can't find any. We walked for a while with the members who were tilting their heads. Oh, there really is. Nanbikun, that's impressive. You have a very good eye. Watanabe patted me on the back. It's just a coincidence. With that, I spread out a sheet on the beach. Unfortunately, they were out of parasol for rent, but it was a relief that the sun was not too bright even though it is summer. Then, let's get dressed and swim. Watanabe commanded, and everyone began taking off their clothes. Watanabe informed the girls that they should wear their swimsuits under their clothes, and that they should wear one-piece dress to make it easier for them to change. As expected of a class president, she's really good at this kind of thing. While Watanabe and Anamatsuri were taking off their clothes without hesitation, Yui was taking off hers gracefully, while Mimi was taking off hers in a shy manner. Each of them had great proportions, but Yui in particular caught the eyes of everyone around. The lively couple is flirting on their own, saying things like, "As expected, everyone's amazing. Even so, you're the only one for me, so I leave them alone." Why didn't they just come here on their own? Aside from Anamatsuri, all of them were in bikinis. In this day and age, bikinis should still be more common than ever before. Looking around, there were many women wearing one-piece swimsuits. It was a very aggressive choice. And Anamatsuri is, why is she wearing the school swimsuit? Our high school doesn't have a pool class, so that means she went out of her way to buy it. What do you think? Anamatsuri asks me for comment. How do I describe it? Maniac. I thought Nambi-kun liked this kind of thing. What kind of person do you think I am? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I like it if it's 2D and only if it's white. Yui, who heard our conversation, quickly approached me. By the way, Yui is wearing a ponytail today with her black tights changed into a hair tie. There is a disadvantage of not being able to go into combat mode immediately, but no one would wear black tights in a swimsuit in public. The black tights that have been transformed into a hair tie are obviously lesser in volume, but I guess that is to be expected of a divine object. You look great. Thanks. What a really nice smile, a little shy and bashful. Kazu-kun. Mimi looks good too. Yeah, Mimi is still hiding her eyes with her bangs, but she doesn't even bother hiding her prominent breasts, which attracts men's attention. What? When did you two start calling each other by first names? Watanabe interjected with a smile. She's really good at this kind of thing. I don't know. What? There's no way you don't. It's not what you're thinking, Watanabe. What? Watanabe, with a fast-changing expression, whispers something to Anamatsuri, who shrugged her shoulders. She's probably making another lame stunt. Well, it's nice to be at the beach, but I have no idea what to do. And there's no space for watermelon splitting. I wouldn't go as far as to call it a potato wash, but the sea is reasonably crowded as well. We are playing with a beach ball right now, but we will collide with others if we are careless. Yui and I don't make such mistakes, but the others sometimes bump into someone else's back and apologize to each other after. Fortunately, it's mutual, so we didn't get into trouble. However, all we play is a normal beach ball game. It's not the kind of game one would expect high school students to play, just tossing a ball to each other over the waist-deep sea. There are no rules and there's no element of competition. From a gamer's point of view, it's not very good. But it is. Whenever a girl tosses the ball, her ample breasts will sway and jiggle. Poyan, 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 poyan. Is this heaven? I feel like shouting Dadden. The sea is the best. I'm experiencing for the first time the reason why everyone wants to go here. Kazu, as your childhood friend, you know that I know what you're thinking, right? Yui looked at me with disappointment. What are you talking about? Perhaps because I'm already in an everyday mode, my gaze inevitably falls on Yui's ample breasts. I guess it's better than not being interested at all, right? Yui hugged her chest with a complicated look on her face. Whoa, so high level. You guys, how about play with us? While we were enjoying the sea, two guys who looked like surfers appeared on the scene. They were over 180 tall and had strong physiques. Was it because of their presence that this place was so empty? Apparently, they had gone to buy drinks. They may have been scavenging for women as well. You're okay with it, right? We'll teach you everything you need to know. The blonde man tried to take Yui's arm, but she evaded his hand, not even letting him touch her. Oh, don't run away. The man chased after Yui. Will you stop? Do you want to get hurt? I love strong women. Yui, as she is now, would have no trouble defeating a man of this caliber even without using her divine object. However, there's no way I was going to let Yui kick these filthy men. Wait, Anasan, she's with me. I get in between Yui and the guy. What? Just you, a shrimp? You got a nice body but not the face. Do you really need to add those words at the end? I don't want to make a big deal out of it because a lot of people are looking. Thus, I just poked him in his solar plexus at a speed no normal person can see. I only used my pinky finger, but it was more difficult than I thought it would be to control my hand so that I won't puncture this guy's body. Fugu, the man passed out on the spot before he had time to suffer. Please stop. I don't want to. Watanabe was grabbed by the wrist by the other man. Mimi and Anamatsuri had gone to the beach house to do some shopping. The cheerful couple are away from the crisis before you knew it. They shouldn't abandon their classmates. Stop it, Kirusu, who is trembling but is willing to stand for her, is much more admirable. I guess I'll have to save Watanabe given what's happening. Jayahaha, what's the matter? The man who was holding Watanabe's arm grabbed her breast while laughing like a fool. I don't think anything of Watanabe, but I don't feel good about having someone I know being harassed like that. In the past, the rules were loose, so this kind of thing was allowed, not really. But it's normal for it to happen. Still, it's terrible to have someone you're with treated like this. Better let him experience what his buddy did. I walked up to the guy and poked him in the solar plexus with my pinky finger, knocking him out. What? What? Watanabe rushes away from the fallen man. It shouldn't be heatstroke, so? Sunstroke? What? Is that how someone with sunstroke fall? Watanabe is calmer than expected. I want to deal with these two guys for now. If they wander around, it will ruin my memories of the sea. I would like to carry both of them together, but that would have been too conspicuous. It was out of the question to ask Yui for help. I would never let Yui come in contact with these filths. I had no choice but to carry these guys one by one to an unpopular rocky area. Kirusu offered to help, but I told him to stay with Watanabe, and he nodded in agreement. What should I do now? I couldn't kill them, but it would be troublesome if they woke up and harassed us again. I'm sure they won't drown here even if the tide is high. Since that is the case, should I bury them down to their neck to the sand? I guess I shouldn't, and they should be grateful for that. However, I need to at least punish them a little. I wrote penis on their chest with the sunscreen I had borrowed from Yui. It was a complete schoolboy prank, but now they would no longer be able to walk around outside with their prized bodies on display. They would never be able to pick up a girl. They don't need to thank me. Fuh. I spent a lot of time on something stupid. Is everything all right? Watanabe greeted me with a worried expression on her face. Before I knew it, the cheerful couple had returned as well. They were so smart-ass I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I left them to the management. They won't be here anymore. I see, thanks. That's Watanabe for you. No wonder she is so popular. Thanks for your hard work. Yeah. Yui, on the other hand, welcomed me back calmly while looking at me with complete trust. Her smile was very comforting. Have Mimi and Anamatsuri returned? I couldn't find them since they had gone to the store. The beach house looks crowded. We'll go check on them. Yeah. They were probably trying to atone for the fact that they had run away from the beach earlier. And no one shook their heads at the cheerful couple's offer. Mimi's point of view. Mimi-chan, you like Nambakun, don't you? Onigawara-san suddenly said such a thing to me as we were standing in line for yakisoba at the beach house. This is what I hate about Giaris. They suddenly enter people's hearts just like that. Perhaps it is in Giaris culture to trample on each other's yards, but please don't drag us into it. Our cultures are different. I would prefer a solid area of privacy that separates you from it. Onigawara-san may put on a cat's mask when Kazu-kun is around, but she's still a Gyaru at heart. In the past, I would have been too embarrassed and denied it. However, I'm different now. Though I don't want to deny it, I don't want to tell my feelings to her. I had no choice but to just curved my lips and shut up. Matsuri like him, she said it just like that. How much courage does it take for her to say that? Until a few minutes ago, I had never even considered her as a rival. However, Matsuri did something terrible to him, so I can't tell him how I feel, until he forgives me. When I saw how sad Onigawara-san looks, I felt the anger that had been welling up inside me suddenly disappear. I guess she has a story of her own. However, I couldn't find the right words to say. And I don't think I should say something like, good luck. How did you fall in love with Kazu-kun? What was it that had happened between them that made her change her appearance to a neat and tidy girl, even though they shouldn't have any contact with each other? Apparently, she never even tells her Gyaru friends. Unfortunately, I can't tell you. What a surprising answer. It's not that she doesn't want to tell me, it's that she can't tell me. I could tell from how she looked that she was eager to tell me. Why? It's because I just can't. She looks in pain. She looks like she's itching to say it, and even I can say that something is stopping her. Did you make a promise with Kazu-kun? It hurts. Suddenly, Onigawara-san started holding her head down. She was about to nod and suddenly got a headache, even though we haven't even bought shaved ice yet. I am now currently living in a world that is similar to a manga or anime. When I think of it that way, something unusual would be acceptable. Could it be? Mimi's point of view. Onigawara-san means. No, I'm sure she can't answer, no matter what question I ask. That's exactly why she's getting a headache. Then, cannibal. She opened her eyes wide at the keyword I had used. So that's how it is. I don't know how right I was, but it's obvious. In short, she and I are the same. He must have saved her when she was attacked by a variant. However, unlike me, they didn't become friends. On the contrary, she was silenced with magic. I was jealous that she knew Kazu-kun's secret before I did, but I felt a little bit of dark pleasure at the thought that he trusted me more than he trusted her. I know that this isn't something good, but this is what it meant to be human. I thought so while grinning. I see. To think Yuzano Kai is Liakyok? You're in a pretty severe restriction. Yuzano Kai is not Awach. It's really severe. The world's secret will never leak out of her mouth. She is starting to get a lot of attention from the people around, so I should avoid asking her bad questions. However, how did you get Namba to allow you to call him by first-name basis? I've never seen anyone other than Shiratori-san call him by his name before. Well, Matsuri's not expecting him to allow me. HNN, secret. I won. It's not really a victory, but I feel elated for some reason. Though I admit I'm not yet good enough. Still, this is probably the first time I've ever won against a Gyaru outside of studying. Yuzano-chan is more of a tease than I thought. Era, you think so? HNN. En fufufu. Fufufu. We glared at each other with smiles on our faces. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd fight with a Gyaru over a boy. Perhaps this is also thanks to Kazu-kun. Finally, it's our turn to order. It must have been an hour since we lined up. It was a bit awkward, but I was relieved to find that there was less awkwardness due to the silence than I had expected. We bought yakisoba and roasted corn for everyone. It's okay to eat a little bit. Onigawara-san said so while biting into a roasted corn. Yummy. Ma, I guess it doesn't matter since we'll be eating them anyway. Yuzano-chan, you should eat too. Come on. I'm good. You can only eat it freshly baked now, you know? Come on. I took a little bite of the corn that was forcibly placed in front of my face. The sweet corn with just the right amount of salty soy sauce was very tasty. Arwat, what's this? I suddenly felt a strange feeling in my stomach. It's not like the corn was rotten or something. It was like when I was training with Kazu-kun and had magic power flowing in my body. No, it was something far more disastrous than that is, in my Mimi's point of view. I had apparently passed out, and before I knew it, I was already quite offshore on a rubber boat. What? Why am I here? Onigawara-san is sleeping next to me. The sun was not so low in the sky, so it seemed that I had been unconscious for only a short time. I have a bad feeling about this. I'd like to hurry back, but I don't have oars. It looks like I'm still at a swimmable distance if I use the rubber boat as a beatboard, but honestly, I'm not sure if I can do it. It would be possible if I were to activate the divine object, though I don't want to be seen by Onigawara-san like that. However, we're obviously not in a normal situation. I concentrated and touched my headband. Nothing happened. Try again then. Nothing happened. Without Kazu-kun, I can't activate the divine object. I'm still no good. Me being special is something given by others. However, if I give up, I can't be with Kazu-kun and the others. There is an unbridgeable gap between me and Yui-chan. I got off the boat and dipped my body in the water. Just as I was about to kick. Goo! The seawater around the rubber boat began to swirl. What? Where am I? What's going on? Onigawara-san woke up on top of the whirling boat. Ah no, I'm being sucked down. I have to get back on the boat. No matter how hard I tried to crawl back to the boat, the whirlpool just spun faster and faster, dragging us underwater. Like being thrown into a washing machine, we couldn't tell if we're going up or down. After a while, the current stopped. It was dark and the surface of the water was far above us. Gabobo, gabo gabo, gababababobo, Onigawara-san was yelling something to me. If you do that, you'll run out of air. Come to think of it, I don't feel suffocated at all. I should have held my breath when we got caught in the whirlpool, but I fearfully tried to breathe. Strangely enough, oxygen came into my lungs instead of water. It's all thanks to the great me that you can breathe. Suddenly, a 40-ish man with a towel wrapped around his head appeared in front of me. He looked like a man of the sea that is currently fishing. He was looking down at us with his arms folded underwater. I've seen this guy before. Aren't you from the beach house? Whoa, I can talk normally. Onigawara-san saw this and seemed to have stopped flinching. We had encountered this variant before. When I'm in disguise, I am the owner of the beach house. The great me is Poseidon, the king of the sea. Boom, Mimi's point of view. At the same time, Poseidon introduced himself. A large amount of bubbles burst out behind him, as if an undersea volcano erupted. Is he doing it himself? His cheerfulness along with that scene are both eerie. I don't think I should comment on what he's doing now. Poseidon is a very famous Greek mythology god. According to Kazu, the more powerful a god is, the more powerful his variant will be. That means this Poseidon must be stronger than the variant that attacked me in Katmi Land. Congratulations! You've been chosen as my food. Poseidon opens his arm with a bang which should be frightening. Oya, you don't look surprised. You're a variant, aren't you? Ho-hoo, you must be someone from the organization, aren't you? His every movement was so exaggerated. Not really. That's rare for someone to still have your memory intact when you don't belong to an organization. Besides, you even know the word variant. I'm now curious about your background. Anyway, I'll still eat you. So, you're the one who brought us here. I asked while interrupting him. We must buy time ourselves. Also, if I can activate the divine object while buying time, we might have a chance of surviving. Fortunately, even in the whirlpool, my headband is still on my head. Though just thinking of what I should do makes my legs shake. That's right. The Great Me enchanted the corn you ate and asked you to go to a place with no people around. You mean we unconsciously rode the boat? That's right, how about it? Surprised, Ma. What a very unenthusiastic reply. Young ones can't be like that. Poseidon, for some reason, was pleased to give us an explanation, but I'm currently thinking on how to get away from him, so I don't have time to bother with that. Why are you being so elaborate? Because it's a pain to be seen and corpses don't taste good. Above all, humans who have been soaked in the sea alive for a while taste salty and delicious. A chill ran down my spine. I shouldn't have asked. His good-natured 40-ish man almost gave me an ease, but in the end, he's still a variant. First and foremost, I need to activate my divine object. I hate to admit it, but it seems like I can concentrate my magic power the most when I'm thinking about ecchi things. I'm not a middle school or high school boy, so there's no way that's true, but since Kazu-kun says so, it must be true. I desperately fantasized about his firm chest and more. I can't concentrate like I want to. It's impossible for someone to think of her ecchi fantasies when she's about to be eaten. Now, I think it's about time for me to eat you girls. Any last words? Don't. Matsuri is not delicious at all. I'm surprised that he is even asking us for last words that will never be fulfilled. I guess he's a bit of an idiot, though that wouldn't change anything. Not gonna happen. The Great Me is hungry. See, I knew it. Then, can you show me a happy dream before I get eat? Poseidon-san seems like a gentleman, so you don't enjoy eating crying people, right? Gentleman, Fumu, I don't know what it means, but it doesn't sound bad. Very well. Wait, escape from reality alone. Matsuri is. Onigawara-san's ranting quickly fades into the distance. This is just a bet. Of course, the chip is my life. Yuzano's point of view. On a canopy bed in the middle of nowhere, a half-naked Kazu-kun slowly approaches me. His supple yet boyish firm fingers touch my neck, and his hands slowly descend to my chest. His hands then slip into the breast part of my silk bathrobe. HMMM. I exhaled involuntarily. I have never had a man touch my boobs directly, so I don't know how pleasant it is, but in this dream, my body was penetrated by pleasure. HNNNN, ah. Every time his hands were taking off my bathrobe and crawled all over the place, my body would jolt and tremble with pleasure. The sensation is so real that it doesn't feel like a dream. It's a dream that I have never felt before, but it feels so real that it's making me think it's real. Yeah, this is a dream. Normally, I would not be able to realize that this was a dream. Even I, who know it in my head, almost think it is real. If I don't concentrate, I would think it's real. However, I know it's not. I don't know how many times I've had this dream. The next thing Kazu-kun did was to kiss me, and his lips moved to my neck, to my chest, just as he does with his hands. HNNNN, ha. See this? This must be my innermost desire. Kazu-kun's hands, lips are making love with my body. I want to savor this realistic feeling a little longer. However, I can't afford to. I've already done so many ecchi things. I should be able to concentrate my magic power. I kissed Kazu-kun with an adult kiss, and I even felt my hair tugging at the back of my head. Finally, I gently touched my own head with my finger that had traced his lips. There was only one thing in my head that I had to touch. I won the first bet. That is my usual dream. The remaining bet is that my real body will move. Please, move. I focused all my attention on my right hand and rubbed it around the headband. Nothing's happening, but this is the only thing I can. At that moment, I felt a strong sensation of pleasure shot through my body. HNNN, It's here. It's here. As my brain began to go numb with pleasure, the scene around me blurred and soon turned into the ocean where I had just been. Mimi's point of view. When I slowly opened my eyes, my body already transformed. I won the bet. Now it's just a matter of survival. Kazu, don't touch that place, Yan. Poseidon is about to bite the head of Onigawara-san, who is having an indecent dream. Magic power. Poseidon turned around, perhaps reacting to the activation of the divine object. Yeah, where is the other one? Poseidon, who had removed his hand from Onigawara-san, looked around the area where I was but was unable to see me. It seems like my disappear ability is also effective on Poseidon. I slowly approached Onigawara-san, keeping my distance from Poseidon. If I were to only save myself, I can just quickly head to the surface. However, if I did that, I would no longer be Kazu-kun's companion. Even if I went to call for help, Onigawara-san might be eaten during that time. All right, I was able to get next to Onigawara-san. Now, I only need to wait for the moment Poseidon takes his eyes out of Onigawara-san. Poseidon's gaze passes right before me. No, not yet. Poseidon's gaze has completely left Onigawara-san. Now, I took the hand of Onigawara-san, who's still sleeping, and kicked the water with all my might. My ability to become fast comes in handy at times like this. I felt so much water resistance, as if my neck's about to snap, but I don't have the luxury to be in pain. What? Leaving the surprised Poseidon behind, I hide behind a rock. The water trail gave us away, but now we should be undetected again. Let's get out of here when we still can. It's quite a feat to be able to hide your presence from me. However, do you really think you can escape from me underwater? Poseidon pointed his hand upward, and a tornado-like whirlpool formed around his hand. That was a close call. If I had escaped upward, we would have been pulled down by it. I was running down from the shadow of the rock. After some distance, I swam toward the beach, slowly so as not to disturb the water flow. I was still pulling Onigawara-san's hand, which looked like she's still dreaming, but I had enough power thanks to the divine object. No response. Have they gotten away? Not yet, don't be in a hurry. Slowly, slowly. HNNN, to think you'll be so bold to hold hands. This Jaru, how long will your happy dream continue? And she's so pure. Gently, I turned around only to see Poseidon grinning with his eyes fixed on me. Fight. No, I can only escape. There's no way I could fight against him. I know I can't suddenly become an ace like in animes. I kicked the water as hard as I could. The Jaru I'm pulling might have taken some damage due to water resistance, but it was better than being eaten. I must have been going so fast that I would have smashed the world record. However, my head hits Poseidon's chest. Neither of them were there. The cheerful couple returned leisurely with frankfurters in hand. Strange, they shouldn't be taking this long. Did something happen? At that moment, I sensed that Mimi's headband had been activated. I had put something on that divine object so that when it activates, it would send a notification to me using magic power. Mimi doesn't have the ability to activate the divine object at will yet. What happened? Yui, Mimi's headband has been activated. I'll go check it out, stay on alert. Yui's eyebrows furrowed for a moment before nodding. I'm glad she's very understanding. I'll go to the toilet and look for them while I'm at it. I told Watanabe and the others and hurried to where the headband's notification came from. The notification was quite far offshore. They had no reason to go that far out to the sea on my own volition when they're supposed to be buying things. And they have also gone there under everyone's eyes. It's too eye-catching if I fly. When I reached a point where Watanabe and others could no longer see me, I went into the water. When I reached a certain depth, I had dived underwater so that no one could see me. And of course, I've already casted underwater breathing on myself. Now, I can go as fast as I can. I traveled underwater at high speed. It was only a matter of seconds before I reached my destination. Right now, Mimi, in her bunny costume, is about to be eaten. Anna Matsuri is with her. What the heck are you doing? My fist slammed into the variant's belly. At the same time, I slashed down the arm holding Mimi's head with my black-bladed sword and kicked the variant's chest. On the ground, that kick would have sent him several kilometers away, but underwater, where resistance is greater, it only pushed him away. No, it's not just because of water. Water is on his side. The water around the variant moved with highly refined magic power. It is safe to assume that this place is under his control. Thank you for coming to my rescue. Mimi ripped the variant's arm from her head and threw it away. The arm returned to the variant and merged with him. You did well. I couldn't do anything at all. You survived. That's all you have to do. Leave the rest to me and run. Okay. And that variant, he's Poseidon. A big shot. I smiled at them and overrode the underwater breathing spells on Mimi and Anamatsuri just to be safe. I did this because you never know when Poseidon's spell will be cancelled. Go. Mimi nodded and headed for the surface. Now this is quite a powerful enemy. If it takes me a lot of time, I'll have to make an excuse for Watanabe and the others, so let's just get it over with and head back. This, a very powerful man for a mortal. Poseidon, who was leisurely folding his arms, took out a trident in his hand. That's Poseidon's famous weapon. He seems to be showing his composure, but he is watching us closely. As a proof of this, he easily missed Mimi's escape, concentrating his vast magic power on the trident. You interrupted my meal. You will be my boredom killer. Poseidon thrust the trident up, and magic power gushed out toward the surface of the water. The magic power bounced off the surface of the water and spread sideways. Divine domain? It's a very special type that uses the surface of the sea as boundary. With this, it is impossible to get out of the water, as expected of the god of the sea. However, I have no intention of fighting anyone in their specialty field. I set up my sword as if I were carrying it on my shoulder and rushed to Poseidon. I swing it down at a speed that makes the water around insignificant. Poseidon received the blow with his trident spear. It should have cut him in half if he were a normal opponent. It was not only due to his own strength, but also because his magic power is amplified underwater. However, this is something expected. Ooh, I made the magic power behind me explode and push Poseidon off the sea. How powerful. Are you really human? In no time, we reached the edge of Japan's territorial waters. However, the divine domain's boundary, which is the surface of the water, did not seem to have broken. I thought of knocking him out into the air once the divine domain broke, but it seemed to be the type that moves around with him. It is something impossible to escape from. So what? I have no intention of running away in the first place. On the other hand, this is advantageous for me since I don't need to worry about making a tsunami even if I use powerful techniques. I'm glad I met you underwater. I don't know what would have happened if we had been on land. You should have abandoned those ladies and waited for me to come out of the water. What's the point of abandoning the very people you're trying to save? I distance myself from Poseidon. HNN? No way, you didn't come to beat me but to save those humans? Ho-hoo. That's a pretty sweet thing to say for someone from an organization. His cheerful expression makes it difficult to read his facial expressions. I'm not a member of any organization, though I can't say I'm not entirely involved. Mumu? A stray with the power comparable to that of the Vatican. What a venerable one. Ha ha ha. Is that supposed to be funny? That won't change the fact that you're going to die here. I don't mind your youthful confidence. As soon as Poseidon held up his trident, the sea began to roar like a tornado. If used on the ground, this should be enough to destroy concrete buildings. You didn't even flinch with this much current? My body can withstand even if Earth explodes. Ha ha, that's amazing. He must have thought it was a joke. Poseidon held out his trident. The distance between me and him was at least 10 meters. He didn't seem to be trying to pull off any kind of move. However, I had a bad feeling, so I avoided the trident's trajectory. Daga. The rock behind me suddenly shattered. Is the trident's attack connected to the seawater? Perhaps this is a technique that can be performed without activating it as magic. It is an action that the gods often do, and it's a little tricky given you can't even detect signs of it being used. I guess this place is already under your full control. That's how it is. Poseidon rushes forward with his trident directed at me. At the same time as his attack, the surrounding scenery was distorted. Even though it is not magic, it is still a charge with magic power. The shape of the attack could be seen from the flow. The compressed and densely packed seawater became spear-shaped and surrounded me. If I concentrate only on Poseidon, my body will be pierced from all directions. Ha! I increased the temperature around my body and evaporated all the surrounding seawater. A large amount of vapor rose to the surface of the sea. What an intense heat! To think you could even evaporate my water spears. The vapor was making it hard to see, so I stopped doing it. Why is a god as famous as you in Japan? Shouldn't you be in Greece? HNN. Poseidon looked away looking annoyed. Europa is already that guy's, no. As long as there is sea, it is mine. Given the way he acts, it is as if I could see cold sweat forming on his forehead even though he is underwater. Is that guy that I always hear about the Vatican warrior? I heard he is very strong. In other words, Poseidon is. You escaped. And no. You're running away from someone powerful and now you're here, hunting women's meat in a remote place. Bastard, don't make a fool out of me. I'm just telling the truth. By the looks of it, he must have eaten a lot since he came to Japan. However, there are no rumors circulating that anyone has gone missing in these waters. This is the scary thing about variants. You're looking down on me the same way as that guy. Poseidon's body is overflowing with magic power. No matter how much heat you can generate, there's no way you can compete with me who can control the ocean. I once again turned the water around me into vapor. However, beyond that, a water spear cut my skin shallowly. Phew-ha-ha-ha, how's that? He thinks he's won with a scratch like this. However, I'm not going to be defeated by a guy who ran away from his own territory. Above all, I'll have to make him pay for trying to eat my friend. I cancelled the heating magic and now began to do the opposite, lowering the temperature. The surrounding seawater begins to freeze. Are you crazy? It's true that if seawater freezes, you might be able to block my attack, but you will be trapped too. You're talking as if you haven't trapped me yet. There's no difference, isn't it? I don't care if I'm trapped in ice, so I continued to freeze the surroundings. The entire area of 100 meters from me froze at once. It should float like an iceberg, but the ice never came out of the water. This is due to the divine domain. The frozen area continues to expand, but Poseidon moves away as if to escape. However, I'm not going to let him escape. I charged toward Poseidon with my whole body filled with magic power, and while ice continued to spread. Ridiculous! How can you control that much magic power in the sea under my control? The ice that had taken in Poseidon continued to expand in range. It was already more than 1 kilometer. I proceeded toward Poseidon, breaking through the ice. The crushed ice forced its way outward, making it look like an ice tunnel leading to Poseidon. The tunnel could be made by simply melting ice, but that would not separate seawater from the guy. There is a question whether he would no longer be able to control it after it freezes, but I can only give it a try. I thrust my black-bladed sword forward and rushed toward Poseidon. The blow shatters not just the trident but even pierces Poseidon's belly. It looks like his underwater buffs were gone, and he's similar to a fish washed up on land. Even so, as expected of a high-rank god, it seems like a single blow can't kill him. Impossible. Poseidon tried to destroy the ice block from the outside, using seawater, but the ice block grows faster than he can scrape away. It was just my luck that he let his guard down because it was his territory. I poured magic power into the sword that caused an explosion inside Poseidon's body. Poseidon, which has been shattered into pieces, had his head looked up at me. Quite unfortunate, however. Don't think you will be able to live peacefully while being that powerful. If that happens, I will just strike back. Just as no country, no matter how powerful, can eradicate wars in the world, I'm not so arrogant to think that I can bring peace to the world. However, I will protect those I cherish. They say that the hardship you'll do in your youth will all bear fruit, but I would like to think that I will no longer go through those hardships this time. As soon as Poseidon stopped moving, the ice disappeared. It looks like the divine domain was lifted. It's great that Yui and the others did not fight with him. It would have been very difficult for them to win against him underwater. Even the entire Nordic team should be no match for him. The problem for humans is that they have no way of even fighting against greater variants. It's quite fortunate that they don't have the thought of destroying humanity or starting a war with them. I don't know if this can be called a blessing, but it is certainly a blessing that the damage they cause is smaller compared to their strength. Those who were as powerful as them in Isekai have already destroyed several countries. Let's go back for now. This should ensure peace on that beach. The first place I stopped by when I returned to the beach was where Mimi was. In the shadow of a big boulder, Mimi was sitting on the ground, hiding her body. She was already transformed back and is now on her birthday suit. Anamatsuri, on the other hand, is still sleeping. Hiya, Kazu-kun. When I emerged from the shadow of the boulder, Mimi screamed but did not move. Her breasts, which were pressed against her knees, look squishy and glamorous. Sorry. I hurriedly turned around. It looks like you've beaten him. Yeah, well, I'll bring you something to wear, so please wait. Yeah. Sorry. You don't have to apologize. It's frustrating for her to say sorry all the time, as if I'm looking at my former self. Maybe that's why I care about her. When I returned to the group, Yui looked at me with a worried expression. When I gave her a small nod, she immediately looked relieved. What's that? Communication by feelings? Watanabe tried to stir things up, but I'm just going to play dumb for now. I bought a t-shirt and shorts at the beach house and handed them to Mimi. After that, I sent Mimi straight to the locker room and came back to pick her stuff. However, there's no way I could bring Mimi's stuff to the locker room. Because of that, I asked Yui to bring her stuff to her. Did something happen to Mimi? Watanabe asked me as her eyes followed Yui's back as Yui walked toward the locker room with Mimi's stuff. She feels a little sick. She changed her clothes and rested in the shade. It seems like Onamatsuri has been taking care of her until a while ago. I glanced at Onamatsuri and she nodded her head awkwardly. Onamatsuri was just sleeping, so she's not worn out in any way. Is that so? I see. I guess we should pack our things too instead of letting her stay like that. Maybe we should go home early. No one complained about Watanabe's proposal. As expected of the class president, Yui and I will take our turns in watching over Mimi. When I went to the beach house where Mimi was resting, she was chatting calmly with Yui. And there's also an anti-pickup aura around them. From the looks of it, Yui is releasing a powerful beastly aura. She must be consciously doing it to prevent being picked up. The more she instinctively does it, the harder it is to get close to her. She has grown a lot given her battle against variants. Yui, I'll take care of her. Okay, see you later, Mimi-chan. After seeing off Yui, I sat down opposite of Mimi. I put my elbow on the long, rugged table of the beach house after. Were you scared? Yeah. I can't see her eyes with her bangs down, but I can feel she's in a serious mood. I casted a voice blocking spell so that our conversation won't be heard by the surrounding customers. The conversation we are about to have will decide Mimi's life. She can still turn back. That's why I must be careful of what I say from here. Are you ready? Yeah. Mimi nodded and answered my question cheerfully. Warriors who face death react in two ways. Some cower in fear and others lose their heads. In a normal battle, it is sometimes the former who survive. However, in order to continue fighting against the overwhelmingly powerful demons and variants, they must be the latter. Even the slightest hesitation can lead to death. Mimi seems calm now. Immediately after a battle, she should be too excited to make normal judgment. In a sense, it is a gift to be able to act normally soon after experiencing that. This is despite the fact that she has little battle experience. During the Cat Me Land incident, she didn't know anything about variants and was only involved in the battle. This time, however, she fought knowing everything. If she can react like this, that means she has the right qualities. The question is whether she really wants to come to our side. Mimi, you can still turn back. If you come to our side, you might die any moment. You will never be able to experience the thing called normal happiness. Above all, humans grow old, both physically and mentally. Even if you regret it in time, there is no way to get it back. You may die somewhere without anyone knowing. Do you still want to join us? I told her calmly. I was not threatening her. All I said was true. However, it would be difficult for the young Mimi to realize that. She doesn't know how valuable a young body and spirit are until you get older. I've decided. I want to join you even if I have to die tomorrow. I don't know how Mimi can say that without hesitation. However, I have no intention of asking her. Youthful determination can be said to be a privilege of youth. Above all, it is not me who decides her happiness. Understood. Again, welcome to this side. Yes. I'm a bit of a slacker, but please take care of me from now on. Why are you acting like a bride-to-be? I wonder how long she will be able to keep that smile on her face. No, I'll let it last until the end. Though I'm not going to change my priorities, which are Yui and Futaba. Nevertheless, I should have the power to protect her as a friend. Section. On the way back from the sea, everyone was sleeping soundly on the train. Only the well-trained Yui and I are awake. There's trouble, but sometimes, it's nice to experience something like this. A nice scent drifted from Yui's head as she rested her head on my shoulder. I wonder why she smells so good even after showering after swimming in the sea. Right. I'm glad Yui gained a good summer memory. Once I give my souvenir to Futaba, today's mission will all be complete. I made a keychain out of a rainbow-colored seashell I found on the beach. I wonder if she'll like it. I know it's kind of cheap to give a keychain as a souvenir, but I couldn't think of anything else. I hope she forgives me given the time and effort I put into it. With that in mind, while walking toward my house from the nearest station, sirens from fire trucks resounded. The destination is in my neighborhood. I have a bad feeling about this. Upon reaching our apartment, I found our house burning, surrounded by a lot of onlookers. Short story, stargazing. It was a summer night when all the lights in the residential area had gone out. Yui and I were on the roof of the school. Why did you suddenly want to stargaze? It's a standard event for high school students. I thought that if I won't do it, I'll ended up not experiencing it, so I invited you. Standard event, is it? I have a lot of doubts, but as long as Yui enjoys it, I'm fine with it. We just fought a variant again today. It's so frequent that we are not like Japanese high school sophomores. It's important to put down our feet to these kinds of normal everyday life things and to just the bleak life and death world. Yui and I spread a sheet on the concrete and lay down side by side. Yua, this is concrete, but it's fluffy. I used magic to temporarily soften the concrete like a cushion. Our bodies sank to the floor and naturally leaned against each other. From shoulders to toe, the left side of my body is in contact with Yui's right side. Oh, whenever the bright red faced Yui, who's wondering whether to leave the situation as it is or not, moves, I can feel the soft and warmth of her body. The skin of Yui, dressed in a camisole and miniskirt, rubs against my bare skin, who's wearing a t-shirt and half pants. The more Yui moves, the more she gets in contact with my body. She seems to have made up her mind and gently puts her hand on my arm. Something soft, which is not from this world, takes control of my left arm. Even though it's the middle of the night, I still can't see that many stars. I could have feigned calmness. However, Yui seemed to be satisfied with the view and pressed her chest tightly against my arm. Give me a moment. I cast a spell on her eyes. It's a magic that will make you filter lights emitted from places lower than the sky. It's a magic application of hiding from enemies. This makes it appear as if the lights of the city don't reach the sky. In other words, amazing starry sky. Yui couldn't help but let out a gasp at the sight of the starry sky, which she would have to go to a no-man's land to see. It's the famous summer triangle, that's the Big Dipper. The mythology surrounding that constellation is. I pointed out the stars with my finger in a way that Yui matched my gaze. Yui sometimes looks at me while listening intently. You know a lot about constellations. It's because of anime, right? Or is it because you're trying to hook up with girls? Yui suddenly said so mischievously. There's a manga and anime which motif is warriors based on constellations. I can't say that I rushed learning them in order to show off to her. I'll fake it to the extent that it's not a lie. I'm starting to sound like an otaku who likes to explain things. Fufufu, sorry. You studied them for me. Yui's "you did it for me" face is so adorable. She became even cuter as she rubs her cheek against my shoulder. All right, the next one is. I distorted the space in front of us and created a lens. This allows us to see stars that are invisible to the naked eye. Yuwa, is that a telescope? Yui's eyes sparkle as she gazes into the night sky. Soon, Yui began to breathe quietly as she slept next to me. Yui, freed from her nervousness, hugs me as if I were a pillow. One of the straps of her camisole is undone, so I removed my gaze from her chest, which is about to reveal a lot of things, and gently patted her head. I removed the spell I casted as I watch Yui's sleeping face, which is mumbling something. The fantastic scenery of the illusionary night sky disappeared, and the sky illuminated by city lights returned. This is the sky I want to protect. No, not everything under it is something I want to protect. This is the sky where Yui lives. Chapter 12, Variant Ruler Himiko. A small 2-story, 20-year-old, apartment building is burning down. The rooms were small and could hardly be called new, but this house holds a lot of memories, including my first life. The burning flame dyes the place orange. Ah, Futaba, is she inside? Oni-chan. As I was about to jump into the burning apartment, a voice called out to me from behind. Futaba, you're safe. Yeah, I went shopping and when I came back, it was already on fire. I see, good. But I'm sure there wasn't anything in the house that could have caused the fire. Futaba's gaze moved to our rooms with an uneasy expression on her face. Our house is what's burning the most. Has the fire started at our house? However, as Futaba says, the only thing that is likely to be the cause is an outlet or the stove. Although fire trucks have already arrived, we take a moment to search for signs inside the apartment to see if anyone's trying to escape. Perhaps it was fortunate that ours was a corner room and there was no sign of a person in the building. However, a person that is. A black shadow appeared on the burning roof, looking down at us. The moment I felt my eyes meet with the human-shaped shadow, it vanished. It was teleportation. Variant. Is it the same one who burned our house? However, why? To attack me? It's a bit of a mess to set fire to it out of the blue. It would be difficult to get an answer even if I thought about it. It is impossible to track too since it escaped with teleportation, but I've already memorized its magic signature. Section. After that, Futaba and I, who were taken to the police, were interrogated in different rooms. I know that it's obviously because of the fire, but I don't feel good. Then, the goddess of salvation appeared. Yui got us out of the police station, and we were still in the middle of interrogation when she appeared. Did she use the Shuratori family power? The police officers looked uncomfortable, but that's expected. Thank you, you're a lifesaver. It's not every day that I get to help Kazu. No, you've always been there for me. It's true. How much of my heart is filled just by having Yui near me? Cough. Yui-san, thank you very much. Then Futaba interrupted us with a cough. You're welcome. Fun, Yui has a satisfied look on her face. I'm glad they seem to be getting along so well. By the way, you don't have a place to stay today, right? Let alone today, we have nowhere to go starting now. Then, Yui's proposal was something I was very much afraid of, although I would be lying if I said I did not expect it. When I woke up in the morning, what caught my eye was the ceiling of a strange Japanese-style house. Well, my house burned down yesterday, so I had to stay at the Shuratori family's house. Morning. It seems that Futaba, who's sleeping next to me, had just woken up. Are you awake? As if waiting for us to wake up, the sliding door opened. There, a maid was waiting on Seiza. Ah. Good morning, maid. The sharp-eyed maid that I didn't dare add "san" with shot me a glare as if to say yes. She's a little scary. Here is your change of clothes. When you are ready, we will take you to the building where foods are served. Do you need help getting dressed? And no, I don't. Honestly speaking, I'm a little interested, but my shyness won. Understood, I will wait outside. The maid closed the sliding door without a sound. The clothes she left behind were jeans, t-shirt, and a girly dress. The kind of clothes that Futaba and I often wear. It's not even 9 yet, so where did they get them? I guess this is nothing in front of the Shuratori's power. But conversely speaking, that means I had them use their power underhandedly. I will thank Yui later. By the way, the two of us are currently in Yukata. Is this a Japanese inn? Don't look at me. Even I don't want to see his little sister change clothes. Yeah, what you want to see is Yui-san, right? That's not what I meant. If you ask me if I don't want to see, well, that's. This is all our belongings. After changing clothes, Futaba is looking at the shell keychain that I passed as a souvenir on her palm. For Futaba, our house holds a lot of memories. She must be feeling loss. She is different from the alchemist who burnt down his parents' house with determination. Other than the keychains, there were only the luggage that I took to the beach and the luggage that Futaba took for shopping. Everything else, including uniforms, were also burned. It was a blessing that it was during the summer vacation, though I can't say that. The maid brought us to one of the Western-style houses in the Shuratori household. The one where Futaba and I stayed was not just a Japanese-style room, but a Japanese-style house. How many buildings are there? Breakfast was laid out on a dining table for 6, not the big one used when I met with Tetsugin. The place is also small. Perhaps Yui was trying to make it as relaxing as possible. Good morning, did you sleep well? When we entered, Yui came running to us. I did. I can sleep whenever I need to, and if I wanted to, I could go on a month or so without sleeping. However, even if the futons spread a little apart, Futaba was tossing and turning many times in the middle of the night. Eventually, she sneaked under my futon and left at dawn. I pretended to be asleep, but Futaba must have noticed that. I hope it helped her sleep a little better. I slept well too. Yui didn't make a tactless comment to Futaba, who was still insisting so with her little vacant eyes. The two usually argue about anything and everything, but they are doing great this time. Let's eat first. You have to fill your stomach first. I cook them myself. The bacon and eggs and consommé soup that Yui served slowly went to my stomach. After finishing breakfast, we looked over at the dishes cleaned by the maids and got down to business. The police are firmly convinced that it was arson. I already think it is, but I'm grateful for the confirmation. Also, I'm thankful for receiving information from Yui again. As expected of the Shuratori family, they immediately obtained police information. The fire insurance seems to cover it, but until the problem is resolved, I'm not sure if I can live in the next house. I told them about the variant I saw last night. You mean the arsonist is a variant? Unforgivable. Yui's eyebrows furrowed while Futaba's face contorted in anger. However, that's strange. If they know Kazu's power, they wouldn't think that arson would do anything. That's what I'm thinking too. Does that mean that it's a variant that doesn't know Kazu well? I don't think it was a coincidence that my house burned down. I know that my presence is disturbing for them, but if it was someone who didn't know much about me, I don't know. That's all I can think of. I racked my brains, but I couldn't seem to come up with any more ideas. The problem is, if they don't know, they may still continue to do the same thing in the future. It's getting troublesome. I've been trying to avoid situations like this, but when the other party comes without thinking, what I've been doing won't work. No, if that is really the case, we can just hit them back. However, something's not right. I can't say for sure because I don't have enough information, but I have a feeling that if it's the reckless type, it wouldn't have run away last night. Then, why don't you stay with us for a while? No, I don't think that's a good idea. It's okay. There aren't just rooms, there are houses too. Besides, I think this arrangement would make the public less involved. Don't you think so too? Muamu. If you're just being modest, you don't have to. If it weren't for Kazu, I would have already died. My father would have also died on that island. No one would complain. The fact that I'm being reserved even with someone I'm close with means I'm still not that mature, or perhaps I'm bad at communicating at heart. However, it is true that Yui's suggestion is the best given our current condition. I glanced at Futaba, and she nodded with a difficult look on her face. She may have her own thoughts on the matter, but I guess she can only agree. Even without variance, it surely is good for us who have lost our home. Then we'll trouble you. Thanks, okay, just think of it as your own home. Do you want to stay at the Japanese-style house you're currently using? Yeah. Let me inform my father. I agree. If you want to, sleep on the same futon together. Suddenly, Yui's father, Tetsugen, entered the room. This guy, as soon as he saw how powerful I was, he immediately switched and now wants to use Yui to get me. He's kind of pissing me off. What are you talking about? Yui, turning bright red, pushed Tetsugen out of the room. Yui turned around with sweat on her forehead and mumbled, "Same futon is too much, but it would be nice to share a room." What are you talking about? You're being tainted. After such a busy morning, we are all gathered for another day of training. Normally, I would meet Mimi at the station before going to the Shuratori residence, but today, I was the one to greet her. I was waiting for Mimi at the gate to explain the situation. I had called her beforehand to let her know that I would not meet her at the station. Good morning, Kazu-kun. Mimi came in through the service entrance next to the big gate. As soon as she saw my face, she smiled. Her eyes are still hidden by her hair. I couldn't ask you on the phone, but why did you come ahead of me today? Ha, that can't be. You stayed here. It's true that stayed here, but it's not what you think it is. I know that the two of you are that close, B, but D, do you mind if I join you? Are you even listening? It's my first time, but I think I'd feel more comfortable if it's the three of us. Go home. I explained what had happened yesterday, while calming the red and out-of-control Mimi. Is that so, your house variant? Mimi turned her head down, not knowing what to say. Mimi doesn't have to be depressed. Yeah. If there's anything I can do for you, just say it. I know I'm not that capable, but the fact that Mimi is being so negative is so typical of her. The only thing I'm concerned about is Mimi's safety. However, if it spreads to my surroundings, it is not unlikely that Mimi will be targeted. At the training area, I consulted Yui. I don't mind having Mimi-chan stay here, but will your family be okay with that? Yui seemed to have left the decision to Mimi. Ma, I guess this is expected. Kazu-kun, what do you think I should do? Mimi asked me anxiously. At the very least, we can't let Mimi's family get involved if you continue to stay with them. Until this issue is resolved, it would be better for the four of us to stick together. It will be easier to protect them if something happens. It's summer vacation after all. Understood. I'll ask my parents when I go home. My parents are usually practicing the let-alone policy, so I don't think they would disagree. Especially if I tell them I'll stay at Shiratori-san's place. Then it's decided. Just think of it as a fun sleepover event. Yui probably didn't have any sleepover events with her classmates. She might be looking forward to it now. Too bad you two will no longer be alone, right, Kazu-kun? Mimi said so with an unusually mischievous tone. Unfortunately, it's not just the two of us. Futaba-chan's here too. Don't talk about me as if I'm an intruder. I didn't mean it to sound that way. The actual gathering became really embarrassing, but it's better than a gloomy atmosphere. Even so, I'm sure everyone is aware that there's someone who is clearly targeting us to the point that he burned down our house. Despite the friendly atmosphere, there is a certain tension in the air. This is what it means to live in this world. I gave the three of them today's training task as I spent the whole day making a barrier to cover the ground of the Shiratori mansion. I knew that a big barrier would be conspicuous. They'll immediately find me. They will eventually find me here anyway. Given that, it would be better to strengthen the barrier rather than conceal it. By the time the sun had set, they had completed their training and the barrier had been completed for the time being. It would be impossible for any variant to break it. Mimi was to return home. She will stay at the Shiratori residence starting tomorrow. Today, Yui gave her a pitch. Mimi was reluctant to accept it, saying that she doesn't need it, but Yui forced her to accept it just in case something happened tonight. It's unlikely that Mimi will be targeted today, but I agree with Yui. And so, we're done having dinner and it's time for a bath. The maids are doing all the preparations. Because I have been living alone and traveling all over, having everything done for me like this makes me feel uneasy. I feel like I'm going to be a useless man. Nanba-sama, the bath is red. As you requested, it's an open-air hot spring bath. The maid came to my room with a towel and change of clothes. Ah no, I'm really going to be a useless man. It seems like the Shiratori residence has more baths than a super public bathhouse. I guess that's normal given how many buildings there are. I was taken by the maid to a building dedicated to hot spring baths, located far away from the main building. Please enjoy. As expected, there is no such thing as a men's and women's bath, but there is a changing area that can accommodate up to 10 people at the same time. There were also hair dryers and wash basins, so it was like an onsen. I quickly took my clothes off and went to the bathroom with only a towel. The shower and other washing areas are outside, so it looks cold in winter, but that won't be a problem this season. The bathtub was made of rocks and could hold up to 10. To have something like this at home, as expected of the Shiratori family. Kakazu? Why? Yui was surprised in the bathtub. Of course, she was only wearing her birthday suit. Oh. Yui, why are you here? That maid said she made sure and checked it beforehand. It's hard to believe that a maid in the Shiratori household would make a simple mistake. Given how she looks, she is a complete professional. She is a true example of a maid who serves the Lord and is devoted to being a servant. We made sure that the door is secured so the two of you can enjoy slowly. As soon as the maid's voice went out of the speakers, there was a sound of something being locked behind. Why is there a speaker in the bath? Is it for emergency? Before anything else, I would like to take back what I said earlier. That maid was more of a prankster than I thought. Wait, Sayatome. Yui called the maid's name, but the speaker remained silent. Though, it's locked so I can't get out. Is that so okay? When I turned around, I was very surprised. There's no point in calling them again, Yui. Hey, you've already taken all your clothes off. If you don't wash, you'll catch a cold. No, I'll be fine. You're not. Why, yeah? The back of Yui's head, which I can see in the corner of my eyes, was bright red up to her ears. It's difficult to judge as to whether she is confused or not, though I shouldn't be analyzing something like that. It reminds me of the leader camp, but that time, Futaba was there too. This time, it's just the two of us. I'm getting nervous. After washing my body, I head for the bathtub. When I glanced at Yui, I saw that she didn't even have a towel while bathing. Although it is hidden by a milky white water, I could see her boobs. They seemed to be floating, And because she's holding them up with her arms and knees, there is plenty of hot water in her big cleavage. I desperately manipulated the blood in my body and concentrated on keeping what's about to happen from happening. I've been polishing how to manipulate that part of my body for times like this. Facing Yui is kind of awkward, so I went in by her side, leaving a space of around one person between us. The skin visible might be lesser than wearing a swimsuit. Even so, the mere fact that she doesn't have a single piece of clothing makes me nervous. Is it because I have the body of a high schooler? No. I would be thrilled if I took a bath with such a beautiful girl, even if I were in my 20s. It might have been different if she had been childishly excited, but she was strangely glamorous, so I was troubled. It's been a while since we've been alone with just the two of us. See, I've even said an embarrassing line that will sting a young man's heart. However, it's precisely at times like this that I must show my age. I must act calm. Before I knew it, I had a lot of new friends. Yeah. Is everything all right with you? Yui's gaze dropped to the hot water. From Yui's point of view, she's someone who was born with a mission to get involved with variants. She must be concerned about Futaba and Mimi, who should have been living peacefully, but later became involved with variants. That is true for not only their lives, but also their hearts. If you don't know anything, the chances of being eaten by variants will not be so high. Perhaps it can be compared with driving and car accidents. True. And if you fight a variant, there is a possibility that they'll be targeted like they did to you this time. Yeah. However, since they are fighting as my companions, I will never let them die. You've seen my power, I can do it, right? Is that what you want? Yeah. I can't say that I'm someone who had to step on the corpses of many of my friends in another world. This time I will protect them all. Kazu too, I don't you know, you're the one whom I'll never want to die. Yui approached me slowly. She probably intended to lean on my shoulder. However, her two rich fronts shook in the bath and touched my arm. Kaya. Yui, who felt it too, turned her back to me in a hurry. Forget it. Yeah. After a while, Yui slowly laid her back against me. The contact between us was hotter than the hot spring's water, and the heat did not cool down even after I got into the futon. The day Mimi learned of our stay at the Shuratori residence, she immediately joined the guests. The place she'll stay will be the Western-style house where Yui usually lives. Futaba and I slept in the same room on our first day, but from the next day, we had different rooms. Futaba said she was fine as it was, but it would be inconvenient for me to share a room with a little sister at her age. So, the night after the training was over. The air around dinner was warm. It's just like a training camp for clubs. I've never joined a club before, though. Mimi's line came out of nowhere and everyone nodded. Our goal is not to win the tournament, but to not die. Futaba said so jokingly and everyone laughed. If you are not careful, you'll die, but that doesn't mean you should be pessimistic. You can't live pessimistically for your entire life. I'm going to train a little and go to bed. Mimi, who has finished eating, leaves the place. She still can't keep up with Yui and Futaba's training. During the day, I spend my time in Mimi's basic training, so the time after dinner is devoted to Yui and Futaba. Nevertheless, although there is a considerable difference between Yui and Futaba in terms of pure combat power, training in coordination is possible. About 2 nights after we started living like that, as I was lying on the futon, the window quietly opened. There was no sign of anything. There was no sign of the barrier around breaking too. Mimi? Yeah, good evening. Mimi, who has activated her divine object, appeared in her bunny girl state. What's up? If you don't sleep soon, you'll suffer tomorrow. According to the wall clock, it's already 2400. I was hoping you could give me some special training at night. She mumbles glamorously as she crawls into my futon. Is she being consumed by the divine object again? In her case, etchiness is the trigger for controlling her magic power, so it's really difficult to keep her sane. Mimi's fluffy hand strokes my thing in the futon. The hand crawls up through the gap in my yukata. It is easy to shake them off. However, even though she lost her mind, I don't want to do anything that would hurt her. I don't want to, but if I let this continue, Mimi's hand will keep going up. Don't do that. What? I can't. I pushed Mimi's shoulders gently to get her out of the futon, but on the contrary, she became even closer to me. And suddenly huffs and breathes to my ear. Mimi's breath on my ear. This isn't the time I escape reality by thinking about silly things. I couldn't help but hold Mimi in my arms. Yan, I'm a princess. Rest assured, I'm going to throw you right away. At the moment I thought so, I felt a powerful magic power colliding with the barrier outside. What is that amazing magic po? Oni-chan, what are you doing? At the same time I opened my door, Futaba came out of her room. Futaba pointed to me, someone who's carrying someone in a princess carry. What were you two doing? Just the two of you, your little sister is in the next room. No, we're not doing anything. I lowered Mimi, who's hugging my neck down. Really? Let's not talk about that. Someone dangerous is coming. Although it can't be detected by a person without magic, a strong magic power is colliding with my barrier. It's only a matter of time before they break in. That way, I jumped out leaving the two behind. When I arrived at the source of the strong magic power, a woman had just forced her way through the barrier. The barrier had not been broken. She must have made a temporary breach and entered. The hole in the air slowly closed after the woman passed through. The woman looked down on me from the air. She is a tall, beautiful woman who looks like she's in her 20s or perhaps an Arasa, a woman who's almost 30. She is about the same height as I am, and her long black hair that reaches her ankle is spread unnaturally. Dense magic power runs through it all the way to the tip. She is wearing an old-fashioned kimono that is likely to appear in the Book of Wajenden. She has powerful-looking red eyes, which can make anyone who will look at her know that she's extremely powerful. Note: the Wajenden refers to the passages in the 30th volume of the Chinese History Chronicle records of the Three Kingdoms that talk about the Wa people who would later be known as the Japanese people. You are Nanbakazu? The woman slowly descended, stopped at a point about 1 meter above the ground, and sat cross-legged in the empty air. Her white thighs were exposed through the gap of her kimono. In fact, the variants attempted to break through the barriers 3 times last night. All of them disappeared without leaving a speck of dust. The fact that she had broken through shows that the variant in front of me is not simple. That's me, but who are you? This lady is Himiko. No further explanation is necessary, is it? I don't know anyone with that name. Is it a character of a robot anime for children? Kyukuku, that's some cheap provocation. Himiko's red lips gracefully smiled. I dared to provoke her, but she didn't bother. Of course, I didn't want to make her furious with that provocation. I just wanted to see how she would react. And of course, I know the origin of this variant, the famous Himiko. Since you even introduced yourself, you must have something for me, right? I don't dislike perceptive people. Kagetsuchi had mentioned her before. The leader of the Japanese variants. Though it's an organization that unites variants who don't want to be herded together more than necessary, it is safe to assume that she's both charismatic and powerful. Won't you join this lady? Himiko's proposal was one with the lowest probability of what I had expected. Why? I thought about refusing immediately, but curiosity got the better of me. There wasn't much benefit to either of us. She might want to pretend to be my friend to get my head, but I don't think she's that careless. We, variants, are strong. That's true. I don't even have to compare. Just get a random average variant, and he'll be one of the strongest people on Earth. However, our population is overwhelmingly small. You alone could kill 10 billion of them. There's no comparison. I'm not comparing us with humans. I'm talking about the number of individuals necessary for the survival of species. I see. There was someone who was thinking about something similar before. What does it mean for you to have me join forces with you? Joining forces means we have a common enemy. You don't want to reduce your own strength, so you thought it better for me to help you defeat someone who might also be my enemy. Himiko nodded when I asked that, seemingly not taking offense. However, I don't see any benefit to that. If they are asking humans me to help them, then they are probably dealing with other variants, not humans. Then, wouldn't it be better for them to just crush each other on their own? In the first place, I don't intend to do business with variants. Even if this lady's enemy is aiming for your life, what? You have killed too many variants. In addition to Suzuno, you destroyed the Japanese organization too, and recently, you fought against Hades and Poseidon. These are known to some. Hades aside, how did they know that I fought with Poseidon? He used divine domain, so no one should have known about it. If there is a growing force, they will kill it before it grows more. Are you different? You have done nothing more than to brush away the sparks of fire that have fallen on you, haven't you? I thought it was just a coincidence, but after meeting you, I am now convinced. In that case, I judge that you are not someone that should be touched. So, you're saying that since you're going to order them to not mess with me, I shouldn't mess with you either. That sounds very bearish. Winning is not equal to being worn out. This lady hate waste. As one would expect from the leader of a group of variants where appetite trumps reason, she is not a simple person. She is talking about how she cares about her subordinates, but if necessary, she will sacrifice as many as she can. She's the type of person who knows when to do what should be done. A warm summer night breeze blows through between me and Himiko. Then, Yui and the others arrived. I don't want to work with a variant. I answered clearly without taking my eyes off of Himiko. Fumu, what a shame. Then let me just tell you this. 3 nights from now, the main body of them will come from the west through Nagano. We are going to set up a big barrier to intercept them. I told you I will not join you. But you will make the fire that goes to you pay, won't you? Himiko's purpose was to convey that information from the start. If we could work together, that would be fine, but even if not, she knew that I would have no choice but to make a move after hearing the information. Furthermore, depending on the impression I give her, she would prepare a different plan. I don't know if what Himiko said is true. However, there should be no reason for her to draw me to Nagano as a diversion. I will only protect what I need to protect. That means it is better to go there and deal with the enemies that wait for them to attack. That's how it's going to be. I don't like how I have no choice but to dance to their tune. Perhaps I should look out for something more than a major battle. There are 3 days left. You must think of it. After saying that, Himiko gave Yui and the others a quick glance, punched a hole in the barrier again and went out. What the? Amazing magic power. Yui and Futaba open their mouths as they look at the leaving Himiko. Mimi, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have a clue what's happening. She introduced herself as Himiko, the ruler of the Japanese mythology variants. If it is real, I'll put it in my heart. Then, are you going to Nagano? Despite being late, Yui seemed to have understood the situation from the exchange. I nodded and explained to them what I talked with Himiko. In the end, we decided to go to Nagano. If they were going to surprise attack us, the Shuratori residence would become a battlefield, and if it was a trap, I could just kick their asses. Above all, if they are moving all together, it would be easier for me to take care of them in one fell swoop. We would move in the morning of the day of the battle. The plan was to make a preliminary inspection during the day. Until then, we will stay in the Shuratori residence for the next 2 days. As for why, there is a barrier in it, and it is more convenient for us to continue training here. That is exactly why the 4 of us were at the shopping mall. We were here to buy clothes and bags for our trip to Nagano. At the shopping mall, we stood out like a sore thumb. Mimi was dressed in her usual plain clothes, but Yui and Futaba were so beautiful that everyone looked twice at them. Yui's chest, especially in her light summer clothes, are too destructive. Thus, a template where 3 beautiful girls chose clothes and bags for me while customers and clerks were watching, was made. Yui and Futaba ignored them, perhaps because they were used to it, while Mimi was looking around anxiously. If I had been a high school student, I would have reacted the same way as Mimi, but now, what I'm looking at were the girls' interactions. I think this one's compliments Kazu. I think this is made for Oni-chan. This is what Kazu-kun should use. Each of them brought a bag they wanted me to have. I don't think you have to be that picky about the bags you buy at outdoor supply stores. The main thing to bring is food and clothes for Mimi, since she'll break them once she transforms. It doesn't matter which one I choose. The onlookers are watching with bated breath to see which one I will choose. Honestly speaking, if you look only at performance, Yui chose the best one. It looks nice and simple, as expected of my childhood friend. She knows how I think and what I like. The other 2 choices are not bad either. What I picked up was a bag with a different brand that was similar to the one Yui had chosen for me. Escaped. He escaped. He escaped all right. He escaped, yes. The onlookers are whispering to each other. Sadly, I can hear them. I guess he likes the design I chose. He likes the brand I chose. He like the color I chose. While the 3 were still talking like that, I paid the bill. Fortunately, I've taken my wallet to the sea so I can still withdraw my living expenses. By the time I got back from the checkout, the 3 of them were already chatting about something else. However, just as we were leaving that shop, all of us, aside from Mimi, looked in the same direction at the same time. Something's happening. We nodded to each other and ran toward the magic power source at the edge of the mall. The closer we get to the source of the magic power, the fewer the people are. Work of the variant's human dispersing effect. We arrived at a multi-purpose toilet. At this time, it has another name. Inside the toilet was a middle-aged man in a punch perm and purple suit, and the cheerful couple who had gone to the beach with us. The guy in the couple had his pants down, while the girl's miniskirt was down on her knees. These guys are. I dare not ask what they were doing, but let's just let them pass out for now. I send magic power to the two, skipping the old man in purple suit, knocking them both. At the same time, Futaba deployed her divine domain. Yui immediately activated her divine object and looked behind. What? Too fast. What does this guy in purple suit mean by fast? Before I had the time to ask that, he was cut in two by my sword as he was about to transform. Yui slips past me as I am shredding the corpse and moves the unconscious, cheerful couple behind me. Good job, Yui. I incinerated the variant's corpse while making sure that the divine object is maintained. I gave Futaba a signal asking her to remove the divine domain. Amazing combination. Mimi looked both surprised and frustrated. Mimi's ability is also very good as long as you can activate your divine object. It worked well in training, right? Yeah. It is not good for her safety to spoil her. However, since she knows that herself, a little consolation is acceptable. In any case, we threw the fainted couple into the multi-purpose restroom and left the place. We moved to a family restaurant in the mall. We chose a restaurant where the seats were as far apart from other customers. This can't be a coincidence. After ordering French fries and drinks for everyone, Yui was the first one to open her mouth. Forgive me for this modest order, but we don't plan to stay long. We're just using our free time. That's right. Maybe. Yui's question was answered by me and Mimi. Only Futaba has a question mark on her head. Those two were classmates of Yui and they also came with us to the beach earlier. Ah, I see. It's impossible for it to be a coincidence. It is acceptable for them to come to the same mall. This is one of the leading dating spots here after all. It is not unusual to encounter students from the same school or, in some cases, even teachers. However, it is a different story when they are coincidentally attacked by a variant. If they were plotting something, why did he attack those two? Them and Kazu don't get along very well, right? Yui was right. I've never talked to them in class. The only contact I've had is when we were at the beach. That doesn't sound good. Yeah. After looking at each other, Yui and I took out our pitches. Yui and I each begin to make phone calls. Although they are not listed in my pitches phone book, I have a phone contact list in my mind and press the buttons. Yui will call Watanabe and Onamatsuri. That means I'm in charge of Kurusu. Although we were inside a family restaurant, cell phone etiquette hasn't been implemented strictly yet. I know about the rule, but this is an emergency, so please forgive us. Ringing, pick up please. My wish did not come true, and after a few rings, the ringing stopped. As I tried calling again, I listened to Yui's report. Watanabe-san said she got entangled with some goons who picked us up at the beach. She said they looked like they were on drugs or something, and she was scared so she ran away, but they were chasing her. I tried calling Onagawara-san, but my call won't get through. Do you know where Watanabe is? Yes, I asked her. Then let's go to Watanabe for now. Excuse me, where's the bill? Keep the change. I snatched the slip from the hand of the waitress who brought the fries, slammed the money in front of the cash register, and ran out of the family restaurant. The three followed my lead. We rushed to an unpopular multi-level parking garage where I cast a recognition blocking spell on all of us. Although not as powerful as Mimi's ability, we won't be noticed by the general public unless we make a big fuss. At the same time, we should be optically difficult to see. All the others will see is a shimmering distortion as if you strain your eyes, and that should be enough for now. Yui told me that Watanabe is currently at a park not far away from here. As I recall, there was a library nearby. Yui and Futaba will team up. Say that, I held Mimi in my arms. I would prefer teaming up with Oni-chan. Futaba complained, but she still rides on Yui's back. Considering the weight, it would be better for me to carry Mimi. Kazu-kun, you're terrible. The decision was based on facts and efficiency, but Mimi's protests were, well, yeah. Yui and I flew from the multi-story parking lot to the sky. Yui can't fly, so she's kicking the roof of buildings as she goes. We tried to keep calling while moving, but the signal was soon lost. The pitch has a very narrow antenna area, so this would happen if you're moving at high speed. The target part came into view. From above, we saw the two guys we saw at the beach and Watanabe in an unpopular open space. Watanabe is breathing roughly as they cornered her. It will be a lot of trouble if Watanabe sees us. I landed behind Watanabe and magically stunned her at the same time I put Mimi down. Hihihihihi, I'm going to fuck her with my hihihi. I couldn't eat that time because of the scribble on my chest. Ah, that woman, I'm going to enjoy her body this Timmy. The two men's eyes were bulging, and their blood vessels were protruding all over their bodies. Their muscles are bulging too, and their mouths are drooling. Their bodies are about to turn into variants as their magic power erupts. It's not a matter of whether they are on drugs. Their bodies are turning into lesser Honest. They're exactly giving the reaction of a freshly made low-rank variance. The human dispersing effect is now in effect, and it can be seen that they have already become variants. They're just stuck in the last step. Sorry, but I won't wait for that to happen and just kill you both. I asked Futaba to deploy her divine domain and, as usual, chopped the variants with my sword and burned their corpses to the ground. You might already call it a pattern, though this is the most efficient way to deal with lesser variants. In any case, I woke Watanabe up. HNN? Where were those guys just now? They ran away when we arrived. Is that so? Thanks. Watanabe doesn't seem to be thinking straight yet. Before she starts asking troublesome questions, let's ask her for info first. Watanabe told us where Onamatsuri might go. Unfortunately, I couldn't get any information on Kurusu. Onamatsuri often goes to two places on holidays. One is a street, and the other is a building where Gyaru customers go. However, she has recently changed her appearance to a more innocent one, so she rarely goes there unless she is invited by her Gyaru friends. Another place is, of course, her home. However, she did not answer the phone in her house. Unlike Watanabe, neither Onamatsuri nor Kurusu have cell phones. Time is of the essence. Let's split up. I'll go with Mimi. If you ever meet a variant, don't push yourself too hard. I know it's not good to spread out our forces, but speed is our priority. Since both groups need to be competitive, Yui and I must be separated. Comparing Futaba and Mimi, Futaba has a higher fighting power, so it's a natural combination. With the two of them, unless something bad happens, they would be able to escape even in the worst-case scenario. We nodded to each other and quickly dispersed. I'm a princess again, like always. I held Mimi, who's in her fantasy world again, in my arms and didn't bother about her delusions. The street that Watanabe told me about is a fashion shopping district for the young with about 100 stores. The next year or so, Gangura would appear, but at this time, Kajiaru were still the mainstream. It is a famous place that attracts tourists from abroad. The street, only 3 meters wide, was crowded with people during the summer vacation. It is very difficult to find Onamatsuri here. No, on the contrary, it would be better to look for a place where there are few people. If the human dispersing effect of variant is in effect, there should be an unpopular spot in the crowded street. And considering the possibility that Onamatsuri is not here, we should join Yui's team when we have searched the whole area. It was not a given that Onamatsuri would be attacked in the first place. However, considering that Watanabe was attacked, the possibility is still quite high. So, we searched mainly in back alleys and other places where people were sparsely seen but could not find Onamatsuri. Instead, I found Kurusu. He was rummaging for silver jewelry. He was posing in front of a mirror, putting them on his neck and hands without any restraints. Is he aiming for his summer vacation debut? He was supposed to be aiming for Watanabe, but I think he's going in the wrong direction with that fashion. Well, it's not like I know anything about fashion. I'm not sure what to say about fashion, but I can say that Kurusu is safe. I put some magic power on Kurusu just in case. This way, if something with strong magic power appears around him, I will be aware of it. This will make him stand out in terms of having magic power around him, but as long as there is a possibility that he will be targeted, there is nothing I can do about it. In order to make the magic power emitting from him as small as possible, I set a duration of a few days. Onamatsuri was apparently in the place where Yui's party went. Just as Yui's party found Onamatsuri, a variant appeared, and they defeated it without difficulty. After the 4 of us gathered, another lesser Oni appeared at Kirusu's place, so I decided to rush to him. All of them were Japanese mythology variants. Just to be sure, I went around to my classmates whose address I knew but did not encounter any more variants. In other words, only my classmates who went to the beach with me were attacked by variants today. Those who were after me were trying to set some kind of trap, and the source of information about my friend's circle was the ocean trip. Come to think of it, Himiko used the word main force. I went around applying magic power, like what I did to Kirusu, to as many people I could think of. This should lessen the chance of them making unnecessary attempts to mess with me before the decisive battle in Nagano. It was a little weird not knowing what the other party was trying to do, but I was able to stop them. Am I right to think so? Meanwhile, the day of the decisive battle in Nagano. The four of us were at one of Japan's most famous terminal stations in Kanto region. I had intended to use magic to get to Nagano, but Yui objected. She said it would be tasteless to just fly there. Well, she's right. If I'm not careful, I'll only be thinking of battles for the rest of my life. No matter what time of the year it is, if we don't think of enjoying our lives even a little, it will just be a life of fighting. In another world, this would not have been allowed, but I'm in Japan. Enjoying life is not such a big luxury. No, we have the right to do so since we only fight to protect. Feeling uncomfortable, I apologized to Yui. It should be me who should suggest that. It looks like I'm there yet. I'd like to enjoy Nagano, which is said to be the origin of the phrase, pilgrimage to the holy land of the otaku world. Alas, the film has not aired yet. Are we going to ride a bullet train? What are you talking about? There is no bullet train to Nagano yet. Yui was right. I think I saw on the news that it will open this year. Well, when I was a corporate slave, my business trips were by express bus. The not-so-long trip on the express train was supposed to be uneventful, unless there were many variants on board. I had noticed this since I was standing in line on the platform, but there were dozens of variants on this train. As many as I could perceive. They are capable of mimicking humans, but I could tell without making eye contact that they were here for the same reason. Are they Himiko's men? Or are they the people who want to kill me that are gathering in Nagano? Or are they from a different group? In any case, we don't know which camp the variants are part of, and the public may be harmed on a running train. At the moment, there is no indication that they are going to make a move on us, so it would be wise to keep a watchful eye on them and not touch them. I told Yui and the others to act normally. Mimi started getting nervous, so we decided to play Old Maid. I'm out. Again? Wait, Kazu, aren't you a bit too strong? How can the odds be so lopsided when we're playing Old Maid? As Yui says, I'm always the one to finish first in all games. It's no wonder since I could tell where the Old Maid is given the way their facial muscles move. Oni-chan, are you using clairvoyant or something to check the cards? What? Kazu-kun, you can use clairvoyant. Echai. Futaba's suspicion aside, Mimi's accusation is terribly false. It's possible to see through using clairvoyance, though. All right, I'm out. Yui, who went first, picked up a stick of candy in a good mood. Here, Kazu. Then she put the same candy in front of my mouth. I was concentrating on reading Futaba's expression, so I took a bite. Ah. Yui realized that she had done something quite embarrassing, blushed and turned her head down. When I saw her, I couldn't help but blush as well. Ah, not fair. Futaba threw her cards and tried to feed me another candy. In addition to that, Mimi tried modestly too. It probably looks like they are baiting me or something. A group of 3 guys, who looked like college students, watched the scene while clicking their tongues. I know how they feel, so I can't say anything. We managed to arrive in Nagano before my belly became full of sweets and headed for the mountain area where there were multiple magic power reactions. It's not even a mountain for climbing, but there are quite a lot of people. Despite the fact that we are still moving forward along an animal trail, there are noticeably more people around. Some are heading somewhere while others are just standing around aimlessly. It's a pretty creepy sight. I don't think these people are all foraging wild vegetables. They are not dressed for mountain climbing, but in everyday clothes. Some were even wearing suits and high heels. Mimi must have known already but still asked. She is looking around anxiously. Variants. Some are recognizable only by their magic power, while others can only be determined through eye contact. However, there are at least 500 of them scattered all over the mountain. I am not sure if this is all the variants Himiko is ruling over. If the population of Japan is roughly 100 million and 1% of it are variants, then there are 1 million variants. If 0.1% of the population are variants, there are 100,000 variants. Is it too much to assume that 1 in 1,000 is a variant? If we drop one more digit, it would be 1 in 10,000. If that is the case, there are 10,000 variants in all of Japan. In Tokyo alone, the number is estimated to be more than 1,000. According to my hunting experience in Japan, there are around that many or even fewer. However, there have been cases such as the recent mass outbreak on the airliner. It's hard to determine how many of the 500 here are Japanese variants. However, if you can lead so many variants who seem to be individualistic, you must be very charismatic. Looking at the variants, it seems that they are preparing a barrier. They must have some kind of strategy. Futaba Shikigami. Yeah. Futaba nodded and took out a palm-sized piece of white Japanese paper, cut in the shape of a bird from her bag, and poured magic power into it. Then, the 5 sheets of Japanese paper transformed into birds and flew away. This is the Shikigami I created during training. It is activated by Futaba's magic power. Because she had trained in the Japanese mythology system, Futaba had a good affinity with Shikigami. Since she is not good at close combat like Yui, she seems to have an aptitude for this kind of technique. The Shikigamis that flew away could share their visions with Futaba. Of course, one at a time only. Should I spread them around the mountain? Leave one near the top. Affirmative. Everyone watched Futaba, who was concentrating on her work. Done. All right, let's go back to the city and get some soba. What? Is that all? The other 2 seemed to be disappointed. I plan to investigate the mountain in detail, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. If Kazu says so. Yui was not quite convinced, but she did not ask any more questions. Please check the Shikigamis from time to time to check if anything unusual is going on. All right. From the looks of it, that's all I need to say. Let's keep our spirits up until the decisive battle begins. The 4 of us enjoyed sightseeing in Nagano for a while. Ignoring the curious stares from those around us, we looked around everywhere. It was a tranquil scene that one would not expect to see so many variants gathering here. Oni-chan. As I walked through the town, watching the sunset over the mountains, Futaba looked up at me with a serious expression on her face. Has it started? Yeah. Himiko is doing something in the mountains. She's sucking a lot of magic power from the variants. All right, everyone, let's go. There you are, Nanba Kazu. Himiko, standing on the tallest tree on the summit, nodded satisfactorily while looking at me. I'm flying using magic, while Yui's hanging on my hand, and Futaba is flying behind me with my flying magic. Mimi has already activated her divine object and has disappeared while riding my back. The reason Yui was not flying like us was to secure mobility. The current Yui can kick the air to move in the air at high speed. Futaba is not mobile to begin with, so I need to protect her. Mimi has high mobility on ground, so she's not ready for aerial combat. This is how we are positioned in order to make the most of her abilities. By the way, I feel something soft behind me. Why did I assume an aerial battle? There you are. At the end of Himiko's gaze, a large number of reactions are coming through the air, although they are not visible yet. There are around 200 of them. That's considerably less than the 500 on Himiko's side. Majority of them are lesser honest, but both sides have a fair number of high-ranking variants mixed in. If we were to look at percentage alone, Himiko's side has a higher percentage of lesser honest. They are probably covering their group with a barrier that has the ability to fly and be invisible. It's an efficient way to carry troops who have difficulty communicating with each other. Himiko must have known that they would come in this way. The barrier she had prepared was aerial. This is the reason why I left the investigation of the mountain early. In fact, I had flown alone last night to check it out, but I didn't tell Yui and the others. When Himiko pointed the mirror in her hand at the magic power coming to our direction, figures illuminated by the light from the mirror emerged. Needless to say, they are all variants. Himiko raised the mirror in her hand high in the air. Following her, her scattered subordinates throughout the forest levitated, and magic power was concentrated from them into the mirror. As soon as the mirror shone brightly, an area of around 2 kilometers from the mirror, that includes us, was enveloped in a divine domain. She used her subordinates as magic power tanks and used them as triggers to deploy her divine domain. I had thought what they prepared was a barrier, but it was a divine domain. If they were to go wild here, they would likely be targeted by a foreign force. The fact that she can deploy such a wide area without conditions, such as Poseidon's underwater domain, is a good thing even though she's using her own men. Himiko, you're in the way as expected. The one who appeared in front of the group was an old man in black kimono with a large protruding backhead. This appearance, isn't that the Yaokai general, Nurarihian? It is surprising that variants can be Yaokai too, but in Japan, where there is the concept of 8 million gods, it may not be so strange. Nurarihian, what happened to Sama? Himiko's words caused all the variants present to tense up. Only a few, including Nurarihian, met her gaze directly. I don't agree with your plan. Nurarihian turned his gaze toward us. So, you're Nanbakazu. This means you've joined hands with Himiko. I have no intention of doing so. It's true that the distance between Himiko and I is closer than the distance between Himiko and Nurarihian. I slowly took some distance from Himiko to show my intention. Nurarihian, and Himiko made an equilateral triangle. Are you that afraid of this human? Nurarihian's eyes glinted when Himiko said that. It's true that that human has killed a lot of variants. That means we must nip the problem as soon as possible. I don't think it's a big problem to leave him alone. You're the one who went to such a great length just to protect this human. I just thought it would be less harmful in the long run. Doesn't that mean you're afraid of Nanbakazu? No, I'm just making a rational assessment. Sophistry. I'm afraid we're on the opposite side. Magic power gushed out between Himiko and Nurarihian. However, Himiko suddenly stopped the large amount of magic power emanating from her body. Nurarihian's eyebrows furrowed. Nanbakazu, since you refused this lady's invitation, I will not protect you. Am I clear? I see. She's a very clever lady. She must have anticipated my refusal from the beginning when she showed herself the other day. She could kill 2 birds with 1 stone by not helping me fight and showing she's not an enemy of mine. The fact that she prepared a large group was also a performance of her willingness to do so. If I lost, they would be the ones to mow down the remnants. I have no intentions of doing business with a variant from the start. As soon as I declared that, I created an invisible foothold throughout the entire combat zone. It's the same principle I used during the marathon on the deserted island. At that time, it was only a short foothold, but this time, it's a vast flat area. Yui and Mimi are better at fighting on the ground. Yui can fight mid-air, but she's certainly stronger this way. When the variants saw us stepping on the air, around 20% of them left their levitation magic and landed fearfully. They may be good at fighting on the ground, but using the foothold created by the enemy is like putting themselves on the chopping board. I made a hole in the foothold on where Nurarihian's variants landed just enough to make them fall. Most of them are lesser Oni. Gah! The lesser Anis, who fell while shouting in surprise, clung to the edge of the hole, which they could not see. I quickly closed the hole. Giaya, the lesser Anis who were cut in 2 screamed. Bunch of idiots. They're just lesser Anis after all. Nurarihian only glanced at them. I guess they're just disposable small fries. There are still some lesser Anis left, but the rest were strong enough to have the idea of rebelling against Himiko. This is where the real work begins. How can a human control magic so delicately, and yet there is no sweetness or mercy? Nanbakazu, as expected, you are dangerous. Nurarihian's entire body overflows with magic power. When he raised one of his hands, the variants tensed up. Kill. As soon as Nurarihian lowered his hand toward me, more than 150 variants attacked at once. Most of them could be killed with a single blow. However, as we had discussed beforehand, I decided to leave this to the 3. The stronger they become, the better they will be able to protect themselves. One actual battle is better than 10,000 training sessions. Of course, the more they train, the more they can grow in a real battle, but without a real battle, they won't grow that much. Of course, if they are in a pinch, I will help them. Yui was the one who took the lead against the oncoming variants. She ran straight toward the horde of variants. She has already activated her divine object, Gungnir. What can one little girl do? The variant in the lead, looking like a Tengu, pounces on Yui. Spiral Lance. Before the variant could even put his hand on Yui, she spins like a cone and slides through the air. The tip of her toe served like the tip of the lance. Gyuba! A huge hole appeared in the variant's abdomen and chest as if pierced by a giant drill. Even so, Yui did not stop. She pierced more than 20 variants or twisted them in her rotation. She slaughtered them all. However, a variant with a considerably high magic power stood in front of Yui. Not bad for a little human girl. The variant, dressed as a woman with a biwa in her hand and a very loose kimono, grabbed Yui's ankles and forced her to stop spinning. Lifting Yui with one hand, she tosses her into the sword held by a samurai-like variant. Yui regains her stance in mid-air and kicks the sword. She broke it and kicked the samurai's jaw after. The momentum of Yui's kick sent it into the air, but everyone's already in the air in the first place. A man dressed in Yae period clothing swung his big axe down to Yui. Yui-san. With that axe as the center, Futaba deployed a fist-sized divine domain. The divine domain caught only a part of the axe. However, the axe was not swung down because part of it was firmly fixed in the space. Yui took that opportunity to decapitate the variant's head. It will just return back to its place if left like that. I never heard that you can deploy divine domain remotely. Himiko looked at Futaba with interest. This is Futaba's new technique. It was quite difficult for her to deploy divine domain without including herself in. It was also quite difficult to teach because it was something I couldn't use. The new use of the divine domain of Futaba has many applications. But first, I've put them all. Mimi appeared next to me. Mimi got off my back as soon as I set up the foothold and went around putting talismans on the backs of the major variants. Through training over the past few days, even though that had left Mimi's hands were able to maintain the invisibility and can't be detected effect for a while. Futaba? Okay. Futaba pulled out a talisman out of her pocket and poured magic power to it, and at the same time, boom, 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 the talisman attached to the variant's back exploded. I had put a big explosion-type spell into those talismans. Most of the variants that were hit by the explosion from the back of their heads exploded and died. Many of the remaining variants were also heavily injured. I'm finally being useful. Mimi seems to be acting stoutly, while being horrified by the scene. Since she can do that on a battlefield, she might be more suited to this than I thought she would be. I heard that Nanba Kazu is someone we should be wary of, but the girls are quite troublesome too. Not for me, though. Nurarahian pulled out a Japanese sword without a sheath from somewhere. At the same time, his body shimmered like fire and disappeared. Yui reacted to my voice and jumped to the side. Nurarahian's sword sliced through the spot where Yui had been a moment ago. I couldn't see it at all. Yui jumped back and gained more distance. Don't fall back too far. Instantaneous movement. Nurarahian, who had disappeared, appeared behind Yui. Yui, who was backstepping, could not evade it. Futaba stopped Nurarahian's right hand, along with the entire sword handle, with her divine domain. Only part of his wrist was exposed, as the rest was inside the divine domain. It looks like it was cut off. How can a human use divine domain like this? Noon. Nurarahian cut off his own wrist and instantly regenerated it. When Futaba cancelled the divine domain, Nurarahian's hand, which had been cut off, appeared again. Black magic power begins to concentrate in Nurarahian's hand. The corpses of the variants that are already disappearing are now being absorbed by his magic power. He is absorbing corpses by turning them into magic power. What a nasty guy. Yui, Mimi, go closer to Futaba. Futaba, let those two go with you in your divine domain. The three of them obeyed me and disappeared into Futaba's divine domain. While doing that meantime, variants sporadically pounce on them. However, I cut them all off and burned them down. Fumu, it's a waste to burn them all. Nurarahian shot laser-like magic from his eyes at the variants. He also targeted Himiko's troops, but that was blocked by a barrier. Agiwa? Ka, Gyuboa, the variants pierced by the laser have their wounds corrode and are absorbed into Nurarahian and eventually die. Even a living variant has been turned to energy. It seems like he really thinks of the small fries as disposable. How can they be so determined to follow him then? Is that how much they want to defeat me? No, that's not it. If they dislike Himiko, it's not so hard to see why they would follow Nurarahian. Let's think about it later after defeating Nurarahian. You will regret not escaping into the divine domain. Nurarihian swung his hand down, and the mass of magic power that had grown to the size of a big bag rained down on me. It was easy to evade. The moment I thought so, my whole body went rigid. All the high-ranking variants had launched multiple binding techniques on me. I was thinking why they weren't attacking, so this was their plan all along. Even if you're a good mage, the bindings are powerful enough to crumple anyone under pressure. But I used all the magic power in my body to forcefully break the bindings. You actually managed to remove it, but it's already too late. Nurarihian's mass of magic power is already in front of me. I catch it with both hands. Gugugu, this is quite powerful. Hi, ya. I parried the mass of magic power to the back, and it hit the slope of the mountain. The energy from the mass of magic power spread out in a dome shape. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. The visibility becomes zero due to the flames of explosion, sediments, and magma. I deployed a barrier around and waited for it to subside. Jai-ha-ha-ha-ha, how's that? Did you see that? This is Nurarihian-sama's power. Even the aftermath is this powerful. As expected of Nurarihian-sama, no human can survive that. The remaining variants laughed vulgarly. Kyukuku, it's aggravating though since that technique is developed for Himiko. Behind the cloud of dust, Nurarihian is also celebrating. How can you spit out a line that sounded like a flag? When the sand and flames subsided, there were Nurarihian, Himiko's cap, and me, who had withstood the explosion with my own barrier. I rebuilt the destroyed foothold before Futaba, and the others came back from the divine domain. The high destructive power of that technique can be seen at the effect on the divine domain that Himiro deployed. It now looks like a cube with every cross-section, with the outside visible. If used outside the divine domain, it would turn the mountain into a lake. I am possible. How could a human withstand it? Is that the best move you can use? I appreciate the fact that he suddenly blasted out a technique in maximum power. It's an effective tactic to kill an opponent who can't read your abilities well given it will be the first time you'll use it. Whether or not it will work is another matter though. I don't think you can withstand the second blow. Nurarihian prepared the technique again. The lack of corpses means that many new living variants will be sacrificed. The number of Nurarihian's subordinates is now down to a third. I don't know if he's not aware of this, or if he thinks that all is well as long as the elite remains. However, he is gathering magic power twice as much as he did earlier. Kazu, is it Ove? The terrain was completely destroyed. And he's preparing the second shot. Yui, who suddenly appeared, voiced her surprise at the terrain change. Futaba's divine domain has been lifted at this timing. Then, I must take safety measures just in case. I immediately charged at Nurarihian and swung my sword at his neck. However, Nurarihian avoided it with a single glance. Even if he's not using instantaneous movement, Nurarihian is quite fast. However, how could he possibly evade my sword while absorbing a huge amount of magic power? To escape from my slashes, Nurarihian hides behind other variants. Each time he does, I will cut down a variant which will be absorbed by him. Everyone, stop those humans. Some were cut down by my sword while others were taken care by Yui and the others. Quite a few were heading toward Yui and the others as well, but they were being clawed around by Yui's offensive power, Futaba's divine domain and Shikigami, and Mimi's speed and disappearances. The training seems to be paying off. It was worth training them to fight in group. Soon, Nurarihian only had one variant in his side. I am possible. How could you kill them all? In the first place, humans would struggle against a lesser Oni. What in the world are you? Nurarihian is trembling as he manages to maintain his magic power mass, which has swelled to 5 times the size of his previous blow. That means you've only seen weak humans. Himiko, lend me your power. After seeing everything, you should know he must be get rid of. You still want me to lay my hands on him after seeing all of this. Himiko simply shakes her head at Nurarihian's request. The cornered Nurarihian no longer had any bargaining chip left. Gugugu, wah. Nurarihian released the mass of magic power, that's bigger than an adult, toward me. I leave my sword nearby and catch the mass of magic power with both hands. How's that? If you deflect it, it will detonate and your friends will be caught up in it. Nurarihian was right. There's no way I would let it explode this time. Futaba has no magic power left to deploy her divine domain. He noticed that. However, I have already analyzed the magic pattern of this technique through the previous contact. I disassembled the mass of magic power little by little, converted the magic pattern, and absorbed it into my body. Why you're absorbing it? Of the magic power I absorbed, I discharged a fraction of it that is poisonous to humans from my back. It looks like wings of darkness. That can't be, that much magic power is, impossibly. Nurarihian shouted, and in no time at all, he grew gigantic. In the process, the foothold I had built was also destroyed. I cast a levitation spell on Yui and Mimi as they began to fall. I guess I'll just have to crush you. The fist of Nurarihian, which has become a giant over 100 meters, attacks me, but I stopped it with one hand. I am possible, how can you be so strong? He must have had a lot of confidence in that blow that could shatter buildings. It was also full of magic power. Wah! I struck Nurarihian's fist with magic power that's vibrating at high speed. Nurarihian's arm was crushed into pieces from fist to shoulder as if it was torn apart. Gwa! This power, Gunyuwu. Nurarihian, looking down on me with his red eyes, looks around as he regenerates his arm. The only variant on Nurarihian's side is a beautiful Kappa girl in Dugi and Hakama. She should be around 13 years old. Her slit eyes and piercing gaze are impressive. What are you doing? Defeat him. At Nurarihian's command, the beautiful Kappa girl takes one glance at him and moves toward Himiko. Not Himiko. Kill Nanbakazu. The beautiful girl ignored him and knelt down in front of Himiko. You had a hard time, Yuka. Yeah. The girl, whom Himiko called Yuka, hung her head. Yuka, could she be Yuka Namatama? If I recall, in mythology, she is Suzanu's daughter. She then stood up and glanced to me, no, at Futaba. After that, she stood a few steps beside Himiko. Futaba, the biological daughter of Suzanu who manifested in this world, and Yuka, his daughter in mythical times, are probably not biologically related. Can they be considered sisters? How they feel and think may be for them to decide, though I don't intend to tell Futaba about it. I think it would be best if she could remain unaware of it. Spy, I see. Himiko, you bitch. You're the one who purposely leaked information about Nanbakazu. Nurarihian, seeing that, shook his huge body and shouted. A loud sound that can pierce anyone's body shook the air. This lady ordered you to leave Nanbakazu alone. Himiko replied nonchalantly. Nonsense. You used Yuka to make us lay our hands on Nanbakazu. I don't want anyone who will betray me just for that. Gu Nanunu Himiku. Nurarihian poured his magic power into his fist and used it to attack Himiko. The fist shattered multiple layers of barriers of Himiko with a crashing sound, but it stopped just in front of Himiko. Just before Nurarihian's fist touched Himiko, Yuka blocked it using both of her hands. Don't get in the way. Nurarihian's body slowly floated up as she tried to twist his fist when he intensified his magic power. On the other hand, she's not using magic power. She lifted that gigantic power with just physical strength alone. Yuka slammed Nurarihian into the ceiling of the divine domain. Guboa. Nurarihian was slammed to the ground this time. Then, she continued doing that, up, down, up, down. The wind pressure from slamming the giant up and down is enough to make it necessary for me to protect Futaba and the others with a barrier as they were about to be blown away. This Nurarihian is. The tattered Nurarihian had already shrunk to a size that could hardly be called a giant. Yuka put her hand on Nurarihian's chest and swung it up to his head. Nurarihian's body, which had disappeared from chest to head, is regenerating little by little like a zombie while struggling to attack Yuka. Yura tore Nurarihian to pieces with a blank look on her face. The mass of flesh, having lost its power to regenerate, turned to sand and vanished into the void. You did well. Yeah. Yuka's face lit up for a moment when Himiko praised her, and then returned to her position, which is behind Himiko. Everyone, you worked hard. You, the variants in Himiko's camp shouted triumphantly. In the end, just like us, there's no damage to Himiko's camp. On the other hand, Nurarihian's camp was annihilated. I see, I was used. I amplified my voice with wind magic and spoke to Himiko from 300 meters away. But you had a wonderful battle, right? Himiko showed a smile and said, let's talk about it. This battle's purpose was to dispose of Nurarihian, no, all the variants that might go against you. For that purpose, you used me as an excuse. Well, this lady was only giving her advice out of the kindness of my heart. Both to me and Nurarahian. Fu. All I got was a smile and no reply. I don't know what Himiko wanted to flush out the rebellious for. Is a big war coming up soon? Or perhaps she was concerned that foreign powers were invading Japan and wanted to keep the Japanese variants united. It is also possible that she just simply wanted to strengthen her dominance. I even feel that me talking to her in this way is playing a role in raising her charisma. Furthermore, I think us meeting Yuka is included in her calculation, though I don't know what her purpose is yet. Let me just ask you one thing. Were you the ones who burned down my house and attacked my classmates? Given the arrangements that have been made so far, it is natural to assume that it was also included in Himiko's calculations. All in order to force me here. Himiko didn't answer my question but showed me the most evil smile she has shown since I met her. Seeing this, I instantly slashed at her. I'm going to kill her right now. My slash aimed at Himiko was blocked by Yuka's palm. It stopped when I sliced a thin layer of skin from Yuka's palm. How can she stop my attack with her bare hands? In addition, she and Himiko are indeed close to each other. It is possible for her to shield Himiko. However, I used force powerful enough to cut a diamond like tofu. This variant Yuka, although rough in her movement, is considerably stronger than expected. You actually managed to hurt Yuka? This has completely changed my impression of you. Himiko's words also show her trust in Yuka, and I'm sure Himiko isn't the type that trusts others. I would also like to add that I was prepared to lose half of my men here in order to get rid of Nurarahian. You were far stronger than I had imagined. Those girls, too. I'm not pleased with your praise at all. Yui's voice was slightly trembling. Under this pressure, being able to speak is already good. I'll forgive you for your rudeness in light of what you have done today. Now, everyone, let's go back. As soon as Himiko announced this, her divine domain disappeared. As soon as the destroyed mountains returned, Himiko deployed her divine domain again. We are no longer included in it. To think she'll remove and redeploy it in order to repel us. Soon, the sound of bugs, which had been quiet in the mountains at night, began to ring out. Does that mean that they had been preparing to retreat from the moment the battle with Nurarahian began? That was too quick of a retreat. I don't know if she had teleported her entire divine domain or if her divine domain has teleportation ability in the first place, but she's definitely stronger than expected. We won the battle, but I must say that we were played by Himiko till the very end. She's the kind of person that would attack my classmates to catch me. I would have liked to defeat her here, but I knew I wouldn't be able to do that. There is no way I can bring her down while protecting Yui and the others. If put everything to get rid of her, Yui and the others will be targeted and all will be for naught. Let's go home too. Yeah. I'm so tired. How about hot spring? Mixed bath. Mimi is the only one who is energetic due to the effect of her transformation. I'm sure she will be exhausted once she transforms back. Even so, it ended earlier than I expected, so we decided to stay at the hotel we had reserved. We're in Nagano after all. Section. It's really a mixed bath. It's an open-air guest room bath. I thought it would be easier to talk about things we didn't want others to hear. The room that Yui had reserved for us at the Hot Spring Inn was what you would call a royal suite in a hotel. The bedroom and living room must be around 30 tatami mats. The room is in a corner away from the other rooms, so there is no need to worry about being overheard in the open-air bath. You guys can go ahead and get in. I'll join later. I'm covered with dust. I want to wash immediately. Kazu-kun should go in with us. It was Mimi who came to my side. She must have a lot of adrenaline pumped through her body during the battle since she was still in her transformed state. Thanks to that, when we entered the inn, I had to use illusion magic. I could have forced her to untransform, but I wanted her to get used to it on her own, so I left her alone. Not gonna happen, but I want to bath with you. If the other two are too shy, they can go in first. I'll go in with you later. She just said something outrageous. This won't be my first time taking a bath with Kazu. Of course, I'll go in with him. Yui-san. Then his little sister, must go too. No, what kind of logic is that? There have been a lot of bath events lately, haven't there? This isn't a suspense or a period drama where that sort of thing is promised. In the end, the four of us went to the open-air bath. My thought that it was too small was easily drowned by the magnificent open-air bath that could hold 10. Mixed bathing with 3 beautiful girls. If I was still a 40-ish man, this would be a crime, but I'm currently a high school student. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with this, but my brain can't just adjust to it. As usual, my brain is in a panic between my young body and my adult sense of ethics that says I shouldn't lay my hands on minors. Thank you for your hard work, let me wash you. Mimi, who had dexterously erased her bunny girl suit and only has her white bunny ear, has her body covered in bubbles. Oi, that's crossing the line. I must keep my reason no matter what. Rain, river, yeah, that's basically a future internet slang. Sorry. Then let's start at the back. Something soft and slippery is moving around my back. Oh no, I have no idea what to do in a situation like this. Yui and Futaba will be here too. Calm down, me. For the time being, let's count red spa to calm down my body and mind. 1 red spa, 2 red spa will already bankrupt me. But if it's for good content, this is my way of escaping reality when I was still in another world. It's really effective. However, even if I do this, the situation won't get better. Rather, before I knew it, I was already being washed by the 3 of them. It's getting worse, or rather better. Let's just stop thinking about that now. Let's just enjoy this moment. I found myself soaking in the hot spring with Yui and Futaba on both sides. Opposite of me is Mimi, who has already transformed into a floating boat. She must have relaxed in the hot spring when she lifted her transformation. Let's pretend we didn't see her drooling. Kazu, etch. Oni-chan, is any girl okay to you? The 2 girls are looking at me with jealous expressions. I honestly can't argue with that. You look like you're using some kind of mind technique while enjoying the view. No, I didn't mean it. I was in a daze, so I'm not that conscious. Kazu in a daze? Really? I mean, it's the truth. I felt like I've lost all my strength. What now? Nothing, it's just the moon is beautiful. Moo ma, okay? We're in a hot spring after all. Yui looked up at the moon while puffing her cheeks cutely. By the way, Kazu, do you know that saying the phrase, "the moon is beautiful," is a translation of "I love you"? I didn't intend to use that old trope. Is it an old trope? I didn't even know it was common. Like Schrödinger's cat, it will be used in a fictional story in a little while. Certainly, it may not have been so well known at this time. Well, since you're familiar with the moon, you should know about microwave. I don't know about that one. I'll lend you a video later. Okay. Yui puts her head on my shoulder. Seeing that, Futaba also put her head on my shoulder. This is an amazing development compared to my first life, but with these 2, I feel strangely at home. It's probably not just the relaxing effect of the hot spring. All my videos were burned along with my house. Darn. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Side story, late night consultation. I knocked discreetly on Yui's door. She seemed to have something to discuss with me. Come in. Led by the unusually nervous voice, I entered the room. Yui's room is exactly what most people imagine a young lady's room to look like. There is no canopy bed, but the room is luxuriously furnished in white. However, upon closer inspection, you'll realize that there is nothing superfluous placed in the room, and conversely, the room lacks a sense of life or individuality. Anyway, why are you in uniform when it's time to sleep? I thought it would be better this way since this is a high school girl-like consultation. The first time I saw her, she was sitting on bed, fidgeting while holding the hem of her skirt and releasing it. It's a rare gesture that would cause a lot of flashes if schoolboys saw it. I hope this is something I can answer. I can't even imagine what a high school girl would ask advice for. I wonder if it's about Tamiyachi, game for raising firework spirits born from fireworks. It was released last year, but it was extremely popular. I thought it would just be a passing fad, but it will still be around even after more than 20 years. I'm not sure how popular it is among high school girls, though. No, everyone was saying I'm easier to talk to recently. Isn't that a good thing? She used to be like a solitary beauty who was hard to approach. Even now, she is still probably emitting that vibe, but at least she seems to be starting to fit in with the class. So, the girls, they often talk about naughty stuff. Oh well. However, I don't seem to understand anything at all. Something must have happened with the girls. Yui shrugs her shoulders in embarrassment. I have a decent amount of knowledge from sex education. We all know that only green aliens who are good at self-destruction can be born out of a cabbage patch, right? Are you trying to make yourself sound like an idiot? I think she sounded stupid giving me a strange analogy. However, I don't know how to make a boy happy. That, too early to do something that can result to a child, and 8. Do you want to be popular with boys? I think you're already the most popular in school. I'm not. There's no point in being liked by boys other than Kazu. It's like being liked by scarecrows. She just said something terrible with a bright red face. Tambo Kakashi Scarecrow is a popular character. There should be a lot of girls who want to be liked by him. We're not talking about a ninja manga, okay? I was also being lighthearted to hide my embarrassment, but it seemed to calm Yui down a bit. Can you give me an example of those ecchi talks? They'd tell each other how make their boyfriends feel, like that. Yui commented on that too. Yeah, but I've been told that I'm not allowed to quote from shoujo manga. They are written for girls, so it's counterproductive to use them in practice. In practice? I thought it was just for conversation, but are they putting it to practice? I guess there are some who are cool with it. Most boys find it difficult to do what the Ikemens of shoujo manga do. That kind of thing is called Ikemen exclusive. So, I thought, why don't I refer to shonen manga? That seems like it would be biased, but in terms of drawing a boy's interest, I guess it will work. What shonen manga did you read? The Wild Hassak Road. That's very old. It's a classic. I'm sure it's a classic, but if it's recent, it should be Meizu or The Long-Running Boys See. Or even wait, Cotton Asuk is also good. It's because we have something in common with that, right? The main characters are a family with psychic powers. In that one, the heroine don't have psychic power. Era, who did you just think of as the heroine? HNN. Yui peeks at my face with a grin as I instinctively look away. Kug, did you get any result? Not that much. However, I learned a lot about the moments that boys gets excited about, but it was all stuff that I felt were forced. Yui didn't have the kind of personality that would do something that would ruin her image. So, you consulted me because you have no idea what to do? I don't think it's a good idea to ask me directly, though. No, that's not it. I know that it wasn't going to work, so I looked up the history of such thing and tried to examine it. And you find it hard to understand because there are so many induced words. Is that what happened? Watch me for a moment. Saying that, Yui stood up and slowly pulled her black tights down to her knees. Although she brought her black tights down, she was wearing a skirt, so I didn't see her underwear. Though I didn't, it's extremely erotic. I guess this is more erotic than bare feet. Ado, what are you even doing? When the culture of underwear was introduced from the West, men were disappointed to see a glimpse of underwear through a kimono. Suddenly, she started talking about some mysterious history. So, what about it? In other words, if you are embarrassed with your underwear, you are not yet able to appeal to your instincts, and you are not ready yet. What kind of logic is that? Yui began to slowly lift the hem of her skirt. I don't understand what she was saying, but she looks incredibly determined. Her face was red up to her ears, her hands were shaking, and she was a little teary-eyed. When the bottom half of her underwear was visible, Yui's hands stopped. What should I do? Should I stop her? I felt bad about disrespecting her resolve, but she might just be having a hard time pulling herself together. I should at least try to talk to her. I don't know what you are doing, but you don't have to force why. My rationality is on the line too. I'm okay. I'm not ashamed since I'm wearing underwear. No, you should be ashamed. Why? Look at the mangas, everyone would have been ashamed, right? Not everyone. Those aggressive types were more advanced. What does more advanced even mean, history aside? I think you should feel very ashamed now, right? Emotional standards depends on the culture you grew up in. Naked tribe wouldn't be ashamed of being naked. That's how it is. Maybe, I guess that's true, perhaps I'm overthinking things. Like earlier, I don't get her logic again. Yui, who seemed to have calmed down, glanced at herself in the mirror to check how she looks. She must have realized how embarrassing what she's doing is. Hi-yo. Yui let out a strange squeal, removed her hands from her skirt, and tried to turn her back to me. However, her black tights, which were down to her knees, tripped her, making her dive onto the bed, spinning her body sideways. She ended up in a position where her underwear's in full display. 8. Should I help her? Or should I quietly walk away? Somehow, I think she's doing a good job in recreating a lucky pervert kind of scene in a rom-com. I wonder what I should do as a follow-up here. Yui pulled a pillow closer with her hips shaking and buried her face in it. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to just quietly slip away. I'm going back to my room, okay. If there's anything you want to consult about, I'm always available. Yeah. I heard Yui's voice, which was almost fading with shame, and opened the door. Also, your back is in full view, so don't let anyone see you. I said that and closed the door. Immediately after, I heard an inaudible scream from the inside. In addition, I will add what happened to Yui's pants the next day. The fact that she inadvertently triggered her divine object, as it was when she's only wearing a black tights in her lower half, is another story. End of Volume 2.